All right. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev, y'all. Today, I'm gonna be getting that cow picked up. No, today's the day. All right. Maybe I've kind of been working on this for like kind of a while. This is about the third stream that I've done, focusing solely on grabbing that cow and getting it to move around. Today is the day. Today is the day that we get it to work out right. Who do we got in the house? We got Mert Maker in the house. Edward, why do I keep calling you Mert Maker? You changed your name. You changed your name. But what can I say? I'm so used to Mert Maker. Edward, welcome Edward. And Olaf, I sing songs to members of this channel. Oh, Olaf, oh, Olaf, oh, Olaf. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Olaf, thank you for supporting the channel. Welcome, Olaf. Oh, Olaf, welcome to the stream. Thank you for supporting the channel. Oh, Olaf. Oh, Olaf. Yeah, all right, there we go. That's your song, Olaf. We got Stormrun also in the house. There's the good chat. There's the nice chat. A's hole. I must be saying that wrong. Azol. Welcome, good to see you. Thanks for stomping in, welcome. Stormrun will be back, gotta get to work. Work sounds important, I gotta get to work too. So look, I've implemented this in a variety of ways over the months that I've been doing this. Here's one way that this little cow grabbing goes. So there's a cow right there. If I hover over it, we get a little arrow, and I can pick it up, but it don't stay on my cursor very well, do it? Guys, today we're gonna fix it. I know today is the day, because I found a tutorial. That's gonna save me. Okay, so if I click right here, right, look at my clicks. Watch what happens. If I move too fast, it moves away. And you can see it's like moving like under the ground sometimes. It's not good. It doesn't work good. Why do I want to do this? The reason I want to do this is because the game that I'm making is about an alien who invades Earth and needs to capture as many, or abduct as many humans and animals as possible. And so I want to be able to grab those humans and or animals, and then the player will have to decide whether they abduct them, throw them, or eat them, which all have different effects depending on this or that. Couldn't you just set the cow to where the mouse pointers? Well, yes, absolutely. That is certainly, yes. But it's complicated, especially in 3D space. It's complicated. Like I said, we've tried a few different ways of doing this. Yeah. I mean, Edward, you know, it's easier said than done. Of course, that is the plan. And in fact, that's kind of what it does. But, you know, it's not just as simple as saying, hey, computer, can you do this? You know, we have to like tell it how to do it. So that's the complicated part. But yes, that is essentially kind of what we're doing. I'll tell you more about that in a second. So yeah, so the idea is that we're abducting or eating or throwing these creatures, and I want it to be a little bit more interactive than what we have set up here, so I'm gonna try to figure that out. The other way we tried last week was trying to get rigid bodies to be able to move via velocity, but that I couldn't figure it out myself. Don't worry! I've got a plan. And we're gonna sort it out. Other things to let you know about on Monday. On Monday, I did a members only stream, which usually I do Blender. That is to say, I make like art, like the house you see, the helicopter, the cow, the character. I made all that in the Monday member streams, not this past one. This past one, I didn't use Blender at all. I ended up using Godot the entire time, because what I wanted to set up, guys, check this out. If you're about to tune out, check this out. All right, this is what I set up on Monday with the help of Progigon Dragonblade. Look at this, these helicopters, I set up them crashing. Are you ready for this? So we can knock out the windows. Look what happened. What? Yeah, buddy, They get knocked out of the sky! Look at that animation. I spent like 9.5 hours setting this up. Did not do a single moment of Blender. And check it out. They will run into you and hurt you while they're flying through the air. Isn't that cool? I am so freaking proud of that. So freaking proud of that. And then they explode. Now, I kind of want to add a few more like explosion effects when it hits the ground, but it looks good, right? I was so excited. None of this is animation. It's all like written in the code for it to behave this way. And it works really well. So there's also a new number next to it. Isn't it kind of awesome? Okay, cool. There's also another number here. They used to just, so it has 2 health points, right? So there used to just be the 2 for the 2 health points that the helicopter has. There's now a 1 here. What does the 1 mean? What does the 1 mean? The 1 is its health after it's being destroyed. So these numbers are just here for debug purposes. In the final version of this, there will not be the numbers. So keep that in mind. So if I just hit it twice, the 1 stays there, no big deal. And the reason why that 1 is there is because you can actually attack it again. I can take that, so if I don't, let's say I don't attack it again, it can run into me. Hold on, let me get out of the way of the house. It can run into me and do damage to the character. However, if I click it in time and get that 1 gone, it'll explode before it reaches me. So that way, in theory, you could protect yourself from getting hurt. There we go, I clicked it in time. You could protect yourself from getting hurt by the helicopter. So that's what that 1 is if you want to try to attack it. Now it's kind of an easier way to visualize it. If I jump up in the air, this is actually a bug, but if I jump up in the air, the helicopters will be much higher up when they spawn. So see, there's 1 way up there now. And here you can see it a lot better. So it's got 1, takes a long time to fall. We can click it out of the sky. It still hit me. But we can click it out of the sky, which is kind of nice. Bam! There, we blew it up ahead of time. Joop, 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 joom! Yeah, so that was what I did on Monday. Really proud of that. It needs some sound effects, you know. I want to do more of an explosion when it hits the ground, but it's really, really cool to see come together. Now, the reason why this is also important is because inside of those helicopters will be a human, sort of like the cow, that we're going to be able to grab and abduct, right, and send to our home alien planet. And so, ideally today, we could have that. So you wouldn't be able to access the character right now. That human, you wouldn't be able to get to it because the windows are there. If you smack it, now the windows are broken, and then sort of like how the cow has an arrow there, something like that. You'll be able to highlight and select the human pilot or pilots that are inside, and you can choose to grab them. However, if you don't grab them and you attack the helicopter instead, it'll get destroyed and then you won't get to get your humans. So that's also part of the reason why I wanted to have the helicopter set up, is so we could have the ability to break the windows and discover the human on the inside and then pull it out of there before the helicopter gets totally destroyed. Something else kind of funny that can happen, and I don't know if we can show it, but if the helicopter spawns in and collides with the ground, it will just explode. It's kind of a bug that it even does that. This one's darn close. Oh, this one got so close. But it will actually just crash with the ground and explode, which I kind of want to be a mechanic and say, not even just, honestly, we should have it be that if it collides with like a house or a building, it also explodes. Because then the player, in theory, if we have these helicopters like following the player more closely, the player could like guide the helicopters into buildings and stuff and then destroy them that way, which would be kind of cool. The only problem with that, of course, so the collision is right on the tip, on the nose of the helicopter. That's why it's not getting destroyed right there. But that's a little extra effort to get that set up. So, you know, we can look at that in the future. But all right, so now that I've talked about all that, I want to get this grabbing. I want to get this grabbing implemented correctly. The way that it is here is not correctly. It is something, but it is not what I want. So I'm going to pull up that tutorial. I'm going to get maybe some music as well. I don't know that I really even need the tutorial. I'll go to the tutorial if I feel like we really need it. But I actually, so this is the tutorial. It's by Abra, is the YouTuber. And it's super great. It's super useful. I super recommend it if this is something you're trying to achieve. Let me paste this in the chat so it's there. I'll try to remember to put a link in the description as well. This is the tutorial that I used, and I just grabbed, there's just like one part of the code that I grabbed. That's pretty much all that I need. And that's this right here. This right here is kind of all I need. If picked object is set to null, which is, that is to say, we've actually grabbed something, then we want variable A to be set to that picked object's global transform origin. We want variable B to be the point, like the mouse cursor or whatever. We want the global transform origin of that point that it's supposed to go to. And then we just set this amazing method called set linear velocity. You just gotta set linear velocity. That's all you gotta do. Godot's gonna set linear velocity method. And then as long as the picked object is a rigid body, then it will work. And then we just have to say, so we have the vector, the direction between the 2 points. We subtract B from A, and then if we want it to go a little faster, we can add a speed onto it. So that is it. This is literally the key to this working, I'm pretty sure. I'm about to find out. But I'm pretty sure it's the key. That's the link. It's in the chat. I'll make sure it's in the description as well, if you want to check out this awesome tutorial by YouTuber Abra. I don't even know if I need to use the tutorial though, because this is kind of all I need. So let's try to implement it. I'm gonna pop some tunes on so that way I can you know, just have a little motivation that way. And we'll see if we can put this in. Now the tutorial also talked about adding a raycast and stuff. We already have a raycast of a such. A part of me kind of realizes we don't need the raycast that we have. The raycast that we have is actually set up completely in code. And I realized that Godot has a pretty freaking usable built-in raycast node. But our raycast is on the camera here. We got it from a nice tutorial from GWiz that basically lets you program your own raycast, which works too. So all we really need is to get the object, which we get in here. Function grab ray, grab target. So there's our target right there. So this is where I'm gonna wanna add in that code, is a way to, sorry about that, hold on. I don't know if you can hear all that chaos, but there's some chaos. Okay, it's fine. There's like a speaker in the background that gets, it doesn't matter. It's, don't worry about it. So I wanna say, if the raycast result isn't empty, it sets a grab target, right? So I want to say grab target. So we already kind of have that if statement. We actually probably want to run that in there, right? Yeah, we want to run it in there. We want to set the transform and stuff as well. So let's just keep it in there. I guess I'll set the variables. We'll say variable target position. Well, I guess I'll say grab target position, and that's going to be it's global transform origin. I think I can do that. Grab target global transform origin. Is that, did I do that right? I did. Cool. Now, as for the position we want it to go to, this is actually kind of interesting. This gets a little interesting because in the game, technically, right? Technically, I'm gonna want the hand of the monster to go to the cursor position, right? So when I click on things, the hand, it doesn't animate in my favorite way yet, but it goes to the general position of the helicopter. It's a little below the helicopter. That's something to adjust. But, you know, when I go to grab like this cow, the hand doesn't move to the cow. So something else to figure out will be like how I want to get that arm to follow the cursor. Or do I want it to follow the object? I'm not exactly sure how I want to do that yet. We do need a point. So I'm thinking that the point will just be the cursor where it is. I don't know, it's gonna be a little tricky. Because what this code does, basically, is it moves the object to this other point. So I really need to define that other point. What's up, Frank? Frank, the mod, not a member, says Frank's a member. Frank is a mod, so I don't gotta sing them a song. But you better watch out for Frank. Frank's gonna get you. Good to see you, Frank. Yes, there's an alien, there's a house. Frank is one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. So, hope you're doing good. So so the thing is I need to define that point. I think we can just say, so right now, it's going to, it's interesting, because this is the old logic, right? This is what is happening with the cow, actually, is right here. This is actually the cow logic here. Actually, you know what? I should really put it in here. Let's move it all into here. I'm just gonna get rid of this. Glad you're doing good. Frank the Frank. Frank the Frank person. Frank can be very frank, to say the least. This is the old, yes, cow logic. This is the old cow logic. I'm gonna drop in here the new cow logic. And then we can comment out some of this. So this is setting the global position based on the grab ray, so the raycast position, right? We have a grab offset. I don't think we want that. That's some ChatGPT stuff that it gave me. That's where I got that code before. But we'll grab the grab ray position, and we'll say that's our second variable. So I'm gonna comment this stuff out so it's not totally gone. So it's not totally gone. We'll keep the grab target. It's getting a little ridiculous that we have so many grab. Like, why are we renaming it to grab target? I don't actually know, but that's true. Is this going to be a new? It is. It absolutely 100% is, and I'm very excited about it. I think it's gonna work. At least it'll give us something to work with. Let's put it that way. So I'm gonna want another variable. We don't really need a variable for the grab ray position. We just kind of have that. So we don't need to actually create that, now that I think about it. Okay, cool. I think everything is gonna work. But we want to make sure it's global. So that I'm a little concerned about that, because I don't know that we have a global transform origin for this, so we're gonna kind of wing it and we'll see how it goes. So I'm gonna want to say grab target, set linear velocity. Okay, I think I can do that. Now here's another problem. Here's a problem. The cow isn't a rigid body. I'm gonna need to make the cow a rigid body in order for this to work. Cause, oh yeah, and so that's the other thing, is this is looking for area 3Ds. That's a bit of an issue. I think it's actually ignoring bodies. So I kind of need to make an adjustment to the raycast. Let me see where that is true. Hey, Hollow Tempest, welcome. Good to see you. Here we go. We have collide with areas true. It's coming along. I'm very proud of this feature that we added in on Monday during the member stream that sees the helicopters getting knocked out of the sky. Check this out. And it'll hurt the player if the helicopter crashes into you. Isn't this awesome? And it's like written in the code too, so it doesn't matter how high the helicopter is. It'll just like spin out through the air. I love it. And then you can also blow it up before it hits you if you want to smack it out of the way so it doesn't hurt you. But yeah, so that was a really cool thing that I did on Monday with the help of Pierogigon and Dragonblade. Turned out really well, I think. Yeah, it looks cool, right? And so today I'm trying to get the grabbing system to work. Oh, it crashes because I'm still working on it. Probably shouldn't be doing grabbing while I'm working on it. But I am trying to improve it and make it work a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Now that since it's full screen and it's on top, I have to, we have to end it. Okay. So yes, that is actually one issue now that I think about it is, and you know, I might want, so I could either set, because I don't know if it'll even see bodies. The thing is I could add a rigid body in there and that could be fine and it could just behave like a rigid body. So that's gonna take a little experimentation. I think I think I have a bit of an issue. I think what I need to do is I need to create a new cow. I think that's what we need to do. And we need to change some of these variables, some of these values. So for the grab ray, well, the raycast is looking for, I'm a little unsure what. Collision areas versus bodies dependent on whether collide was set to true or false when this function was called. What? Man, I really want to just create a new raycast. I don't like this code raycast very much. I'm debating. I think for now, I'll kind of leave it. And let's say, put a ball for what? For what? Collide with bodies. What is, oh, so I see. So collide with body, that was something. I'm gonna say true. This might cause issues. But we're just gonna say true for now here. That might cause issues. I'm going to duplicate the cow. So that is in NPCs, cows. Let's make a new cow scene. This is gonna be cow 01-02. Now this extends from an area 3D. Look, oh, it has an area entered, and it checks to see if the area is entered to see if it's the thing that's collided with. So that's a problem. Cow scene, absolutely, 100%. I guess we could just, does a rigid, okay, I'm gonna change this to a rigid body. So this is gonna cause some issues. So this is probably the most complicated part, is just like getting this set back up or set up differently. So this is no longer an area 3D. This is not a rigid body. Does a rigid body have a, I guess, body entered? Emitted when a collision with another physics body 3D or grid map occurs. Not really the same thing. Body shape entered, emitted when one of this rigid body shape 3D collides. So that's just collision. There is mouse entered, emitted when the mouse pointer enters any of this object shape. Requires input rate pickable to be true and at least one collision layer to be set. That seems like that might not work. I don't know, it's just a thought. All right, let's see what that is like. I don't know, it's a little tricky because what this... Oh, this function isn't even like doing anything. All it's doing is... Health detected, emit collided body part. Yeah, some of this is not ideal right now. And are we connecting that one over here on the raycast? Ready. That's health grabbed, not health detected. So I don't even see that on here. That's not even on here. So I think that isn't necessary. I think we're okay here. This is for empathy stuff. Okay. I'm going to comment this entire function out, where you need to say this extends from a rigid body, and there's no more of this, so we get rid of that for now. Everything else we could leave. This will be very interesting. So the other cow, this one, I'm going to add to the scene, our debug scene. So we've got a cow on the left and a cow on the right. The cow on the right is our new cow, as opposed to our old cow. It's got a very interesting collision shape here. So let me try to understand that. I'm gonna say editable children. Yeah, so it's this big orb. That's not gonna work. We're gonna need to adjust the collision shape quite a bit here. So let's get back into the cow, because it's gonna be a rigid body, right? And the reason why, in part, I want it to be a rigid body is I want us to be able to pick it up and drop it back down onto the ground. So let's adjust this collision shape. Let's make it like a box, right? Something like that. I'm just gonna reset its rotation. And then adjust it so it actually will sit on the floor. A little hard to tell if we're at the bottom of the feet there. A little bit difficult to be sure. And then I'll shrink this in so it fits a little better. I'm a little concerned. I'm only a little concerned about getting this all set up, but we'll get there. I know we will. Today's the day. I'm sure of it. All right, that looks good. So now if I come back over here and oh, you can see, now it's pretty clear to see that it's a little bit too high. Bring that down. A little bit lower. A little bit lower, if it wouldn't mind. Not that much lower, just a little bit lower. All right, and then I'm gonna try to snap it to the floor. We are deep in cow territory. In cow country. This kind of looks good enough to me. It is floating a bit, though. But I don't really care. All right, cool. So there's that. And then... I mean, I feel like it's not gonna quite yet work. What happens just right now? Is it gonna crash? Like, what are we working with right now at the moment? Okay, I figured that might happen. But I wanted to know why. Basically, when it spawned in, the game was like, hey, we have a problem. Wait, it's still an area 3D type? I see. Because because this is a class script, and the other cow derives from an area 3D. Okay, so I have to deal with that. I guess we just... I mean, I guess I just remove it. Remove the script. Which means this other cow will be non-functional anymore. You know, or I just remove the cow entirely. Had your first 2 exams today. How do you feel? How do you feel? Welcome, J. Jorn. J. Jorn is currently a member, so you get a song. J. Jorn, hey to J. J. Jorn, hey J. J. Jorn, hey J. J. Jorn, hey J. J. Jorn, hey J. J. Jorn. Exams went good, hey J. J. Jorn. Exams went good. J. Jorn, exams went good, hey join. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. First song, I have sung you a song, and we actually already sung another song today. So I don't know what first you mean, but you're welcome, and I'm also sorry. Okay. So I am glad that your exams went good. That sounds stressful. I think the easiest route for now is I'm just gonna detach the script from this cow. Oops, not that cow. Wrong cow. The other cow. The original cow. We're gonna detach the script from there because it's no longer a rigid or an area 3D. Did you sing it before for me? I can't remember. I did, yeah. During the game jam. Yeah, during the game jam. I missed it when you first came, I forgot, but then I did it later on in the jam. When I realized I forgot. But maybe by then, you were already like, you know, not paying attention, which is understandable. But I did. So second song, but as far as you know, first song, fair point. All right, so at least it shouldn't crash now. Now there's no way, there's a 0% chance it's gonna get picked up. I still haven't finished the code, but I just kind of want to see if it loads in. It doesn't, so it must be falling through the ground. So that's fun. So let's make it not fall through the ground. We need to configure this rigid body appropriately. Now it should come with collision that collides it with the ground. Because layer 1 is the ground. We don't need it to have the mask. Or do we? Oh gosh, I always forget. I guess we want it to be mask 1. Because the ground is layer 1. But what must be happening is this cow is falling through the ground. It's the only explanation as to why it's not there when we start. So why is it falling through the ground? Because the ground is on layer 1 and it's a static body with collision. So why is it vanishing by the time it starts? That I am not sure of. Confusing. I almost think I should just make a fresh cow and just a fresh rigid body. I don't think there's like, oh, you know what else though? You know what else? There's code on the script that's gonna change it here. Ah, right there. We're setting it, we're making it false in the code. No, make it true. Make it true. Pierogi gun is not gone. 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 Welcome, Pierogi gun. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting gamedev on Patreon and on YouTube. I appreciate it. How are you? Welcome. And I'm sorry for the song. Yes, hi. Yeah, oh, I did add a couple new emotes. I did add a few new emotes. For whatever that's worth, including the yes. So yeah, so I found some code that's gonna make us be able to grab this dang cow. I just gotta get it all set up right. So I'm sure there was some good reason why I set that to false. It'll be interesting to see if we have any conflicts here upon doing this. Oh yeah, the investigation leads, that's a new one. I also added some more Godot faces onto there as well. Okay, the cow is appearing. Oh look, and it detects if we're hovering it. Nice. So we're in good shape so far. Not bad. it's not going to get picked up, but it does. It sees my clicks. Oh, that's beautiful. That makes me happy. All right, good. Thank goodness. At least there's that. At least there's that. Hey, Dragonblade, welcome. Oh, Dragonblade dragged themselves on in. Dragonblade dragged themselves on in. Dragonblade dragged themselves on in. And Dragonblade is here because they dragged themselves on in. Welcome, Dragonblade. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. Hope you're doing good. I know how to code. 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 I know nothing. Oh, it's changing. I know how to code. I know nothing. 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 That's so real. That's it. How long does it take until you don't feel that way? I don't know. I found some cool code from a YouTuber named Abra. So there's this tutorial here, advanced object picking in Godot. This is a very useful tutorial. I did just realize I put a playlist on there, but that's okay. Here, let me drop this. There we go. So there's the URL to the tutorial that I got this code from. I haven't watched I did watch the tutorial, but I haven't played it on stream yet because I don't know that we need to. The only thing I really need is this bit of code that I pulled from it. It's basically just using the set linear velocity. Apparently, if we just set linear velocity, Bob's our uncle, and the thing will move. And obviously, we're creating a vector between the point that we're grabbing and the object itself. I guess the global transform origin is another revelation that's pretty valuable here. And then this will do what we need. This will do what we need. Bob's our uncle. Yeah, it's like it's a saying. It's a saying. That means, and there you have it, and there you go, and that's that, and that's how that goes, and then everything's fine, something like that. It's a British thing. Gonna get striked if you do. What? What? Rogi says, my favorite thing that GDQuest does is show code and then explain it line by line, and I don't really see anyone else do that. I do see anyone else do that. Actually, this YouTuber did it, Abra. There are a lot who don't. There are a lot who don't do that. Abra does. So that's nice. GDQuest is alright. I like GDQuest. I find GDQuest a little slow sometimes. They feel like they kind of, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like they're talking down to me. Is that a me problem? I think it's a me problem. Yeah, this is a great little tutorial. I really recommend it. But I watched enough of it to get the gist, and really the most important part is this. GDQuest is awesome. They do a lot of awesome work. Really, really cool, for sure. No shade intended. When I'm always just kind of like, I'm just like, oh, GDQuest is going to over-explain it. I feel like there's a happy medium. There's like a happy medium to find. But yeah, this is I think our secret weapon. So I'm setting it up. I'm creating the thing is it has to be a rigid body, right? So before my cow was just a mesh with an area 3D, no rigid body. But it does have to be a rigid body for this to work. So we're gonna make sure we set that up. You have 2 degrees, so you love being talked down to. That's hilarious. Well, checks out then. All right, very good, very good. Enjoy. That is hilarious. Okay, so now that we know it's detectable, it's time to add in the code that's gonna let it maybe get grabbed, hopefully. So, coming back to the raycast, right here, if grabbed object is not null, this is the old code. I just left it there because I'm messy and don't want to let it go yet. Grab target position, we want the grab target position to be set to the grab target itself, global transform origin, and then we want to say grab target set linear velocity B minus A. In this case, that's going to be in here. Looks like we've got like a double parenthetical here for the amount that we're moving it by. I don't remember what we should do it by. I'll just put a 1 there. And then I'm going to say grab ray position minus grab target position. That, I don't even believe it. That's enough? Is that really gonna be enough? What amazes me is that I can move the object from the player script. I don't know why I thought that wouldn't be the case, but I didn't realize that you could. It's not really the player script, but it's close enough. All right, let's see what happens. I know you can't see because I'm in the way. Let me get out of the way. All right, there it is. Oh, okay. Oh, no, it's moving. Wait, it is moving. Okay, something is happening. Something is definitely happening. I think our grab ray position is not good. I think that it's not good. This is very interesting. Let me adjust this. We're getting there. Progress is possible here. Maybe. My concern is that, because this is one way that I'm deviating from the code, is that I'm not setting something that has a global transform origin, unless it does, but I don't think it does. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so it does keep dropping it. It does keep dropping it. That seems to be the problem, which is actually the same problem I had before. It's just now it's a little more thrown. It gets thrown a little more. So I have to wonder if we don't want to use a different function to call this. Okay. You see how it let go of it? Multiply the velocity by a higher number? Gladly. Let me move the chat. Chat is blocked by the keyboard. Get out the way, keyboard. Get out of here. I would gladly try your thing first. With deep honor. Okay, so let's say, where is it? Where did my code go? Right here. I'm gonna say 100. 100! Right there. I have boosted it. We're just exploding the speed. Hopefully it won't let go of the cow and thrust it. Get out of here, helicopter. Get out of my face, helicopter. Get out of here. Alright. Oh! Okay. Oh! I feel like there's gonna be a problem with the position. So the grab ray position is the raycast result position. I don't know why that isn't acceptable, but it isn't. I feel like that's gonna be a little tricky. I almost need to like spawn something in there. Unless that does have a global base or origin. I'll try it. I mean, let's see. Maybe it does have a global. Let's just find out. Variable grab ray global pause. Speed needs to scale with the size of B minus A. Whoa. Oh, so that might have actually been described in the tutorial, and I just need to go back and read it. So I'll actually go double check what that tutorial is saying. Grab ray position dot. I don't know if this is gonna work on this. I feel like it isn't. I feel like it doesn't have that. Okay. Oh, cannot find property global transform on base vector 3. Oh, okay. that doesn't work, yeah, for sure, at all. Cool, cool, cool. Got it. All right, cool. What if you tried 10 instead? Maybe 100's too much. Yeah, so 10 is what I had. 10 is what I had, and it was kind of still dropping it. And then I tried 100. It's pretty good. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's just I have to be careful, right? I can't really move it much. The cow fell over. That's a whole other thing, getting it to stand up, right? But like I could try increasing it a little bit less. But you know, I mean, if I set like, I don't know, like a different mass for other things, like it'll just, oh, it just fell over. I wonder why we are setting velocity and not position. Because, I don't know. Because it works? I think because it works. I guess that's something GD Quest would have explained. This was, so to be fair, that's sort of what the old version did. The old logic did. Was it was setting global position. And that didn't result in what I want. And so I have to ask myself, you know, is it the function call that's causing part of that issue? I don't know. But yeah, so if I wanted to show you that, I'd have to come to this cow, detach the script. Hey Joshua, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. How you doing? If I detach from the new cow, which I need to rename this actually, -02, detach the script, come over here, attach the health script. Who's Joe? Joe is Joe. Joe is Joe. If I attach that script there, and then I have to comment in all the other code, it's a little bit of effort, but I'll show you what it was. I wish I had set up a way to just easily have these two different systems, but I didn't. Comment this back in, and then over here we comment out the new stuff, and we comment the old stuff back in. Okay. Let's see if I actually reverted it effectively. I may not have. Ooh, instant issue. Do tell. But this was what we were doing, was position here. Identifier check area not declared in the current scope. Oh, right, because I commented out the entire function. That makes sense. That makes sense. That checks out. That checks out. I've always heard setting position of a rigid body isn't good. You set velocity and Godot handles setting the position in the background. Right. And so the other thing is that area entered not in the scope. You sure about that? You quite sure about that? This is an area 3D, all right? That is in the scope. That is well within the scope, my friend. What? Maybe it didn't like actually change the type. Let me do a reload project. Yeah, and so originally it wasn't a rigid body. Originally it was just a mesh with no physics whatsoever. I kind of would prefer it be a rigid body. Why is this? That's bizarre. Do you want me to just type it again? Do you just want me to type it again? I can type it again. I don't mind. Area entered. I don't know why that would be necessary. What? But it's an area 3D. Oh, wait, it's not an area 3D. Oh, it didn't. Gotcha. What was A and B again? That's the problem, is this isn't. Even though it says it's an area 3D, it's very confusing. That's very confusing. Why would it? One of them is the cow position, and one is the cursor. Yeah, yes. Yes, indeed. Correct. I don't know why my music stopped. Oh, I guess that's why. Jeez. What? No. It's an Area 3D. Why is... I'm very disappointed. I think changing type is a risky proposition. Maybe if I close it and I reopen it. I'm surprised it's giving me so much heck here. It's like not updating it. I'm confused why it's going flying then. That's weird. Yeah, it is weird. It is weird. I mean, I have a feeling that it's similar to the reason why it was dropping the other way. Okay, so Godot sees that it's an Area 3D over here. No, it's in the scope. It's declared in the scope. It's declared in the scope, you monster! It's gotta be the grab conditions? Yeah, maybe. So, okay. This is very frustrating. I'm like very frustrated by this right now. Oh, I know what it is. It's because I gotta change this to Area 3D. We're fine. Everything's fine, everybody. Everything's fine. Lee's figured it out. Oh my god. Okay. I forgot to update that. I really wish that would just update automatically. Okay, here we go. Great, get these helicopters out of my face. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Okay. So this is the old grab system, right? This is not a rigid body, and this is using position, right? And it has some issues, for sure. For example, it lets go after a while if I move, like, too quickly. If I move really slowly, it's all right. So this is the original one. This is using position, and again, this isn't a rigid body. All right, this one's not gonna work, because I love how I did all of that just to show you that one thing. So let's turn it all back. Let's put it all back. Make this rigid body 3D. So hopefully that at least gives you some idea as to how the position works. And again, that's with it not being a rigid body. Okay, let me comment all this out. Okay, good. And then we want to detach the script from this, open up the new cow, new me. And we want to attach the script there. And then come back to the raycast. Get rid of the old code that does position and add in the new code that focuses on the linear velocity of a rigid body. Okay. Expected an indent? What you on about then? What you on about? You don't like my indent? What do you mean? What do you mean? Did I forget some obvious thing here? If grabbed object is not set to null, colon, indent is playing games with me. We're making the game, right? We're not here to play the games. Oh, I see. Because I forgot to leave something in here, which actually should be this. All right. It's just doing what I told it to do. It's just doing what, you know, what I told it to do. Yeah, that's the cost. Okay. So here's the new version. You can see, first of all, it's getting constantly sucked into the camera, which isn't great. Because it's probably trying to come... I don't fully understand, truth be told, why it's getting sucked into the camera. But it is. And it's quite, oh, and that rigid body is just messy. It's jittery and messy. You see, I didn't even let go of the cursor, but it just sort of, it's tossing it. It's tossing it. So here's something I'm thinking, is we try to do it more just like the tutorial. So the tutorial isn't using a grab ray position. The tutorial that I got this from is creating a position that it's supposed to go to. But we don't have a position for it to go to. We just have the raycast, the cursor, which is a position, but it's also kind of not a position. I think it's being pulled to the camera because the center of the cow is not the same as the point the raycast hits the cow. It sounds like it makes sense. Certainly sounds like it makes sense. And then interestingly here, it's not getting sucked in. Now it's just sitting there. In the game, is your character actually moving forward or is everything else moving towards the player? The second one. But right now, nothing is moving, right? Because we're stopped. If I run into an obstacle like the house, the terrain stops. So the terrain is moving and everything that's on the terrain moves with it. So if I move away from the house, now everything starts moving again. But if I run into the house, the terrain is gonna stop. And so everything else stops too. So there's no reason why it should be moving because the terrain isn't actually moving. And it would only move if it was on top of the terrain, since it's a colliding rigid body. So like when I grab it, it should no longer be moving with the terrain, in theory. There's some very curious things happening here. I think what will help, so let's look at the tutorial. I feel like at this point, we should look at the tutorial so you guys can just better understand the context. I thought maybe we could just yoink this out and put it in. Make something like this, wish you were home. I wish you were home too. I wish you were home too. Let's look at the tutorial and the context for it. So this is from YouTuber Abra.
I'm just going to talk about how you can...
Interested in this problem?
And hopefully in this
It's an interesting problem.
I'll show you how you could rotate the objects that you picked. All right, let's get started. I'm assuming that you guys have a functioning player controller. I'm not going to go over that. I'm just going to talk
So
about
this is also about setting it
pick up
up
a
from a
rigid
first-person
body, and that's it.
perspective,
So this is our player node.
which is important.
It's a separate scene, and we have a really basic setup
Gonna
here.
speed it up.
And we are going to need 2 nodes to get this working. The first one is going to be a raycast, and the second node is going to be a position 3D. And as you can see, these nodes are attached to our camera, and make sure that these nodes
So
are centered.
this is one big difference already. They're setting it up with a raycast node, and the raycast node is where that information is coming from about whether or not it sees the rigid body. Whereas we have a custom raycast setup, and it's not just detecting the rigid body, it's also defining the position that we're going to. And then what they do differently is they have what it's called a position 3D node. I think it might be called something else. think it might be called a marker 3D. Yeah, so it's called a marker 3D node. And they're using this to define the position of the hand or where the thing goes to. So it's not going to the raycast in the tutorial. It's going to this like sort of arbitrary position node. And so this is a little tricky because I would need to like emit something or instantiate something that represents the position, maybe the position of the thing that is being set out there. Their way is a bit better. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And so, you know, I was hoping we could just jam a little bit of their code in there and make it work. But I think we should set up a point somehow that the linear velocity method is bringing the object to. So that way it's not just whatever the cursor is. If it's moving towards the origin of the raycast, I think its motion makes sense. Is your code moving it toward the origin of the raycast or the target position of the raycast? Actually, I don't know. I would think the target, but let's see if we can confirm that or not. So, we've got grab ray position is raycast result position. So that should be the target. That's what that should be. Raycast result position. Raycast result is the return of the raycast if it's colliding with these particular collision masks or layers. So it's this shoot ray function. If I'm understanding correctly, the raycast collides with the rigid body, so that means it stops short of the cow position. Oh, interesting. So that means it's like constantly like, so there's a small but present vector between the cow and the hip position, causing a pull in that direction. That's gotta be it. So then I would think maybe if we could just set the position and leave it there so it's not constantly updating. What we want is for that position to not constantly update, for it to remain fixed. Then it will even keep the cow in the right spot. Interesting. So how do I do that? If what I think is going to help could help, how would I do that? Just like not have this be updated, but get the most update. I guess I just want it to be up to date at the moment of grabbing, and then once grabbing stops, stop updating. Okay, I can figure that out. So right now we're saying this is the grab ray function, which is called by the process. So this is happening all the time, right? So it's constantly updating it. So we could say, I could even say, if the raycast result is not empty, and if, like, somehow say, if something isn't already grabbed, which is kind of confusing because that would contradict it. Or we could say, if like the input is clicked, like maybe if the input is clicked, it stops updating, which doesn't well, no, because this is regardless of clicking. Okay, so what if I say and input? I think the input stuff is on the cow. Action pressed grab. So if I take this, you're a genius, Rogi. Joe too, but this, you really, Rogi, said the thing I needed to hear. If it's not empty and it isn't pressed, then update this information. That's too easy, right? That's gotta be too easy. That can't be enough to do it. Okay. Oh, but then it's not gonna move to the new position. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. I see that now. Believe me when I say I see that now. Because now there's nowhere for it to go. You know what? Sometimes, for me, sometimes I just have to like get in there and try it to realize why it doesn't work. Some people have the ability to foresee these things. I do not. But now I see. There's also a separate issue of setting the velocity back to 0 when you're done clicking. I think that would explain why it goes flying. Oh, wow. Welcome back, Stormrun. Okay, so that didn't fix diddly squiddly. Because we do need it to keep updating. That's why the position changes. It's almost like we need the raycast to be moving the thing that it goes to. So to me, it sounds like what we need to do is we need to instantiate a marker at the point that we click. And then that marker follows the raycast. Not even at the point that we click, but at the origin of the object. And then that marker follows the cursor. At that point, it's like, why not just follow the object? I don't know, because I don't know. Yeah, like, can we just set linear velocity to like, let me look at this set linear velocity thing. A vector 2. It's a vector 2. It's not even a vector 3. That can't be right. Okay, here we go. I'm like, there's no way. Okay, so it's a vector 3. Interesting. So I wonder, I like how it doesn't even have documentation. So I wonder if, like, what if I just said the grab position instead of creating a vector? Like, would that be ridiculous? That would be ridiculous, right? Like, that's not gonna work. But I want to see what happens. Even if I know that that's not gonna work. Yes, that's not gonna work. Oh! Maybe the speed's too high. It yeeted it. Like legit yeet. Okay, so I'm gonna say, let's bring this way the frick down. Still seems like it's not gonna work, but it's doing something. Something is happening. Stuff is happening. Interesting. This is actually the problem I was having last time. It's gonna yeet almost no matter how slow you go. How did you know? How did you know? How did you know that? Okay, so that doesn't work. But at least it's interesting to see what happens. I feel like this is kind of what we achieved last week, was this. You made your own movie server, kind of like Netflix last night. You got almost 5,000 movies. Oh, nice. Right, I remember you said you download a bunch of movies, just in case. And you search through it. Dragon Blade, welcome back, I assume. I was like, wait, you already came here. But you're back. That's exactly how I feel, though. A monkey with a hammer. That's literally what I'm up to. Unless it's at position 0000, in which case it wouldn't move. Interesting. This is all very confusing. So, I guess I can try instantiating something here. If the grab object isn't null, so I mean, this feels like it won't quite work, but whatever, I'm gonna try it. So we're gonna create a not even a 3D scene. It's just gonna be a marker 3D, and that's the whole thing. Are you still trying to get the head fixed? The head fixed? Oh no. I mean, in theory, I do want to fix that. No, I'm trying to get grabbing stuff, basically. I want to be able to grab the, cow and move it around and have it follow the player position. I see why, because you're looking at the title. Yeah. So similar, but different. So I'm actually trying to get this cow to get picked up and be moved around. And follow the cursor in 3D space, which is, you know, this is a new way of doing it, and it's something. It's something, but it's not perfect. Oh, what is it? Wait, Rogi said, I just remembered I'm setting up an event for graduation stuff, and the dumb catering people told me they can't list ingredients on the food because it is unfeasible for presentation. That is some bull crap. That is some bull crap. Is that Chartwells? Is that freaking Chartwells? Come on, man. Let the ingredients be listed. So that's like for like vegans or vegetarians or people with food allergies. It's a nice thing to be able to see the ingredients. But the caterers aren't. Yeah, okay. It is feasible. It is quite feasible. It may not be fit for presentation, but it is feasible. It does sound a little illegal. They're scared you will know you're eating a dandelion. Dang, you're probably right. It probably is like a liability for them. Unfortunate. Yeah, I was gonna say, dandelions are actually not a bad thing. They only have to report major allergens listed in... Okay, so great, so only do that. There you go. But wait, that's not gonna be great for meat stuff, for vegan stuff. Some people don't want to know they're eating them. That's fair. There's a law about it, and they really don't want to do anything more than that. You know, it kind of doesn't surprise me. Kind of doesn't surprise me. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna just like roll over and let them defeat you? Sorry for framing it that way. Criminy. One day everything will be transparent. What are you planning, Stormrun? What are you planning? Okay, so I want this marker 3D. I'm gonna save this as a scene. Make your own ingredient list? So Rogi's gonna have to like test everything. You're a little passive aggressive, and then you passed it on to different people on the setup team. Nice, nice. Yeah, make someone else do it. I don't even know where to put this. What folder to put this random marker in. It's not UI, it's not terrain, it's not a script, it's not a player. I guess it could be a player. It could be player. I could say player, not really though. Objects. I feel like this needs its own folder. Cursor, or reticule. Or grabbing folder. That's what it's gonna be called. Grab point is what I'm gonna save this as. This feels like this is gonna be harder than I realize. Because I want to say that when it grabs it, if the grabbed object is not null, I'm going to want it to instantiate and then I'm going to need instantiate this marker, and then I'm going to need it to be able to fetch the origin of that. Which is just something to keep in mind somehow to be done. So I'm going to say variable marker, variable grab point, set it to, hey Insane Alpha Beta, welcome, good to see you, hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in and saying howdy. Howdy do. Didn't you go to Comic-Con recently? How was that? Grabbing. And then I'm gonna drop the grab point in here, not like that. Not quite like that. Replace this. Drop it on. And I wanted to instantiate that and add the grab point to the scene. Now somehow I need to fetch that position. How the hell am I gonna do that? How am I gonna fetch its global origin? I guess I would just say, I guess we would just look for this node. I guess we'd say get tree, get current scene, grab point. Would probably be the way we do that. So then I'm gonna set variable grab point position equals. It wasn't actually a Comic-Con, but fun nonetheless. Oh, okay, cool, good. Glad you're doing good. Was it like, did you like not know that that's what it was gonna be? Why are you instancing a point? I don't know, because I'll tell you why. The reason why I am instancing a point is because I want to get, can it just be grab point position? Okay, so, wow. Alright, so here's, where do I start? Where do I start? Okay. So, first of all, Rogi, I don't know. Dragon Blade, the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm trying to get a new grabbing system set up. Oh, there, the helicopter ran into the ground. I love that. I'm trying to get this new grabbing system set up. This is about as good as it gets. It's moving into the camera when I click it. Rogi hypothesizes that's because we're using the raycast collision position. You're not seeing how instancing a marker 3D helps either? Okay. Alright. Because, honestly, the reason why I'm doing it is because I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm experimenting. But it's helpful to know that you guys are seeing that it might not work out, because you might save me discovering that it won't work out. This, Rogi pointed out that the way this is set up right now is it's drawing a vector between this cow and the collision point of the raycast, which means there might be a tiny little gap between the object and the collision point, meaning that when I click on it, it's going to just constantly move forward and be pulled forward. So that's one issue there. And so what I wanted to try to do was, instead of using the collision point, which is kind of still what's happening, and I still need to fix that, but instead of using the collision point as where the vector gets drawn, a marker gets spawned at the origin of the cow. And then that marker It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And then the marker would follow the raycast position. Can you ignore vectors smaller than a certain length? Why not use the global transform origin of the cow? I am. Alright. Alright, so let me just show you what this is. Believe me, I am not stuck on this marker thing. Yeah, I was kind of realizing that I was explaining it. As I was explaining it, yeah. We'll have the same problem. So, alright. So the way this is working right now is the point will move to the collision point, which will move. Yeah. Well, so I was thinking like that the marker could be like offset somehow, but it doesn't really make sense. So like if b minus a size less than minimum size, set velocity to 0. If b minus, that's a thing, dot size, length not size. Even that's a thing? Interesting. Well, let me at least explain this. That's very interesting. So here we have the target position being set. So that is to say the grab target, the cow, and we're checking the global transform origin. So Joe, we are getting the global transform origin of the cow, right? And then we're using the set linear velocity based on a vector from the point that the raycast collides with the object. The vector is between that and the origin of the cow. But this creates that gap between the collision point and the cow's origin, forcing it to constantly move, presumably. And so Rogi was suggesting perhaps, I just kind of feel like it's just never gonna move then. Would be my concern. But then you were suggesting that if this is too small, then set the velocity to 0. But wouldn't it not move at all? Dragonblade says, the fastest way I can think of right now is you save the condition point, the collision point, to a variable, and your cursor movement will offset the save point. Oh, you know what? I actually do have an offset. Wait. I actually have code for that. I forgot. Thank you for saying the word offset. Hold up. Grabbed object, set global position, grab rate position plus grab offset. The grab offset is being calculated up here. Hold up. Grabbed object, global transform origin minus grab rate. Oh wait, this is right here. Hold up. Welcome, Psychonicho. Good to see you. 10 minutes to feed your cats? That sounds about right. I mean, if you have a bunch of cats, I could see how that would be. Certainly for feeding 2 cats, it can be an ordeal. So wait, if I use... the grab offset, so we say grab target position, and we set another variable here for grab point position. And the grab point position... This helps? I forgot that this was already here, but Dragonblade reminded me that this is a good idea. So then this would be grab ray position plus grab offset. Add the vector you were talking about so it cancels out? What? And then we want to say grab, not instead of grab rate position, I want grab point position. minus target position times 30. Assuming I've set this all up right. It's easy not to articulate well. My goodness, do I understand? All right, is this gonna be better? Oh, it's better! Okay, we still have another problem, but it no longer is sucking into the camera. Stormrun says, cool thing is about the cats, they kind of line up in a waiting line to get their food. The oldest always waits till everyone has some too. That's beautiful. That's gorgeous. What a lovely thing. So we still have a bit of an issue. So that has, thank you Dragonblade, that has absolutely resolved the issue of it getting sucked into the camera. However, one issue remains, which is that it lets go of it if I move too fast. So it's not like keeping up on it. This is actually the problem that I've had before as well. And if I'm clicking and I drag onto it, sometimes it kind of flings it. And also that. There's some concerning things happening here for sure. Where are you off to? I'm just holding the clicking button down. So that problem solved. But new problem is that it lets go of it. Turning up the, oh, now there's no offset problem. Turn up the velocity. Let's crank it to 100. Setting velocity 0 when not clicking. Oh. Okay. If input action is pressed grab, we'll create a velocity, or I'll create a variable velocity here, a velocity variable here. Variable velocity, set it to 100 or whatever. If input action pressed grab, velocity gets set to 100. Otherwise, velocity 0. And then plug that in here. Like that? Does that kind of work? Okay. So I've cranked up the velocity, to say the least. Oh! It do be flying. Maybe we should go a little lower than that. I feel like I don't need to really set the velocity to anything here. It's certainly up to something. Does it at least follow better? Hell no. No, because I was just holding. I didn't even let go of it. I was just holding it down. And it was flinging it. Absolutely not. Much worse. Considerably worse. Alright, there it's set to 30. It seems a little bit better behaved with the 0th setting. But we still have some problem here. Where it lets go of it. So again, my mouse clicks are right here, so you can see exactly... Well, there it kind of just flung it. You can see exactly what's happening with my mouse. So I haven't even let go of it yet, but it dropped it anyway. So it's dropping it before I even let go. So weird, if the vector length is 0, it shouldn't go anywhere no matter what you multiply. I mean, if I just, you know, oh, there it dropped it. And it seems like, too, falling over causes a lot of issues. because it hovers over the character hitbox or something, so it loses focus. I don't think so, because it'll happen if I didn't hover over anything there. I mean, we could check. I could double check. Like, maybe, but I don't think so, because there's like nothing there. But we could look to see what the raycast is seeing, to see if that changes. But I don't think it will change, but we can check, just to be sure. So I'll just say print. Let's even put it before here. If grabbed object is not null, print grabbed object. So we can see if that changes. We'll increase the velocity a little bit. So yeah, so we kind of come back to that same problem of it not sticking. If gravity affects it, then setting velocity 0 will only matter temporarily, right? I don't know. So, you can see in the bottom left over here, it's the cow all the way. Cow, 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 cow. The only thing it's seeing is the cow. Hey, Henry, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. It never sees anything else. You know, and even if I come and hover over other things, nothing is interrupting it. I think we want gravity. Yes. Are you suggesting I do something differently? Is it falling away from the cursor when the raycast stops colliding with it? Maybe. Possibly. Make a bigger cow and see if it still happens. Alright. Like, once we drop the cow, it should fall. But we don't want the old velocity to still be applied, sending it flying. Right. Well, isn't that... Oh, right, because I'm not letting go of it. Right, so we have to kind of figure out what that moment is where it lets go of it. And try to understand what's happening. I feel like if I just try to scale this up, we'll be in danger. I need to do this carefully. I have to be careful about how I do this. And then I have to make the collision shape bigger. That sounds like a winner. I mean, it's something. It still doesn't solve the problem of the dropping in the first place, but it does help it be more in control after the drop occurs. But it doesn't really resolve the drop. All right, bigger cow. The cow has been embiggened. Okay. It's a bigger cow now. It might help, but the cow needs to be small. That's the other thing, is I can't actually have a cow be this big. Ooh, it is a little bit better. We still lost it. Can you add a 2D plane mesh to act like a screen and then make the raycast only collide with the screen? That would help? Yeah, I guess that might help. I guess that could help. I could do that. And there's a lot of jitter. Oh, there, it let go of it. Again, you can see my mouse clicks. I'm not letting go of it, but it still drops it eventually. So much jitter. It's better, but still, let's go. You're not sure yet, and your bus is here. Thank you for helping, Rogi. Thank you for helping. I appreciate it. It's so nice to have you here. I can't wait until you can be here more often. It's such a help and a pleasure. But... And I mean, why even have it be 2D? And we could just make it like 3D, but kind of 2D. I kind of see what you're saying though, like as if it could like face the camera at all times or something. That could actually help. The jitter is also a problem. So while that did make some difference, some of the fundamental problems are still like there. You know? I like how the collision shape didn't get undone, but everything else did. Yeah, the jitter is weird. I did see in the comments of that video that I got this code from, someone had something they added to reduce the jitter. So that might be fixable by some other means. It's frustrating, you know, it's all very frustrating. Maybe that jitter is what's causing all the problems. Perhaps. It's hard to tell. Jitter makes it lose focus? Yeah, maybe. It's weird because it shouldn't matter if the focus is lost. I mean, I guess we could set it so that it doesn't, like we could say if as long as the grabbing continues, don't let go. Milo, oh, Milo, oh, Milo, oh, Milo, welcome to the stream, oh, Milo, welcome to the stream, oh, Milo, welcome to the stream, oh, Milo, welcome to the stream. Thank you for being a member and supporting Hyper Game Dev. Good to see you, Milo. Yes, I believe I do have myself a jitterbug. I think I might. Maybe if you use a lerp function to change the velocity, it will be less jittery, but not sure. If you use a lerp function to change the velocity, it'll be less jittery. Oh, you mean like, between these two? I will say, we're not actually letting go, so it should never... But then Rogi was also suggesting that we turn the velocity down if... I think something that's happening... I prefer slurp over lerp. Wait, what was a slurp? It's a different kind of interpolation. Wait, that is a different kind of interpolation, and it sounds funny. It sounds even funnier. Smooth interpolation. Slurp. Google says spherical. Oh, spherical. My 2 cents is to not have the player script control the grab system. The player script doesn't control the grab system. The camera does. But maybe that's what you mean? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying have a raycast node. Rotation interpolation, rolerp, rolerp, rolerp. It says smooth rotation, so maybe it's for angles. That sounds like that would be true. It sounds like that would be true. Why use slurp? Why use slurp? You generally want to use slurp because lerp is inaccurate. Linear interpolation. I wonder how they got the acronym. I forgot that it was linear. I just thought a lerp was an interpolation. I didn't realize that it was a linear, but that makes sense. Dragonblade, Are you suggesting using a raycast node then? So if I use a raycast node, I need that raycast node to be following the cursor position. But so all of this is on the camera, none of it is on the player. And actually, the tutorial that I was showing, that I got a lot of this code from, does put it on the player. And that's actually a way that I'm going against the tutorial. So there's a tutorial. This is the tutorial here. I mean, whatever you use will mark the cow as grabbed, and the cow itself or something external will move the cow to the cursor. Yeah, I could try that. That's super doable. Let's try that. I see what you're saying. Don't have it on this external script, even though you said external. But I'm thinking you're implying to do something that isn't external. So I would kind of take all this logic. So this would need to fetch the position of the cursor. We could even just use like the mouse X and Y, maybe? Like the viewport get mouse position, but that'd be a vector 2. So we'd have to turn it into a vector 3 would be the only thing. I do actually have a... I think that this, if we print this... Alright, let me not print this. Is this actually going to be the cursor? This is kind of the cursor position. This is the cursor position relative to an object in the background, which might not be what we want. Email Lerp came up with it because of a method. The person's last name was Lerp? But it sounds like the word interpolation. That's wild. For the first gasoline transportable chainsaw. What? Really? That's awesome. That's so cool. And yet we use it in computers and mathematics. That's wild. Look at that. That's a pretty fun fact. That's what that is. So don't depend on detecting player input to keep grabbing. You cast the ray. If it hits the cow, mark cow as grabbed. Anything grabbed will move to the cursor. Was a chainsaw transportable by gasoline, or was it a transportable chainsaw made of... Both. I think both. Technically. It's super interesting. And then you just listen for mouse release to remove the mark. I like this idea. I'm willing to try it. I'm so very willing to try it. So I still need to have the position. I still need to figure out what is the position that it's going to. So I think we have this messenger grab target emit. I could try to add an extra thing in here. Hopefully we won't get that weird Godot bug. If I say also call with grab ray position. This is going to cause some problems in other places where I've used this. So there's that. So at least that. We need all this logic. how to turn 2D cursor into 3D position for the cow to move to. I mean, I'm sure there's probably an easy way to do it, but I've never had to before. Yeah, I think there is. I think you can... I mean, we could always just, like, wedge the X and the Y and, like, have the Z be the position of the cow, actually. If I really wanted to, right? Just have the cow's Z position be the Z, and the X and the Y is just, like, where the mouse cursor is. One thing I don't like about that, although we can update it at some point, is I want this to have gamepad support as well. So like joysticks. And so the raycast will need to be moved based on the joystick position. So ideally, I don't have the mouse position being checked on multiple scripts looking for that, but rather we can unify it all at the raycast, and then in the raycast script I can add in something that says, you know, follow the mouse or the joystick depending on which is used. Oh, you're right. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, yep, that makes sense. Do you want to be able to move the cow towards the screen? Nah. I'm thinking pretty much the only things that I need, and this was part of a suggestion that you made last week. Let's get our cow. Let's get our cow. This is not a cow. It's not what a cow is. Cow's a lot of things. That ain't it. This is gonna look like a weird cow, and we're just gonna be okay with that. Alright? We're just gonna be okay with the weirdness of this cow. Okay. Honestly, it could have been weirder, and you know it. Alright, so there's the cow, right? And if I want to move this cow around, the only ways I really want it to move are left and right. So like if you move it to the left, it'll do and or down, left and right down. Just X all. I only needed to move. No, I don't need it to move towards the screen. The answer is no, I don't. I only need it to move in 2D space. I do not need it to move towards the screen. I mean, you know, I would like to be able to fling it, although we're not having any problem doing that on accident. So I doubt we're gonna have any problem doing it on purpose, maybe. But really all I want is for it to be able to go in these directions. Maybe up. Mostly down, to be honest. But up too. Just X and Y. 2 dimensions. This looks like, it looks like I mean forward and backward, but I mean up or down. So yeah. Just on the X and Y axes. I've been reading on this issue. If you move slowly, does the cow stay, or it flies away no matter how slow you move? If I move slowly, it'll stay. Yeah, if I move slowly, it'll stay. That's kind of the main issue. That's like my main problem right now. Is that if I move too quickly, then it flies away. An easy way to make sure it always follows is to have a grad variable that's set on mouse down on that card and then unset on mouse up. When it's grad, it follows the mouse. Yeah, I think that's kind of what Dragon Blade is saying. But Dragon Blade was also saying move it to another script. Which I'm willing to try. I'm willing to try that. But it raises a question of, like, when do I set it and when do I unset it? Like, more specifically, when do I set it and unset it? With playing cards? Alright, I'm gonna move this to another script, and then what you're saying, Stormrun, And I think it's kind of similar to what Dragonblade is saying. I'll set that up over there. So I'm actually going to eliminate this entire section, although we do have a lot of extra code in here. I guess I'll just delete it for now. Alright, then I'll comment all this out. Drop a pass in here. And if I put this on the cow, that'll be a little tricky, but we can do it. So we need to say that if the cow is seen by the raycast, I could add in an area 3D on here. I'm gonna call it health area. And it needs its own collision shape. Apparently Godot is always 1 frame late on mouse movement. Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting, isn't it? So I'm going to use this area 3D for the flag. If the difference between the cursor position and the cow position goes over a certain threshold, it means the player is trying to throw the cow. Just throwing out ideas might work. If the difference between the cursor position and the cow position goes over a certain threshold. Yeah. That sounds like a good idea for when to set those flags. So now I just have to set up a way for us to actually get the code on the cow instead. Yeah. That unmarks it. Or not. Wait, do I understand what you mean? Messenger health detected, emit. Okay, so we don't need to worry about this right now. We just wanted to check if it's the thing. Oh, actually, I guess I should have this call a different function. Is grabbed. So I'll have this be on is grabbed. Oh, grab target connect. Oh, wait, this is already, we don't have to add this in here. Oh, I don't need to add any of this. Hold on, let me undo all of this. Wait a minute. I don't need any of this crap. It's constantly being called. It's already checking to see if it's grabbed. If not in hitbox 1 for 1 second, then throws. Yeah. So, to me, I would just think if you just release it, then you throw it, you know? So it's gonna, it actually is gonna check this regardless. In fact, even without all the other logic I put on there, the arrow, so I took out all the movement logic. There's no movement logic right now on this cow. Oh, it doesn't see it anymore. Oh, we're getting a lot of errors, though. Error... Error calling from signal, grab target to callable, node 3D, hit points. Hit points. Oh, I think because I added an extra... Oi, here. We don't want that in there. We do not want that extra in there. Or do I? I guess I did want that in there. That's kind of the challenge, is I need to get that position. So there it'll hover, no problem. It won't grab because I got rid of the grab stuff. But when I click, it does hide the arrow. So that at least lets us know that that's working. Oh, okay. All right. I don't know what that means. Doesn't sound relevant though. So what I need to do is I have to go into all the places that grab target is at, and I have to adjust this, assuming I can even have this emission be detectable. It doesn't sound like something I need to worry about. I'm going to find in files, grab target, or let's just say messenger, grab target. Oh, it's only on these two places. Thank goodness. Beautiful. And then in here I need a second one. This is grab position. I'm not going to use it, but I think I need to at least put it in there. And then here as well, we want to say grab pause. Does that resolve the error? Yeah, it's amazing. We can just search the entire project. It's freaking awesome. Okay, that resolves that error. Good, good. Now in here, we want to add some more stuff. So this is if it's selected, if action pressed grab, then it's gonna do some stuff. Now, what Dragonblade was saying, an IDE would be even better. That's true, yeah. Then I have to like search it up and do it, as opposed to like it just being like embedded more into the... Wait, what do you mean? I might not actually understand what you mean. Like, isn't this the IDE? Aren't we in the IDE? Isn't that what this is? So I think Dragonblade was saying set the flag when we press it. I think that's what Dragonblade was saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. Otherwise, I'll just do it. It's just a text editor with fancy colors. Okay. Wow. All right. Good to know. A variable. Actually grabbed. We'll set it to false. And then if this is true, we're gonna say actually grabbed, set to true. Actually, I shouldn't create this here. Let's even put this in a process function. Screw it. A physics process at that. Variable actually grabbed. False. I don't even think we have a process on here yet. Let's make one. Function. Physics process. Paste all this crap in here. When text coding, I always put a full line of code name between sets. What? Oh, I see what you're saying. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, sometimes I'm more or less organized. If nothing else, sometimes I'll like just do a bunch of returns. Bam, separate. But yeah, that can be nice. Sometimes it just gets a little... You know, I try to label things every once in a while, but sometimes it's a little tedious. But that's not a bad idea. Okay. So this is the code from the other script that we were using. So we do have to actually set this up elsewhere, now that I think about it. Some of this isn't going to work here, because we have grabbed object stuff. We want all of this to get set up not here, truth be told. This looks like trash. And this stuff I'm gonna set in the function for the isGrabbed function, or wherever all that is. Actually, I don't want to put much of this in it. Really, the only thing I want in the physics process is probably the set linear velocity. Function ready, isGrabbed. If self is the grab target and isAction pressed grab. We don't necessarily need the action to be pressed for this. This is actually even saying if it isn't set. So actually, I might want to put this elsewhere. So let's do that. Instead of grabbed object, we're going to keep it as grab target. Oh, but that's storing it? That's strange. I don't remember why we need to do this. Oh, I see. So that way it wasn't null? That way it would never be null? I think that's what that's doing. To keep it from becoming null in the first place. So I'll say that that is happening regardless. Just all the time anyway. If grabbed object is set to null. Now grabbed object isn't defined anywhere. I'm so slow. I googled ID earlier and it said it meant I would. Makes sense now. Oh, like I''D? Interesting. Interesting. I don't know why we're doing this. This feels a little unnecessary, but I'm doing it. Like, why aren't I don't know. This feels strange, but okay. And then for the grab offset, variable grab offset, I think this is just a vector 3D or vector 3. And we'd also want to set that up here. If the grabbed object is set to null, set the grab offset to the grabbed object global transform origin minus the grab rate position. So we want to say minus grab position. Okay. Are you going to make a military helicopter? Yes, I will. Absolutely. 100%. Yeah, I guess this one's kind of like a more generic... I mean, military helicopters can be black. It depends on what military we're talking about, right? Like, if it's like the National... I feel like I looked up a National Guard helicopter for the one that's in there. I think. But it could also be like a police... I'm thinking it's more going to be a police helicopter. But if you're talking about like camouflage, yeah, for sure. I've got a blue crystal in my keychain. No matter what, it's colder than the environment. It's odd. There's probably a reason for that. It also might just be that it feels colder, but it's not actually colder. You put it in general? Did you explain it, or is it just in general? J. Jordan, with all the collaboration you've been willing to do, it makes me think I need to add a channel on the Discord for this project. Vim text editor with Godot is cool. Not a huge fan of Godot's built-in editor on small screens. Wow. I just do what I'm given. I'm just work with what I'm given. I mean, I've definitely seen some convincing use cases for using Visual Studio. Vim I've never messed with, though. Put a Sterling engine on it? Alright. Realism, not my first priority. Okay, so we've got... If self-target is grab, or if the grab target is itself, that'd be handy. Yeah, I might do that. Because it wasn't really necessarily my intention to need that. But since you're helping out so much, it makes me think it could be useful. Because otherwise it might just look confusing, like, oh, now there's a helicopter in general. They make electricity or movement from temp differences. If self is set to grab target and input is action pressed, grab. We want to establish the velocity, the grab target position, which is grab target global transform origin, which is really just itself. It's just itself, but whatever. It seems a little ridiculous to be setting a grabbed object when it's just itself. It's just itself. I really don't need to set a grabbed object at all. This is actually useless. We do want to keep the offset though. So I'd want to say really, I would just say get rid of all of this. And we just say whenever this function is called, it just creates a grab offset based on the grab target, which is just itself. It's just itself. Now there's a helicopter in general. Yeah. That would be the issue. Heat rises in your attic is always hotter than the room. If they made those into ceiling tiles, we would have free energy. I'm just gonna have to take your word for it on that one. So if this function is called at all, which is going to be often, it's going to update the grab offset. I feel like we don't need to even do this here. I'm a little concerned that we might need to establish that this gets updated before it sees it. But we'll just try it here anyway. Grab offset self global transform origin. Probably don't even need to say self. Probably say global transform origin. Grab target position. Are you not putting a heat pipe on it and a big radiator with a Sterling engine for free? Gee. If you take 2 runs of metal and stick them in the dirt, it makes half a volt of electricity. You can increase it for 120 volts. What? What? I believe you. What? That's cool. I'd watch that YouTube video. I would believe Stormrun. I would definitely believe Stormrun about that. Called Earth batteries. Whoa. Target position equals global transform origin actually grabbed. True. Okay. So we have a grab target. We have a grab offset. Grab position, we have that. That should be fine. Actually grab, we're setting to true. And then that's pretty much it. And then down here in the physics process, oh right, the velocity stuff. We need to have this get updated as well. grab point position equals grab rate. Oh, we need this as well, actually. Really, the only thing that should be in the function is this. Or the physics process, I mean, should be that. And then in here, we want velocity to be set to 50. So I'm going to say instead of and here, I'm going to do an extra if, so that this can be an else for the velocity. If self is set to the grab target, then check if the input is action pressed grab. And if so, set up the grab offset. I might need to set this up sooner. I might need to be setting this up sooner. Yeah, actually, let's set that up sooner. Let's set that up here, at least. I might even want to do it sooner than that. I have no idea. If the input action is pressed, create velocity integer. Set target position to be grab target global transform origin. Set actually grab to be true. Set the velocity to 50. If the input action is not pressed, set the velocity to 0. We also want to create grab point position. So I guess I'll do that. We could do that up here. Create the variable grab point position. Instead of grab ray position, we want grab position plus grab offset. Oh, the velocity isn't going to work there. So actually, I need to define the velocity elsewhere. Variable velocity as an integer here. Okay. Okay, grab point position not declared. Oh, right. So I don't want to create that here. We want that to be accessible everywhere. A variable grab point position. This is another vector 3. Okay. Grab target position is grab point position minus grab target position. So we need to actually update the grab position information as well. I'm going to say that's updating all the time. I don't love putting this here, but I'll deal with it. Grab position, like overall, I kind of liked it better on the other script, but Dragonblade said it, so I'm going to do it. Variable grab point, we'll call it grab point position, I guess. But then I should be using that, shouldn't I? Elsewhere. We want this to be the same as grab position. I can't remember what you guys said I should do. Oh, we're setting grab point position. Okay, so we'll keep that there. That's fine. I mean, this is kind of... Oh, I see. Then we're adding on the grab offset. Okay, well then just do that up here. Why is this being set here? Oh, we don't need to do this. What am I doing? We don't need that. Okay. grab target position is just going to be itself, which we have set as target position. So I need to also add that. But why? But that's just itself. We don't need to say anything other than itself. I thought we already did that. But okay. Hey, welcome home. That position node thing gave me some ideas for a spider game. Oh, good. Welcome home, Rogi. Dragon Blade. So a couple things. Dragon Blade convinced me to move the script or the code for movement to the cow itself. So I'm currently trying to do that. Probably doing a bad job, but I'm doing my best. And then I'm going to set a flag that says that it's grabbed on click or a variable. And then only when that variable goes to false, I'm still a little confused at how that's gonna work, right? But then it lets go of it, something like that. Anyway, that's what I'm up to. So I'm trying to get that code moved to the cow right now. I haven't actually tested it. Yeah, Rogi, you know, I figured if you were interested in it, that it might be because you wanted to implement it somehow. Okay, so it's getting a little overwhelming, but we'll get there. If self is set to the grab target, even before then, not before then. If self is set to the grab target, that is to say, if we're hovering over the thing that is itself, this is before we click anything, grab offset is set to global transform origin, subtracted from the grab position, which is called with this function, which detects when the grab ray hovers over it. So the grab ray position, grab offset. Oh, this is where I had uses before. I see. I'm not gonna say target position. I just don't fucking feel like it. So, excuse my language. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste this in here. We're just gonna say global transform origin. And I guess we just wanna, can I just do set linear velocity and it'll just happen on itself? Timeout. Wait, don't say that. You're a mod. Wait a minute. Ugh, thank you, Rogi. Jesus. Okay. Anyway, I needed a mod to do it. All right. So, shows leaves. We need a command that shows Lee's covering her mouth in shock from swearing the first time on stream. Oh man. I don't know. That's some Twitch stuff. I tend to avoid the Twitch stuff. I'd really need some strong convincing before I added some Twitch stuff in there. We'll see about that. Hello, Edward. All right, what was I doing? Thank you, Rogi, for allowing me to return. I appreciate it. It is such a like. I pride myself on this stream not being twitchy. Not being like Twitch and not having Twitch stuff like, you know, things that people can put on screen randomly that are just silly. To me, that stuff is like bound to be dated. I don't know. It's like tacky. It's just a personal taste thing. And like, it's like a way to tell you're not a YouTuber. You're a Twitch streamer. You're just on YouTube. And I don't want to give off that vibe. I want to be here for YouTube and do YouTube stuff. What does that mean? I don't know. But I don't think it means that Twitch stuff, personally. Okay, this might work. This might not frickin' work. I must have done something wrong here. Let's find out what. Isn't a Twitch like an uncontrollable movement? Why did they choose that name? I guess like playing games, like being twitchy playing games. That would be my guess. I guess Twitch can also mean like quickly moving. Okay, so it's not even getting hovered anymore. So something fundamental has broken. I didn't make the flag do anything, but I'm actually surprised that that's not working. If self is set to grab target, show arrow. Oh, because you know, I don't think this is, well, I'm actually a little surprised. Print, I'm actually a little confused. Some valuable, I think there's some valuable redemptions that still enhance rewatch value, but putting stuff on the screen is dead. Right, rewatch value. Exactly. Right? Because like if you're watching this after the live stream, like there's, I feels like it taints it a little bit. I think that is a question that should be asked though. Does it enhance VOD value? If so, it's a YouTube thing. Yeah. That's why I put chat on screen too in this way. I mean, obviously a lot of, you know, chat being on screen is not a weird thing. But I also try to filter what chat comes on screen for that reason. Why is, okay, so it sees the cow, but it just isn't identifying that as itself. That is a really good thing to think about, Rogi. I like that. Why doesn't it see that as itself? What is itself? What is itself? And why did that change? It's very confusing. So as soon as it spawns in, oh, maybe that function isn't being called anymore. That's why. Why isn't that function being called? Wait, it has to be called, otherwise this, oh, I see. Okay, actually it would have been called. Wait. Print, I'm confused. Print self. I started downloading my tutorials I use on YouTube because of ads every 5 minutes, making me forget what I'm doing. Nice, that's a good idea. Those look the same to me. Those look like the same thing. I'm just printing self. So why would it not show the arrow? Is the arrow in a weird place that I didn't realize? It doesn't appear to be in a weird place. It looks like it's in a good place. Did I remove it being visible? I did not. Meet mesh. Meet object. Why would that not work? Why wouldn't it show the arrow? That's like a pretty fundamental thing. That's very confusing. That's extremely confusing. Why would that not pop up anymore? Absolutely no ads. Absolutely none whatsoever. Look, it doesn't see it anymore. How strange. No ads whatsoever. I do pay for YouTube Premium. Absolutely worth it. Arrow is in a weird place post-crisis, but at least we get to see his children at work. Is that like a superhero character or something? Print. is self. I don't know, whatever. What? Why did this break? Of all things to break, why this? Get this helicopter out of my face. Oh, it sees it! What the frick? Well, I'm confused. I knew it. At least I knew that much. So why would it not show the arrow? And also not give me an error about the arrow. I mean, this was just already here. Yeah, it grabs itself. It does. Which sounds like it doesn't make sense. But this shouldn't... Maybe the grab target is changing? Hey, what's up, Medgard? Reminds me of a lot of those Rampage games back in the day. Nice, nice. Yeah, it does kind of have like that kaiju vibe. Absolutely, 100%. Yes. Yes. Except, you know, eating the humans, there's more nuance to the abduction or the consumption of humans. There's more nuance to it. Hello. Hello. Dude, I am a little irritated right now because I have no idea why this stopped working. What if I get rid of the physics process? I don't know. Oh, maybe because this linear velocity is being constantly set instead of this only being run. Maybe this is what I needed. Okay, maybe this is the problem. Oh, careful, buddy. Maybe because I need to say the grabbed true thing. Actually, if actually grabbed. I wonder if that has something to do with it. Then do this. Your tattoo is starting to look like skin again? Nice. Yeah, you got a tattoo, what, like a week ago? 2 weeks ago? Sounds about right. Show me that arrow. Come on now. Dang. What? This is so frustrating! All data's not drying out. You keep moisturizing it now. You keep moisturizing it. Buddy, I really don't want to cuddle. I love you. Just sit behind me. That's close enough, right? Gee, I'm a little... I'm having some issues. I wonder if some of this other stuff got messed up. And that's why. Like, if I get rid of all of this, all the stuff that I added in. Rogi, I'm serious. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Mandatory cat minute. There. It's not mandatory. It's not mandatory. What has changed? What has changed? I do love you, buddy. I love you so much. You're a wonderful, wonderful cat. You are. Get this helicopter out of my face. Yeah, take care of it. Dude, what? Oh my god, I'm so irritated. Why is this broken? Alright, I gotta use the loo. I gotta use the loo. It's affecting my ability to use deduction. So I am going to deal with that. I am going to deal with that. I will be right back. Give me like less than a minute or so. Travi, you're in charge of the stream. Alright, stay right here. He won't. Stay right here. Don't move. Okay, you're the boss. Alright, this is the microphone. Alright, that's the stream. So just make sure you look over here. Or just, yeah. You're in charge, buddy. Stay put. You stay put. Stay put. He won't. Stay put. Alright. It's the perfect stream. A cat, what could be better than a cat coding? That's tough. That's a tough one to top. All right, I'm having some issues. I need to resolve them badly. I'm honestly just gonna redo this whole attempt to wedge this logic in here. I'm redoing the whole thing. Like, I've just made terrible mistakes. So I am Control Zing my life away here. Almost all of it. Okay, so no, yeah, get rid of all that. Get rid of that. We do need to call that extra bit on there. What software is this? What's up, Morik? This is Godot. This is Godot. Free download. Free in every conceivable way. It's free and open source, in fact. That's what it is. It's Godot. If you have Windows, I recommend it. It's a game engine. Lets you make games. It's pretty cool. That's what it is. Welcome. Good to see you. You like making games? Is there something you like to do? Get this helicopter out of my face. Okay, arrow appears. Great, wonderful. We got an arrow. Beautiful. Now I start wedging this logic in a little bit at a time. So it's not just having this extra thing calling in here. That's not the problem. That's not the problem. At what point did it go away when I started adding all that logic? I don't know. If I just add a physics process, surely that wasn't the point that it started giving me issues. That would be ridiculous. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Arrow still works. Now I was smacking all this code down here. I'm trying to get my cow to be grabbable. I'm trying different ways to do it. What is Survive Escape? What do you know about Survive Escape? What are you talking about Survive Escape? What you know about Survive? What you even know about Survive Escape? How you talking about Survive Escape? What you know about that? What you know about that? Huh? Where'd you hear that word? Never say that in my face. I'm just kidding. Survive Escape is my dream game. It's my dream game. Highly classified. Highly classified. Milo knows. It's my dream game. It's the game that I would love to make, but is way too complicated to put together. Seriously though, Jordan, where'd you even hear about it? I thought I purged the internet. No, I'm just kidding. But actually, I am curious where you heard about it. Cyanide pill. Minecraft plus RuneScape. No, not that. Not that big. It's my dream game. A very highly realistic survival simulator that's focused on escaping your survival situation, not indefinitely surviving and building a giant fort that you live in forever. A la Minecraft. And I used to work on it until I realized that it was way too big for one person to make in any reasonable amount of time. Especially if I wanted to learn game development, since I'm new to it. If I try to make a game like that, I'm never gonna learn anything because I'm never gonna finish any game. So, what I decided to do was take mechanics that I had in mind for Survive Escape and make entire games based on that single mechanic. So that way these games are smaller, more achievable, there's more I can learn in making it, and then someday I'll come back to Survive Escape and I'll have all of these examples and experiences and code bases and whatnot so that I can use to finally build that dream game, perhaps. This particular game has a focus on limb damage. that was something I wanted in that game. I wanted you to have to manage getting hurt. Yeah, that is advice that I would give for sure. YouTube video coming soon about it, for real. So you can see the limbs kind of flash and then they get smaller when we take damage. And so that's going to actually affect your ability. So it doesn't actually affect your ability yet, but in theory you'd move slower, more awkwardly. You wouldn't be able to grab as far. You currently can grab as far. But in theory, it would affect your abilities. And then, you know, you can heal yourself. So if I walk over this cow, well, it won't work because we broke the cow on purpose. So the cow actually doesn't heal you anymore, but it used to heal you. And so, anyway, so this game right here sent evidence in DMs. Evidence? Just tell me, what? Us solo devs usually start off with the most extravagant of ideas. What happens is we discover it's too much for a single person to do, then we need to let go of certain ideas. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And who knows? You know, maybe I never go make my dream game. I don't even care anymore. I just think about, like, what was it that drew me to that? And what drew me to that were, like, certain mechanics that it would have, including limb damage that I don't see in a lot of games. And I want to explore that, and I want to do stuff with it. So this game just kind of was born out of that, and I have motivation to work on it because it has something that I'm interested in, which is limb damage and stuff. So yeah, so that's what Survivor Escape is. A project that I'll never finish. I did used to stream it. You're not gonna be able to find it. I think I might have made them all private. But I did used to stream development of it. Motivation fails, but it's important to keep going. Yes, 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 yes. So true. So true. Never say never. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I certainly hadn't considered that I would never go back to it. But now that I just kind of say it out loud, like, who knows, you know? I really like making small stuff. Oh, you were able to see... You can see all of those channels? Actually, I wasn't sure if anybody could see all those channels on Discord. Everybody can see those? It says it's hidden. That's not what hidden is, Discord. Hidden is not being visible, Discord. I think we disagree on what the word hidden means. Wow. I didn't realize those were all still there on the Discord. I'm amazed that you were able to see all that. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to do something else. So, and like you were saying, or like we were saying earlier, like I need like a place for it. He's cheating with modded Discord. Oh, that's cool. All right, go ahead, have your mod Discord. I don't care then. That's fine. As long as the average person can't see it, I'm fine. Gotcha. So like we were saying earlier, like maybe I'll create a channel so we can talk about this game. That's what this was. Oh, normal user won't see that. Okay, good. Then we're fine. No problem. That's fine. As long as it doesn't look messy to the average user. We're good. They've gone the way of the dish streams. Kind of. They kind of have. The dish streams. Oh, God. Milo referring to, I used to live stream doing dishes. I used to live stream doing dishes. Yep. I used to live stream. Same reason I live stream game dev. For the same reason. Which is to motivate myself to do the thing. I no longer do dishes. Alright, so I'm gonna try to add this logic in here piece by piece. I need to find out what those pieces were again. Do. They're gonna say the dishes were research for slim damage. Yeah, the same thing. Same thing. Exactly the same. I'm new to coding. I saw that your Godot script is similar to Python. Is it the same as Python? It is. Yeah. GD script. Yeah, that's GD script language. It's very similar to Python. Extremely similar to Python. Yeah. Good catch, Morik. Absolutely. Yup. And this is my first coding language, basically, that I've ever learned. Like, I did the tiniest amount of frickin' HTML, CSS, like, nothing serious. But I like it. It's been really easy to learn, and I used to be, like, visual scripting only. Blueprints, right? Give me some nodes that I wire into each other. I swore up and down that that's all I would use. And then I started learning GDScript, and I was like, actually, I think I like text coding. So I find it very usable. But yeah, it's super similar. You stopped doing dishes for like 7 years. Dang! Yeah, luckily I married someone who is much more adept at doing dishes than I am. Or more keen to do it. Is a python a type of snake? I believe it is. I don't know why Python language is called Python. But yes, a python is a type of snake. A ball python? Maybe there's like different types of pythons? I think the code that I'm trying to drag in here is... Oh gosh, I don't even know which on these clipboard... Oh my gosh, which one even is it? Oh jeez. I've got so much crap on my clipboard. Have I just lost all the code? I mean, we certainly need this. I need to set... Oh gosh, I'm almost like borderline burned out on this. If the grab function runs... Oh, I think I see what's happening. I think it's because it was setting the grab target. It's called after Monty Python. Really? Who is NotCheek13? NotCheek13 is a mod for the Discord. Is like the top dog besides me. Sheik is part of the Discord. Helps keep it running smooth. Keeps an eye on everybody. Make sure they're behaving. Adds new stuff. Must be the language the devil speaks. Python. Yeah. Yeah, you might be right about that. J Jordan digging deep. J Jordan trying to find all the secret stuff. Oh god. Alright, so I want to say, so we gotta create this freaking grab offset. Oh my gosh. Can't believe I'm doing this again. Variable grab offset. It's a vector 3. That's Java. I feel like I've heard that joke before. But I'm such a noob at coding that I can barely understand it. Grab reposition is going to be grab position. Okay, so are we good with this much? Can the arrow still appear with this much? Yes. Okay. Great. What's the next thing that I need to add in here that I forgot that I need to add in here? I kind of accidentally burned all that code down to the ground. And I don't remember where on my clipboard I have it. No, no Stormrun. Stormrun, no. I'm so far behind on fixing it. I'm so far behind on fixing it. I don't know if Pierogion is still here. Pierogion might have taken a dip out. What? And I just deleted all of this from here? Okay, I commented it out. Thank God. Okay. So we're ignoring storing the grabbed object for now. If grabbed object is not set to null, Pierogigon uses they them pronouns. How did you glean that Pierogigon works on map design? Is that because on the Discord you can see? It's not being creepy, J Jordan. You're being creepy. You're just being creepy. Stormrun, you were right. We get it. You can see secrets. Alright. But you're right. Pierogigon was working on the map stuff for Survive Escape. That's true. Pierogigon was working on map stuff for Survive Escape. Okay. If grabbed object is not set to null, we want to set the velocity. So we need to create the velocity. I feel so behind on this. I really do. And I know everyone, if I don't put this together soon, everyone who can help me is gonna be gone. Oh man. Some part of me appreciates knowing that people can see that so I can know what to think about it or do about it. Pierogigon has been a member for 5 months. Thank you, Rogi, for renewing your membership. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Rogi. You may not have realized that that just hit, but it did. It did. 5 months. That's a long time. As long as we've had it, really. See, I'm not even typing the right words. Velocity. This is just some integer. Come back over here. Grab target position. We don't need to set that. Do-do-do-do. It usually doesn't happen when people are live. Thank you for renewing it, though. I appreciate it, Rogi. Do-do-do-do-do. Grab offset, grabbed object global. Transform origin. Minus so the offset, so I want to set the offset. Did I create? I think we did. I feel like we did this already. My brain is getting a little mush trying to do this. Yes, we've got that. That is already established. The next thing to establish, if the input is action press, set the velocity to 50, otherwise it's 0. Okay. Well, so that's more like if it's been hovered and it's been clicked, then we want to say velocity gets set to 50. But I guess what y'all wanted me to do was say actually grabbed. So I have like this flag here. Making Tsunami and Unreal Engine is so hard. That sounds awesome. Yeah, yes, I merged it. Let's go. Thank you for setting up the README, J. Jordan. I appreciate it. Actually grab becomes true. We need to create actually grabbed variable. Actually grabbed. Plug it for water, but they want $400 for it. Dang. Start actually grabbed out as false. It becomes true in that situation. Perhaps in the physics process, we can say if actually grabbed, velocity becomes 50, else velocity is 0. Something like that. 350 called Fluid Flux. Looks very nice though, but I'll make my own. Yeah, make your own! Unreal Engine has a lot of really expensive plugins. You know, because the thing to keep in mind about Unreal Engine is made for professional developers, like AAA studios, you know, who can totally afford to do that. It's not meant for us. Unless you're just a rich impulse buyer, bless your heart. Okay, back to the other script. Grab point position equals grab rate position plus offset. Alright, so we do want that. Go back to the cow. Create a grab point position. We want to set that up early out here, I think, maybe. I've known a few rich impulse buyers. Dang. I've known of these folks. I can't say I've known them, though. Yeah, that's all I can fake. That's what I'm thinking. I wish I could impulse buy me some stuff. Shoot. So we want grab position plus grab offset to be the grab point position. Why do you say consider yourself lucky? Because they're like insufferable somehow? There's something really bad about them? And then this is where we're setting the actual movement. That's not what I copied. I guess it is. Oh, we have to actually have that position be updated. So I want grab. Oh, I guess it could just be, yeah, wait, oh, it's grab point position. Wait, what? Oh, no, we can just say it's itself, right? So global transform origin times velocity. Grab target, not, that's okay, it's itself. Has the arrow gone away yet? I wasn't checking along the way. Maybe not in general, I'm just being impossibly cryptic. Okay. I was like, ooh, what does it mean? Why is it bad? The arrow's not gone. Okay, good. Now the grabbing doesn't work, mind you, but at least the arrow isn't gone. Okay. So what have I missed? If self is set to grab target and input is action pressed grab, actually grab becomes true. If actually grabbed is true, set the velocity to 50, set linear velocity grab point position minus global transform origin times velocity. So like, unless I need to say like self or something. But I feel like it would have given me like an error. Why is there a 1 next to the helicopters? That is for the sub-obstacle damage. Oh wait, it's kind of working. Whoa. I mean, something is happening. All right, let me tell you what that's for. But now it's not working. Wait, is it? The cow was flipping. I don't know what's happening here. What? It's moving when I move. Yeah, it's moving when I move. Evidently, it does. Oh, you know what? You know what I think is happening? I think that when I'm clicking on it, it's moving it in a way that it collides with the ground. And then when I start moving the ground, it's moving this. We also have... We have this not getting unset here. Something is happening. Very interesting. Let me tell you about the helicopters, though. So the helicopters have 2 hit points. You smack them twice, they die. When they're mid-death, they can run into you and hurt you. So here, if it runs into you, it hurts the character, right? So if you want to avoid it hitting you, that 1 hit point is after it's destroyed and you hit it 1 more time, then it's going to blow up. Now, these are just debug numbers, right? So this won't actually be in the final version of the game, but they're just there for now for illustrative purposes. So I could actually kill it while it's in the air, and then it blows up and it won't run into me. That's what that's for. So then I can walk right through it. So it's just like an extra way for the player to protect themselves if they can click it in time or attack it in time. Does that make sense? So that 1 isn't actually active until the helicopter is dying. If I click this really fast, it's kind of hard. You know, the helicopter positions might be different someday, but the idea is then you can explode it before it gets to you. It's the easiest way to demonstrate it is if I kind of glitch the helicopters into the sky, like higher than they're supposed to be. It's a magnetic field emanating from the alien that repels all life. Oh, yeah, that too. So now we have this up here. Smack this out of the sky. So you can see if I click on it. Okay, I missed it. I have to actually hit it. It's not easy. But this can apply to like other objects too. So it's kind of like a system I wanted to set up so that objects that are falling through the sky can be attacked again. It's kind of like a second set of hit points there. See, I blew it up in the sky before it hit the ground. That's what the 1 is. Bam. So if I were to give that, you know, I could increase that number if I wanted to be 2, which would be harder, but doable. And then you can see a little bit more clearly what's happening, I think. Let me jump up in the air so the helicopters spawn higher. Okay. Smack it once, smack it twice, so it's falling through the air, click it once, click it twice, and then you can see that number goes down. Smack it out the air, 1, 2, blows it up. So that's what that does. See if I can get this one. Yeah. Is there an animation on the helicopter or all just code? It is, it's all just code. Yeah, it's all just code. Rogigon helped me set that up with a little help from Dragonblade too. Yeah, we did it all in code on the member stream on Monday, yep. Yeah, I think Stormrun was there for some of it. But yeah, we ended up not using any animations at all. So that way it can go as high as it needs to go and the animation keeps going. It's like all programmatic. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty sweet system. And it works well. I still want to add like more of like a proper explosioning in there. I did. I had Stormruns. I had animations at first, Stormrun, and then it turned out those weren't as useful. Yeah, we did. Okay, speaking of figuring things out, we got some cow problems. So, interestingly, clicking on it does do something. Look at it moving. You know what I kind of want to try? I don't even know how to try it. What is happening? Like, it's definitely getting flagged. So this is what Dragonblade was helping me set up in the first place. Paging Dragonblade if you're still interested to help. If not, that's okay too. But we are getting that flag set. So like right now, the flag isn't set. If I keep moving, the cow stays put. If I click on this thing once, now it's gonna move with us. But it looks like it's like colliding with the ground and then getting sucked into the ground. So the flag isn't getting unset. We could even do something special so we know it's set. How does the cow get its velocity? If that flag is set actually grabbed is the flag, then we add 50 velocity to the cow. If actually grabbed is false, the velocity is 0. And I'm actually not, there's no way to unset it right now. I mean, I could add that, but then it'd be kind of hard to tell if it's even set. So let me see. We could say that if actually grabbed is true, not only make the arrow visible or not, I could try changing the color. Strange that it moves with the landscape with just that. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, is it moving with the raycast or the landscape? Like, I don't actually know. I mean, I guess the way I would test that would be to, like, give it velocity somehow. I don't really understand what to say or do about it. The flip implies landscape roll. Yeah, it does. Like, maybe it's moving and then it gets caught on the landscape after? I just don't know. Yeah, it's hard to tell. It broke again? Oh, I mean, it's a little iffy. Really, just let me know if you send something there, and I'll go check it out. Oh, the flag isn't getting set. Is it because it goes invisible when we click it? I mean, I kind of wanted it to stay, but I guess not. All right. That Discord thing? It is a Discord thing. So I can have live chat. It's a little, it's kind of annoying to set up, and I prefer not to, honestly. But in theory, we could do it. Wait, it didn't break. You didn't even post anything in there. You didn't even type it. Oh, there you did. I see. You just did. Okay. It just wasn't appearing yet. Yeah, it's tricky. I have to have it like active at the, basically I have to choose between the YouTube chat or the Discord chat, but not necessarily, but pretty much, but not like necessarily. It's kind of weird. All right, J Jordan. Oh man, yeah, I don't know what the problem is. I wanted to set the flag somehow. I could add like a new shape in here. It becomes visible. There is a way to change the color. What if I say that we don't hide it? Because I did have a way to set the color at one time, where we could change it. And then we could maybe use that as a way to tell if the color isn't updating. I guess the color stuff doesn't work. Okay, cool. The color stuff doesn't work. Cool, cool, cool. That's fine. Totally fine. So maybe I'll just, you know what I'll do? We'll just print it. We'll just print it. How about that? If actually grab print grabbed is, and then we'll say actually grab, so it'll say if it's true or not. What is global transform origin on line 79? That's the position of the cow. Ooh, we got somebody who's asking questions. That's helpful. Thank you. And then we'll have it update here. On line 79, which is now 80. Yeah. Oh, do I need to say self? Maybe I should say self. Yeah, that's supposed to be the position of the cow. Maybe I should say self. I mean, in theory, yes. Maybe we could do that over here as well. But yeah, that is supposed to be the cow. Because I've moved all this logic from the raycast script to be on the cow script. I might be missing some code. This looks a little too simple. Am I missing something? Set the linear velocity to the grab point position, subtracted from the global transform origin. The grab point position is defined as the grab position which is coming from the, which should be constantly updating. That's the raycast position. And that's adding the raycast position to the offset. And the offset is the grab position subtracted from the global transform origin. Is something weird here? Is like the order of my code off? I believe we have lost Dragon Blade's attention, which is fine. Oh, interesting. I kind of moved it a little bit. Grabbed as false? Grabbed as false? How is grabbed false? Oh, then it's true. Oh, it's only staying true when I click it. Oh, so I think, okay, so that's very interesting. So if you look down here, it's reporting that it's false. It's because we have, okay. So it's only true for like a second, which means we're probably moving it a little bit, which probably makes it then collide with the terrain when we start moving, and then it starts tumbling in a messy way. That kind of makes sense. What's up, Riz Lord? The cow is doing some flips. The cow is doing acrobatics, is what the cow's doing, truth be told. I think we need to change from is action pressed, if self is the grab target. I'm surprised that it keeps unsetting it. I don't really understand why it's going to false. I actually never told it to become false. So it was on click instead of on hold. I mean, it is on click, but it should, there's nothing telling it to unset that flag. Nothing is saying make it false. I do have this if statement in the physics process. If actually grabbed is true, tell us if it's true or false. Otherwise, tell us that it's false. So basically, if it's true, it should tell us that it's true. Otherwise, it should tell us that it's false. Right? Is that how this works? Did I do this right? I don't really understand how it's becoming false, because literally nothing is setting it. It's false by default. By default, it's false. But why would it go back to default if nothing, like once it's set to true, it should stay true. That's got me a little confused. Is it because multiple cows? Oh, it's because multiple cows. Well, what the frick am I supposed? Oh, so that, okay. What? Well, what am I supposed to do about that? I guess that's why setting the flag is not a good idea. Unless there's some way to set a flag and keep it, like, local to the script. Yes. It must be because of multiple cows. I mean, I could try spawning only one cow. I'm not sure how to do that, though, but I mean, I need there to be multiple cows. There needs to be many cows. So I feel like it would be important to find a workaround to this. Yeah, that's gotta be it, Rogi. But that's just a reporting. So it might be, it might not be, so, okay. So it's just reporting all the falses. That doesn't mean it's actually becoming false, actually. Kinda. I mean, kinda, yeah. I mean, no, but yes. Joe says, my internet is stuttering, but it looks like the direction of the velocity vector is in the direction of the collision point to the cow's global transform origin, which I don't think is correct. Would it need to be in the direction pointing from the cow's origin to the cursor? How would I fix that? Just change these, like the subtraction? You know, this worked well when I've had it in another script. All that I've done is I've moved it from an external script to itself. Unless I've forgotten some logic. I think what I need to do is I need to make sure that it's not going to report anything unless it's the one that's being hovered. So I think I should actually move this here. Reverse direction by multiplying the parentheses by -1. But then again, it doesn't really make sense with the multiple cows, does it? Oh, I see, because else is true here. I gotcha. Okay, actually it does make sense now that I think about it. Actually, it makes total sense. That the else would be printing. You could reverse direction by multiplying the parentheses by -1 or reversing subtraction order. But I don't think it is. I don't think it is reversed either. I was gonna ask for a recap so I could potentially help. Then I realized I have absolutely no way of helping besides cheering you on. So I hope that's good enough. Thank you, Insane Alpha Beta. I appreciate it. Man, I would really like to resolve this issue today. I am stunned by how long this has taken in general. So now it's printing true constantly. So there you can see the cow is cooking. If I click on it, it moves with us. So yeah, I think the false was just not a helpful report. All right, Jay Jordan, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll work on making that channel in the Discord. Yeah, so they're detecting everything separately. It's just all that we're really doing is we're activating the velocity, but it's not actually moving the cow to the cursor. It's giving it velocity, right? But it's not actually moving it. It's hard for me to help because I don't really understand any of the components, including grab conditions, grab point. I'm not sure how raycasts work, etc. That's okay. Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, it's all made in code. I don't know if that helps anything. Let me say this. So let me print. I'm gonna print, and let's actually do this in the physics process. If actually grabbed. Instead of this, I'm gonna say name should be at, and then we're gonna say grab point position. Just so I can see what values it's actually printing out. So I'm gonna look down here in the bottom left to see what it's printing out. The numbers don't seem to be changing much. What if we get rid of the offset? Like, I know the offset is important, but what if just for the sake of testing, we see if it works if I get rid of the offset? For now. Just to see what happens. Oh, then it works. But it's now doing the problem, which it's coming towards the camera. Now it's still dropping it. So we need the, so something is off with the offset. It's still dropping, as you can really clearly see, because there is no flag. The flag never turns off. It's always on. It's on all the time. So it's still not moving with the cursor. But what we can say is it doesn't need to be hovering over it. Actually, it doesn't really make sense. So actually, I think part of the problem might be that the raycast is not doing anything if it doesn't, it's not sending out any data if it doesn't see anything. But we want it to put out data whether or not it sees something. Perhaps. One way or the other, don't you have to use the raycast target position or somehow change the cursor position into a 3D position for the cow to move toward? It is a 3D position. Can gravity be making it roll? Yeah. So, okay, so the position is a vector 3D. It is the position of the raycast. That much is certain, that much is set and fine. I just got rid of the offset, and as you can see, it follows it well, other than it's sucking towards the camera. So there's something wrong with the offset that needs to be adjusted, because it's just keeping it in the same place. The other problem is, I believe that the raycast position is only being sent out when there is a target that it sees. Whereas I'd rather that position be sent out regardless of there being a target, I think, is what's happening. So we have the position here. If raycast result is not empty, right there, then it updates the position. The problem is it's probably going to give us an error if it's empty, which wouldn't be good. So like I could move this up here. You'd fall out of your chair if you sat like that? This is a nice chair. This is a very nice chair. I don't think we'll be able to get grab ray position. Oh, maybe we will if I move this up here. Okay. I feel like this is gonna cause an error, because I think if it's empty, yeah, it doesn't like that. So it needs to not be empty. Otherwise, we have problems. So I do have this other one here. I do have this other raycast position. And what this looks for is this object in the background. But I'm pretty sure it's going to cause us some issues. But I'm kind of curious to know what happens. So what if I add 16 on here? That is to say, it's going to look for this thing in the background to base the position on. There's like this box in the background. So that must be where it's going to when I move it, and then that's sucking it into somewhere we don't want. I'd actually not want it to go to that Z position. This is confusing, but it's also not. That was definitely smoother. Yeah, I think the problem is the cursor is going off of. I wonder if there's some way we could like increase the collision area while it's selected. Because obviously I don't want the cow's collision area to be freaking huge all the time. You know? I mean, there's a lot of problems with that. Especially as a collidable thing. That would be devastating. Really wouldn't want that. That's gonna be tricky. Because it wants to look for... Yeah, so the 2 plus 4 plus 8 is the way that collision masks and or layers are read by Godot. So in this case down here, that is just 16, shoot ray 16. This is looking for the layer that corresponds with 16. The reason why we need the plus for 2 plus 4 plus 8 is because it's reading it in, I think, hexadecimal? Not hexadecimal, sorry. In some form of bits. So, for example, let's pull up one of the things that it would be detecting, which is this. So this right here, this is the layer of collision. That is to say, what the raycast can see. Does it matter that the bottom is 16 but the addition is 14? No, none of that matters. I like that you're puzzling this out, but I promise you it's unrelated. I mean, if you want to learn, I'll teach you, but I assure you it's unrelated. So if you look on here, right? So I'm hovering over layer 5, and its bit is 4, its value is 16. This 16 means that we're talking about this layer. Godot only... I can't say layer 5, I have to say layer 16. So similarly, if I want to point to what is... I want this raycast to see things on layer 2, things on layer 4, things on layer 8. It's not actually on 2, 4, and 8. Well, this one just happens to line up. 2 is 2. 4 is 8. So actually 4 is 8. 3 is 4. Someone who's more computer savvy will understand this, or more, you know, computer math savvy will understand this more easily, I think. And so in order to say, find both the layers that correspond to 2, the layer 4, the layer 8. Oh my gosh. Okay, it does make sense. It does make sense. I promise it makes sense. It absolutely, it 100% makes sense. No. It works differently. Like this was a whole thing. Okay. I wish, you know who helped me put this together? I believe it was Psychonic Joe. I wish Psychonic Joe was here to help me, but I will do my best to explain it to you. Because I only understand it in so much as it didn't work until we did this. Wait, Dragonblade, you're here? Wait, Dragonblade's here. Now look, if you don't want to help, I understand. I don't blame you. I never expect anyone to help. But if you are helping... Oh, you were here when we figured the bits out? I can confirm the bits were important. It's super important. The collision point is closer to the camera than the cow's global transform origin. I think that's why the velocity has a component that's also toward the camera. Interesting. It's just the engine's way of wording it. It is the engine's way of wording it. So I feel like the best I can do to help you is to go back to that live stream. Because I only remember in so much as... The bits can be important, but you're just passing... I know, but the function... Okay, so the function... Yes, correct. So the function is going to break that 14 down into 2, 4, and 8. So by passing 2 plus 4 plus 8, we can see that we're pointing to the layer that corresponds to 2, corresponds to 4, corresponds to 8, and it's clear what these are connected to. And so by adding it together, when the function receives it, it's going to break it down in this same way, right? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. And I don't remember if typing in 14 made a difference. I know you didn't mean to. I know you didn't mean to. You know, it's good learning. I wish I could explain it better, but I had help from you guys. One of you guys who isn't here. What stream was that? That was... Maybe it was this one. Or was it? It could be any of these. It could be so many of these. I really don't remember. I could try searching the transcripts. Oh my gosh. Damn your curiosity. Let's see, which one of these is it in? I feel like it was Psychonic Joe who was here. I don't think it was that one. None of these are looking like the right ones. Let's see, maybe if we just do bit. Oh my god, it's showing so many. It's showing so many. I don't think it's this one. It could be this one. I don't think it's that one. The auto cut. Yeah, they might have heard his bite. Maybe. That's a good point. Certainly possible. Certainly possible. Man, I say the word bit a lot. I say it so much more than I would want. I could search the word plus. This is tough. This is tough. Oh, maybe... Yeah, I just don't remember. That's tough. That's a tough one to find. But it's in there somewhere. I feel like I pretty much get it though. And it's that it helps us know what we're adding in here more correctly. I feel like it's more for us than for Godot that we're adding the pluses. But I can't remember. So, you know, that's the best I can do. I think it's the best I can do. Maybe was one other thing I could try. I could say collision, because usually here's psychonic as psychotic in the subtitles. Let's see if it hears psychonic or something like that. Psycho. I should spell it right. That'll help. Psycho Ocelot. If it's for you to know you are, then sure, but for Godot, that's just 14. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why. I'm pretty sure that's why. But I just can't remember, and I don't remember what stream that we did this in. And I just have to, like, you know, go through all of them. They're so long. The streams are so long, guys. Maybe if Psychonic Joke pops in, I'll ask them what we did. It auto-transcribes your voice? Yeah. Yeah, so there's captions on all these videos. Yes. And then I can search them, but it's not always easy to search. I guess I could always look for raycast collision. Yeah, we still kind of we just say these things a lot. We say all these things all the time. So anyway, we're just wasting time. Okay. Can we... Why does it have that flag next to the stream? Oh, I think that's the language is what that was. All right. I want to work on this. I wish I could explain that to you better. I shouldn't have spent so much time on that. That was a mistake on my part. Forgive me. So, okay. Here's where we're at with this, okay? So, I have this flag being set. I think, Dragonblade, that I've done what you had tasked me with. I think. I've put the script on the cow instead of being on the camera. I don't know if I've set it all up correctly, but I've tried. Yeah, so I had to get rid of the offset because the offset is, for some reason, causing it not to act. And so that's why it's getting sucked towards the camera, is because there's no offset. That is to say, the position that the raycast collides is ever so slightly off of the position of the cow. And so because of that, it's constantly moving it to close that gap, and that gap isn't, you know what I'm saying? So it's like constantly moving, continuously moving. So that's the only way, that's the best way I can get it to work for now, unfortunately. It still doesn't quite keep holding onto it. So like it still drops it and lets go of it, which is not great. But I wonder, you know, we could try actually now we could probably try increasing the velocity. And that might help that. I don't know what to do about the offset. That's kind of its own separate problem that I have to resolve. Schmack, schmack, schmack. Get out of here. Die, helicopter, die. It adds a lot of jitter, I'll tell you that. I guess it's better. It still kind of just like drops off of it. There was a suggestion in the comments of this video on how to reduce jitter. So I'm a little curious to see here. I added distance calculation between the A and B vectors. Variable C A dot distance to B. And that kind of looks like an offset. Variable calc A direction to B, pull power times C, picked object set linear velocity times the calculator. Direction 2 is same. Oh, interesting. So that would normalize the offset or something. I don't know. This is kind of interesting. This might help with the jitter, but we have some problems. I have some problems. First of all, I can't even use the offset without having issues. So this actually got rid of the grab offset. If I add it back in, the thing is just gonna stick there and sit there. But it will have velocity applied to it. So if I click it, it's now flagged, right? But it's not following anymore. And in the bottom left, you can see it's printing the cursor position plus the offset. And you can see it's barely moving. Now, if I start moving forward, it's going to collide with the ground because it has a velocity set to it. So it's colliding with the ground. So something, I'm calculating my offset wrong. We're subtracting the global position from the grab position. And then maybe there was something that Joe Schmo was saying that could help here. I don't think setting that to self improved it or not. And I feel like switching these is gonna cause an issue. But, you know, just for the sake of saying I've tried it, I will do it. Smack that out of the sky. Actually, that's strange. So that's incorrect, for sure. But at least it's doing stuff. I wonder... I wonder if we're not updating the offset correctly, because that is something I did differently than the way it was set up over here. How are you getting the should be at position? The should be at position is the raycast result position. So the position of the raycast result, which is the result of shoot ray, and all the things that it's colliding with, all the things that it's supposed to collide with. And that's where this position is coming from. And then that's being fed into this emission, the signal emission, grab target, grab ray position. And then this is running on the process. And then this is being picked up by the cow right here. And then I'm taking grab point position and we're adding that grab position, or we're setting grab point position as that grab position that got sent from the raycast. And we're adding that to our grab offset. The grab offset is the cow's global transform origin minus the grab position. I know I didn't explain that in a good order, but hopefully that makes some sense. And then down here, the should be at is that grab point position, which factors in the offset. If I take out the offset, it just sucks into the camera. So and then this, you can see that the should be at position is constantly updating. So somehow subtracting that offset is like, it's not actually updating the position well. So here, it pretty well updates it. You know, again, my cursor is still jumping off of it, but at least it's generally kind of following it. And you can see it updates. You're not using grab point position in the set linear velocity. Seriously? Aren't I, though? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, right. Oh. That's unoffsetting it. Oh my gosh. I knew if anyone could catch it, it'd be you. Okay. Get out of my face. Get out of my face, helicopter. Get out of here. Oh. Delete. It's just deleting it. I mean, it's not. Oh, the debugger has something to say. Object went too far away. Wow. A profound yeet. There is some other logic that I was going to set in here, which I guess I might as well set up. Which would be... The problem is... But this is going to bring up the same issue, isn't it? Or rather, this should be global transform origin distance to grab point position. Global transform origin. Oh, that didn't work. I mean, I could set that as A. Did I type it wrong? I did. Okay. I'm like, wait, what? Thank you. Thank you. Grab point position. 100. That's a little strong. We could bring that down a little bit, truth be told. We just want to save velocity, though. Times C. And then instead of this, we would say global transform origin set linear velocity calc. Cannot find property self set linear velocity? What you talking about? What you talking about? What do you mean you can't find it? The hell you can't? What? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, self. I see, my bad. Just kidding. We just need it to be set to itself. Gotcha. We don't need to do global transform origin. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. So to the set linear velocity, you need to pass raycast point, cow origin, offset, how fast? Oh. The thing that I'm wedging in right now is just something I got from the comment section of the tutorial that was supposed to fix the jitter, and I'm kind of curious what happens. Okay, nothing special. We're still doing the same thing. So to the set linear velocity, you need to pass raycast point minus cow origin plus offset. Oh. So this is doing raycast point, so we need to add the offset back in there, is what you're saying. So I would want to say this plus offset. Or something? Perhaps? Get out of my face. Okay, that's... Okay, let's not do this weird code that nobody suggested that I do. Let's just go back to the way it was. I'll keep this here in case this becomes interesting at some point. Burn this down. Self-set linear velocity. Raycast point minus cow origin, which should be grab point position. Grab point position. Oh, that's adding it. Oh, I see what you're saying. So grab offset. Wait, but that is the offset. Wait. Oh no, I guess it is different. This is getting very confusing. Wait. So the offset needs to be the cow origin. The offset needs to be the cow origin minus the raycast point. That's what this is saying. You're saying add the raycast point, or subtract the raycast point from the cow origin, and then add the offset back onto there? So I guess I'd want to change the grab point position to be something else. Instead of being grab position or the raycast point plus the... Wait, what? So I want to say grab position. You need to calculate where the cow should go. You get that from origin plus offset minus raycast point. Grab position minus global transform origin. This seems really weird. And then you're saying add these two together? That's not what you're saying. Is that what you're saying? I'll do it. I'll do it. And then multiply that by the velocity, which I guess I should do. Velocity. Let's see what happens. Unless I did it wrong, which is entirely possible. I'm not sure what's happening. I'm clicking on it. I'm not sure I understand what the offset is meant to achieve. So, the way I understood what the offset is meant to achieve is that we have the cow, right? And then we have the raycast collision. So this is where the raycast collides. This is the cow, right? Because the cow has a collision box around it, right? Not that. So that's the cow's collision box. When the raycast hits it, it's gonna hit right there. And so if we're modifying the velocity of this, then what it's gonna do is, well, it's going to, I mean, this is the best I understand it, is it's going to keep trying to chase these 2 points. I know I'm messing this explanation up a little bit, but basically the offset would close this so that that way the point would move to right here, and then it wouldn't, because otherwise if we don't do the offset, it's gonna constantly move it forward because it's trying to close the gap between the cow and the point. And so the offset is keeping that gap from being there, so it's not constantly chasing it. All right, Stormrim, right? And then by putting this in here, it no longer will constantly chase it forward. That's how I understand that to be working. I'm not entirely sure how. I'm so confused by this. I mean, this is what makes 3D hard. This is what makes 3D hard. For sure. I'm living in it. But this doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not as lost as you? Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. I guess there's something in not being as lost as someone who doesn't know what the code is doing. Even though I kind of don't. Yes, his position is not really updated. It is kind of updating. It does look like it's moving somewhere, but somehow that... It probably broke something else by setting it up this way. Okay, I'm gonna undo a lot of this. Oh, I zoomed out. Oh, I hate zooming out. It's so slow when it zooms in and out, and it tries to set it back up. I hate this task. Dude, this isn't gonna get fixed today. Man, I don't think this is gonna get figured out. I mean, I'm at the point where, like, I don't even want to, like, mess with this anymore. Like, I do, but I also don't. Like, I'm not saying do something else entirely. I guess I'm imagining, like, trying a completely different method than this. Like, leaving this method behind. Grab offset equals itself's origin minus grab position point position, grab position plus offset. This is fine. For the set linear velocity, we want to say, I don't even remember. Grab point, position, what was it? Before I started adding all this in here, because I do like this as something to try at some point. Because like the following day, I've had that happen with logic and dreams where I just get stuck. Next day, I'm like, oh, right, why didn't I think of that? Yeah. You know, I've actually been working on this many times. I worked on it like 3 months ago. I worked on it last week, and I'm working on it today. And that so far hasn't been enough. It's quite all right. This is what we're here for, is struggling. Yeah, this has really been the hardest thing to set up of everything in this game. This has been the most difficult thing to set up. It's what I've struggled with the most. And I'd really like it to work. But unfortunately, just liking it to work isn't enough. Cow position minus collision point always gives you the vector from the cow to the collision point. How fast it will try to close the gap is only dependent on the value of that velocity. Right. Right. Exactly. Right. Totally. Yes. That's right. Correct. Yes. That's why we need the offset. Is so that way there isn't a distance between the collision point and the origin of the cow. That's why we need the offset. What is it I'm trying to do? Trying to get the cow to move around, be grabbable and movable. This has existed in a prior form that was inferior, and I'm trying to make a better form of it, and it's iffy. It's iffy. It's harder for me to show you the prior form unless I show you a video. So it would mean the offset vector in your code isn't necessary. It is. It is. It's so frustrating because like trying to go back to like the old version is always such a pain. All right, let me show you where this worked. All right. Oh man. Okay. So let me get this back to a point of it not working enough. Okay, grab position plus grab offset. So this should lead to the tumbling. This should lead to it tumbling if I've Control Z'd correctly. If we click on it, it'll tumble on, yes, okay. Let me show you what we had before, Joshmo. I'm gonna comment out this. Oops, I mean, just delete that. So this is the closest we've gotten it to work. And the problem is that it's getting sucked into the camera. This is one of the two closest versions. So here I can pick it up and move it around, but it's getting sucked into the camera undesirably. Interestingly, unless I move, now it's going away. And sometimes it's still dropping off of my cursor. And I can't even bring it down. I don't even have good control over it. It's just like floating away now. So like this is not a good solution right here. But you can see it follows the cursor to some extent. But I'm not like it, I don't need to click or anything because if I just click once, it's now assigned to it. So if I let go, it doesn't matter. It's just constantly staying on here. But if I move the cursor too fast, it lets go, which isn't good. This has been the problem in every version of this. This also has the problem of it getting sucked into the camera. Dragonblade was trying to explain to me a way to set up the offset here, but it doesn't seem to be working, at least not how I understand it. Okay, so that's one way that this can work. Another way this can work, let's see if I can remember how to set this up. I need to comment out all of this. Comment out the entire physics process. I think that's it. Actually, grab true doesn't really matter. I think we're okay, right? Everything is still functional for the most part. I'm just gonna make sure the arrow appears above. It does. Okay. So then on the camera, or the raycast here, I'm going to add in the old logic that had some functionality. But per Dragonblade's suggestion, I moved this logic to the cow instead of having it off the cow. So that may be enough. And then I'll tell you where the offset fixes it, if this is going to work. Which it may. Okay, so this is, this has been the best version of it so far. So here I can pick it up, and it follows the cursor. Now it requires that I keep clicking, or I keep holding the cursor down. This has been the best version. Oh, there you saw it flew away. So it's got some problems. It's got some problems. So you can see when I'm clicking and when I'm not. That one is done for. So if I click on this and I move it, we're good. It follows it, no problem. It's a little jittery, but overall it's working. If I move too quickly, it's gonna drop. And I didn't let go of the cursor. So that's not a great thing, but at least it kind of moves with the cursor. Now, the offset keeps it from getting sucked into the camera. Now, if I get rid of the offset here, so if we don't use the offset, everything will be the same, except it will now get sucked into the camera. At least. It's actually getting sucked beyond the camera. It's going elsewhere. Right? So the offset was, and I think if we slow it down, it might go more straight into the camera. It breaks when you move too quickly. That is one problem. That is one of the problems, yes. Okay, here you can see it more specifically replicated. So I'm clicking on it, and you can see it's getting sucked into the camera. The offset is what prevents that from happening. Because the offset is making sure there isn't a gap between the collision point, which would be right here, and the origin of the cow, which would be here. So I wanted to show you this, Joshmo, just so you can see where the offset helps. So we add the offset back in, and the offset is similar here, where it's the object's origin subtracted from where the raycast is hitting that object. And that resolves that issue of it going cattywampus. And so now it's under a little bit more control. We do have some jittering issues. But, and so then the other issue that we had with this version was we weren't turning off the collision or the velocity. See, if you accidentally let go, that is to say, it breaks if you move too quickly. If you accidentally let go, the velocity is not 0. So it's going to go flying somewhere, and it's gonna move around in an undesirable way. It also tends to roll around, which makes it very difficult, if impossible, to pick back up again, which is an issue. And so if I just like hold my cursor down and bump into it, you can see it just kind of like shoots off. And so Dragon Blade had suggested moving this code to the cow script itself, setting a flag to true when the conditions are met that we should be grabbing it. And that's the version. So I'm gonna comment all this code back out. That's the version that we're stuck with currently, that sucks it into the camera, and the same offset logic isn't working. And Dragon Blade was trying to explain to me a different way to do the offset logic, but I'm not exactly sure how to make it work, truth be told. So I'll comment all this back out again. I think that's all we have to comment out. Pretty sure. come back to the cow. That wasn't too bad to comment in and out, truth be told, as far as things go. Bring this back in. This just sets the offset. And actually, we can just Control Z this. So if I do, this is the setup the same way. It's set up the same way here as it is on the raycast script where we were just looking at it and the offset was necessary. This is set up the same way. But instead of like working, it just flags this as having 50 velocity. So it's now flagged, and if I start moving, the terrain is going to move it because it has that velocity added to it. 50 or whatever it is. And so it's moving with the terrain until it just like tumbles onto itself. If I remove this offset, it's going to start getting sucked into the camera again. But it moves kind of the best that it has. It's kind of the best version of the movement, except that it's getting stuck. And it still breaks, and you can still, like, move the cursor away too fast, but it's still working better than ever. Other than the fact that it's coming towards the camera. And so Dragon Blade was trying to explain a different way to do this, but I didn't really understand it. Calculate where the cow should go. You get that from origin plus offset minus raycast point. But see, what I'm not understanding is when Dragon Blade says offset, do they mean subtracting the global transform origin from the grab position? Because then it's like, so if I comment this out and I say set linear velocity, global transform origin minus the offset and then subtract the raycast point. So I would need to go get that. I need to set that. So we can call it that, I guess. We could say variable raycast point. Come over here and say grab or raycast point is set to grab position, which is coming from the raycast. And then subtract the raycast point. And then we also want to multiply that by the velocity. I mean, this would be what I think literally Dragon Blade is saying. I think. I'm pretty sure. But it's setting the flag. When I move forward, it just, I don't know, sucks it into nowhere. What's the debugger saying? Object went too far, so it just deletes it. Wait, why subtract offset? His code says add offset, no? Does it? Oh, yeah, good call. All right, let's add it. Thank you. Good catch. Good catch. Thank you. Thank you. I missed that. All right. Now we're trying it. I feel like it's going to do the same thing, just the other direction. Yes. And the debugger's going off again because it's saying that it's just deleting it because it goes too far away. You just get sucked into the ground. So that's why I don't understand what Dragon Blade is saying, but that's okay. Dragon Blade isn't obligated to get this right. I also could be implementing it wrong. So I'm really not sure what the best way to put this into effect is. I just don't know. Again, this is just gonna have it stopped in place. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. Try scaling that vector by like 1/20. How do I do that? Oh, the one that is exploding it into nothingness? Oh, I guess I could have done grab point position. I just realized if I take the offset out of there. It's fine. Just divide it by 20. Just the whole thing. Just add another parenthesis. It's a lot of parenthesis. I guess I'd want to do that before the velocity. It's a lot of parentheses. It's a lot of parentheses. And then the other thing that's curious is we can see like the positions down here in the bottom left, and the positions don't look all that weird. I mean, it's not going into nothingness, but it's... What? I mean, that's an interesting idea because it does give us some kind of clue as to what's happening. Is it going the opposite direction of the cursor? Kinda. So I don't I don't really understand what's going on there. It's interesting. But like, what's it doing? I don't know. So to me, like, if I'm gonna get the most out of what we're doing today, which is kind of what I settled with initially when I first started working, the first time I set up this mechanic, which is like, well, I guess for now I just accept the like best version of it, which seems like the one that's on the other script. That seems like the best version. It's not a good version, but of all of these, it seems like the most effective version. So I'm gonna comment out all of this, and I'm just gonna work with the other version. I feel like for me, that's the best idea I have. And we'll not do any of this. So that should eliminate that. Come back to this script. You know, that way it's not like we're just leaving this half-finished thing. It's just like kind of broken. Am I forgetting something? I don't know. This might give us the version I'm looking for. Because there's more steps to this mechanic, yeah. So this is the best version. The problem is that it throws it. Right, so that was kind of the problem. I guess we could do the flag here, and that should keep it from getting thrown. So I'll say, not just if input action is pressed, but rather if it is pressed, we're gonna set actually grabbed to true. I don't think if it moves towards the camera that it's necessarily a bad thing, but maybe it conflicts with how you envision the gameplay. Oh, completely. Yeah, it's a total bad thing. Utter bad thing. I mean, the gameplay is supposed to be that you grab the object, right? So, like, you're reaching out and you're grabbing something in 3D space. And then you either are going to move it one direction or you're going to move it the other direction. That's it. Either you do this or you do this. Or you could ideally throw it by moving it in a direction and then letting go of it. And then it could throw if you let go of it. So it needs to be able to, there's no reason for it to come close to the camera. And the thing is like, if we could give a reason for it to come close to the camera, but it would need to stop at some point. And then we need the option to either have it come close to the camera, or we can move it this way or that way. As of right now, it coming close to the camera is a mandate with that other method. There's no way to say, okay, hey, don't suck into the camera, please. Stay over there. Right now, I don't have a way to do that I know of. Yet. But I hear you. I hear you. Unfortunately, I need there to be options. I need the player to be able to have control over doing different things. And I need it to feel good. I need it to feel kind of good. If the input action is press grab, set actually grab to true. I guess I should create this somewhere else. So let's just put this up here. Variable actually grabbed. I don't love this here. I feel like this would be very bad to put on here. I actually think we do need to put this on the cow. Now that I think about it, this needs to be on the cow. The flag must be on the cow. Let's put the flag on the cow. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense if we put the flag on the cow. Right? And then we just need to make sure that flag gets communicated back. So if this happens, and I think I do have like a health grabbed signal. But I was using it a bit differently. I'm gonna have this emit. That's gonna be different though. I'm gonna do this differently. I'm gonna say health released. Do you really want to do that here? I don't think you do. Get rid of this. Just get rid of that for now. Or leave it, just comments it out. I'm gonna put this on here. I don't think it's being used anywhere else. Just to make sure, I'm gonna find in files. Health grabbed. We have the messenger signal. On the health, I've commented that out. On the body part, It's just here as a variable that we're not using, so that's fine. And then on here, it's connected to be picked up, but I don't really want that to be picked up anymore here. And this runs a move health function. Oh, we are using that. Oh, I see. So that's how it's even working. So we actually do need that to be emitted there. I see. That's kind of our flag. Our flag, okay, interesting. So then I guess what I could do, I mean, this probably has other issues now that I think about it. Okay. Oy, oy, oy. If I put this back in, something I just want to test real quick before I start messing with this. A problem that I had before with the other system is I couldn't click multiple cows. So I can grab the, oh, okay, I keep throwing it. Grab this, no, stop! Grab it, put it down, grab this one. Okay, I can do multiple. Okay, cool. So I think we can set this just fine. That looks so funny. I think we can set this just fine. We'll say that when this happens, when move health happens, that's when it sets it to true. Actually grabbed becomes true. I feel like this is a mistake, but I'm trying it anyway. Variable actually grabbed. Something about this doesn't make sense, but I'm doing it anyway. And then instead of if input is action press grab, we say if actually grabbed. Then set the velocity, otherwise 0. So the only way this actually wouldn't go to false if we do it this way. That means it should continually stay grabbed and never become 0. Oh. Because a function is only called, that's a little confusing. Wait, why would that not stay grabbed? Hey Killa, welcome. It's going okay. I'm struggling, but emotionally I feel good in my life. But as far as implementing this mechanic goes, I don't think today's gonna be the day, but I'm gonna do the best I can. But you know, I'm having fun, so that's what counts. How's it going with you? Thanks for stopping in, Killa. I'm a little confused. I guess because this should be like in the process. That's why. So, I mean, but I would think, anyway, I'm not gonna worry about it. We're just going to pull this out of here. And we'll come to physics process, and I guess just drop that in there. What does that do? Something about this seems off. It just seems freaking off. Oh, the velocity was only defined in that one? Okay, cool. So now I have to, this is, oh, it's such a mess. Velocity equals 0. This just, we don't even need this. Oi, oi, oi. I have to be making mistakes. I must be making mistakes here. So it still is requiring me to hold it. I shouldn't be able to let go of it at all. So if I click it and hold it, it's still just releasing it when I don't want it to. Oh my goodness. But if I let go, it drops it, which we don't want to happen. Over here on the cow, as long as you're feeling good, you'll find all the solutions eventually. I'm feeling good too. Thanks for asking. Yeah, of course. By the way, I still can't send any image in your Discord server, not even in private, but that's okay. What? Really? You can't send any images? Oh, have you have you agreed to the rules yet? You might have to agree to the rules. That could be the problem. That could be the problem with that. That might be what's going on there. Oh, you have? I don't know then. You can't send images? I didn't know you couldn't in the first place. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I'll have to look into that for you. How strange. I'll let the mods know. Maybe someone else can figure it out. Since I'm live, there's not much I can do, but I'll at least ping the mods. All right. Well, I sent a message to the mods about it. I'll look into it later, though. That's weird. You should be able to do that. Well, why on the cow? Would it not? If it's set to the grab target. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. So I would want it to set actually grab to true without... I mean, or the emit... I mean, it should... I guess it just doesn't keep emitting it, but it should just happen once. I'm very confused. If the health grabbed happens one time, it should set that boolean to true, and it should stay true. It shouldn't ever go false. It shouldn't go false at all. I should be able to go even... look at it, whether there's multiple cows or not. I should be able to print. This is freaking weird. I'm even just gonna say in the process function. It's all very frustrating. It's fun, but it's frustrating. Print. What is it that I'm looking for? Actually grabbed. Because it should really so it's false. It should really never leave the cursor. Yeah, it's staying true. It's remaining true. But the cow is no longer sticking to it for some reason. Do I have like a condition? If grabbed object is not null. Maybe because the grabbed object is becoming null? Maybe that's why. So then don't even worry about it. Just do it. Just do it. Super weird. It's all weird. That seems like a bad idea, right? Really? Even then, it still lets go of it at some point. I'm very confused. I mean, I could try some combo. Oy, oy, oy. I don't know. I don't know what to do. 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 Because even this version of it, like, I can't... It doesn't work well enough for me to implement. I don't know, man. This has been by far the most difficult thing to implement in this whole project. Which is frustrating, because it seems like it shouldn't be so difficult. Alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm trying a different way of doing it. I'm not doing it this way. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do it this way anymore. I mean... Am I actually having the actually grab do anything? Did I set up this flag, but the flag isn't doing something? They were using rigid bodies. Yeah. Yes. They were using rigid bodies. Absolutely. I'll show you the tutorial if you, for whatever reason, you're interested. Put the link in the chat. But yeah, it's all about rigid bodies. Wait, so did I set up this actually grab set to true, but I didn't make it do anything? I mean, no wonder it didn't do anything. To sound obvious. But really, I mean, I set it so it shouldn't even matter. I don't know. I don't really understand what's happening. I'm commenting this all out. And I'm just trying a completely different method. I'm trying something completely different. Because this is all very frustrating. Why was that? What did I think I was going to achieve with that? Oh, if actually grab the velocity, that's what I was setting. In the physics process. Right, I remember now. Oh, nope, no O. I revoke my O. No O. Yep, nope, don't know. Don't understand. Comment out all of this. So at this point, the cow should just be hoverable with no other interaction available. It can just be hovered, but not clicked anymore. Wait, it did... Oh, because I bumped it. Okay, great. So that's it. Simple cow sits there, gets hovered. But I don't even want the hover to work anymore. I, like, want it to be fundamentally, completely different. Truth be told. I want a completely different method. I'm even thinking I create a new object entirely. I really don't want to, though. Maybe I just won't. I'm gonna say... Instead of... Yeah, let's actually make a separate object. I'm gonna make a new object. We're gonna make it all from scratch. I'm gonna follow that tutorial to the T. I'm gonna follow it to the T, which is gonna be a little tricky because the project is fundamentally different, but I don't care. We're gonna create a new object from scratch. And the only thing that's gonna be the same is, well, the problem is that tutorial has us set an arbitrary point. That's why I can't follow that tutorial to the T. Because we don't have a point. The only point that we have is the cursor. So I would need to then convert. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll look at the tutorial. All right, I'll be back, guys. I gotta use the bathroom. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do. I'm completely lost. I hate this. I actually hate it. It's like the most frustrating problem. I can't believe how hard this is. All right. Anyway, I'll be right back. What the monkey? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Dang, I almost want to just do something else.
In your camera.
This tutorial is from YouTuber Abra.
The raycast, we are going to give it a length. I'm gonna give
You'll see early on here why it's quite different from the project that I'm making. The project that I'm making, we have the first-person character, a third-person character, we have a third-person character, and the camera is fixed above the character. In this tutorial,
I'm just gonna talk about how you can pick up
it's a first-person character, and so the raycast can just be a point in front of the camera, right? And so that makes this a little bit fundamentally different.
Hey there, today I'm going to show you guys how you can pick up and rotate objects in Godot. For this first part, I'm just going to talk about how you can pick up the objects, and hopefully in the second part, I'll show you how you could rotate the objects that you picked. All right, let's get started. I'm assuming that you guys have a functioning player controller. I'm not going to go over that. I'm just going to talk about how you can pick up a rigid body, and that's it. So this is our player node. It's a separate scene, and we have a really basic setup here. And we are going to need two nodes to get this working. The first one is going to be a raycast, and the second node is going to be a position 3D. And as you can see, these nodes are attached to our camera, and make sure that these nodes are centered in your camera. Okay, so let's.
All right, let's just do it. Screw it. Let's do it. Screw it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Screw it. We're gonna create a raycast. We're gonna create a marker. That's what we're gonna do. Screw it. Let's do it. That's my attitude right now. Screw it. Let's do it. So we've got our camera here. And in the camera, I'm going to add a raycast. We're following it. I don't care. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add in here a marker, which is the position thing they were talking about. Now we want the raycast to be pointing in a different direction. Now the camera, it's going to be a little tricky because the camera position is not going to be quite the same as it seems. Because the camera is not actually right down here. So actually, I probably shouldn't be moving this so much. Let's actually just put it back in here. Because this camera changes its position via code. So the camera is actually moving up to this point up here. So it moves to right about here, and then it interpolates. So it's constantly moving as the player moves. It follows the player movement. So that's going to be kind of interesting. And I'm probably going to need to make the raycast a lot longer. And this would in theory move the Z position of the object that we're grabbing. And that's just going to have to be okay. So I'm going to rotate this 90 degrees. I have a feeling we're going to need this to be a lot longer, would be my guess. But I guess just to keep it with the tutorial, we'll just not worry about that just yet. So the marker, it looks a little different here than it does in the tutorial there. But it's the same kind of thing.
Talk about the raycast. For the raycast, we are going to give it a length. I'm going to give the length of 5. As you guys can see, it's right in front of our camera. Make sure that the raycast is in front of your camera, otherwise it's not going to work. That's why I put a -5 here.
So I'm probably going to need it to be quite a bit longer than that, would be my guess. So raycast, I think we want it to be like, where is it? It's pointing down still? Okay. Oh, 180? Okay. Why does it look so weird? Oh, because I guess the camera is rotated? This is strange. This is kind of weird, right? If I put this at the default, there the raycast is pointing out that way. Oh, I guess the Y is what I want to move. Okay. That's going to be actually a little too far. Let's go with, let's just, to a T. Tutorial to a T. Screw it, let's do it. We're doing the tutorial to a T. Now, even though they're doing the Z -5. Oh, but they made the Y 0. Well, that changes things a little bit. I see. So they're not doing the rotation. They're leaving the rotation alone, and then they're changing this. Gotcha. I wasn't following it to a T, guys. That's what happens when you don't follow it to a T. Things go wrong. All right. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't forget to enable it. Otherwise, it's not going
I think ours is enabled, so we're good.
For the position 3D, this is going to act like our hand. In a way, whenever we pick an object, it will come here and stay here so that we can move it around. Now I'm going to rename these nodes. For the raycast, I'm going to call it interaction.
Rogi's been messing around trying to make it, and you can make it
and now the script
with magic numbers in code, but you're having a lot of trouble doing it in a clean way. But does it work? Most because I don't understand raycasts. Okay. All right. I'd be interested to see what you've made and like poke around in it or something. I'm incredibly, deeply freaking intrigued to a profound degree, to an unimaginable degree. Deeply, deeply, deeply intrigued. Why does my raycast go so far? It does it? I guess it doesn't. It only goes that far. That seems like not far enough. It wouldn't work in your project because I'm using numbers to guess where it is based on the viewport size. Okay. Right, but I'm saying maybe I could just see what you made if you just like put it on GitHub or something. But yeah. Okay, that's fine. This seems like it's gonna be, dude, I need to make this further. Okay, maybe not to a T. That's not far enough. I gotta make this further. Yeah, hook me up, Rogie. Okay.
scripting.
So we've got our hand down here.
For the position 3D, I am going to call it hand.
We're gonna name it hand to a T-ish. To a T-ish.
And now this.
And then they also named their raycast 3D interaction. Screw it, let's do it.
Scripting part. All right, first thing that we're going to need is references for the nodes that we created.
So they're doing this on the player script. Fine. So be it. So they're typing up these nodes, interaction in hand. So we're going to say, I'm going to onReady these variables. OnReady variable interaction and no, not that. OnReady variable hand, and then we'll just have those be the references.
Need some other variables. The first variable that we need is a variable where we are going to store what object we picked. And I'm going to call it pick object.
All right, you know what? We'll call it the same thing. Variable picked object. We're not going to get anything different. Period.
And then we need a second variable where we can store how strong we are going to pull the objects. I called it pull power, and then I gave it a value of 4. And now we are going to need a function so that we can actually
that would
pick
be
objects.
like our velocity, basically. I believe. But sure, we're going to call it pull power. And set it to 4.
I call this function pick object, but you can call it whatever you want. What we have to do here basically is using this raycast that we created and detect rigid bodies around us, or to be more specific, where we are looking at.
Oops. Function pick object. So it's going to look for...
So here what I'm doing is really simple. We create a variable, and then we are saying that this variable will be every object that our interaction raycast is colliding. And then we're checking if our raycast is actually colliding with something or not.
Oh, yours doesn't work,
we make sure that this collider is a rigid body. And
it's just a mess. It's hard. This is hard. It's okay. This is hard.
Output. Collider is a rigid variable.
This is the hardest thing that I've done on this project.
Really simple. We create a variable, and then we are saying that this variable will be every object that our interaction raycast is colliding. And then we're checking if our...
Okay, so we're setting a variable called collider. And this is some function that we're creating called pick object. Variable collider is interaction.get_collider. Okay. If collider is not set to null, oh, they're doing equals. They're doing it kind of different. I don't know. Hopefully this works in this version of Godot. They're in 3.4. If it's not set to null and collider is rigid body. We'll probably need to say 3D. If collider is not set to null, and collider is rigid body 3D.
Raycast is actually colliding with something or not.
Then we're going to print colliding with a rigid body. So this is just a test. This is just a setup to make sure that that much works. We do have a rigid body already, but we're creating a freaking new one
So
let's just see how they set it up.
And then we make sure that this
So we do
collider
it exactly
is a rigid
the
body.
same.
And if everything checks, we will gonna see a message in our output saying colliding with the rigid body. But this is not enough. We will have to call this function so that it can actually work. And to do that, I'm going to the input section here. And here we are going to say if input is action is pressed. I'm gonna make it left mouse button, but you can make it any button you want. And here we're just gonna call the function that we created.
So they've got an input event function. All right, fine. I don't care. I'll do it. I guess actually, it might already be in here. Now that I think about it, maybe not. It is not. All right. To a T, to a T, to a T. Don't care. Doing it to a T. Not the way I would do it, but it's the way we're going to do it. Input event, and then we're going to say if input is action pressed, and then the grab. In our case, it's the grab button. And that is action just pressed? Like, give me a version of this that isn't exactly what I want. I'm fine with that. Like, I'd be fascinated to see something that vaguely freaking works. I'll take it. And then we want to call pick object. Okay.
I have my player controller right here, and I'm just gonna create a rigid body.
So they are making the top level of it be a rigid body, giving it a mesh and a collision. All right, let's do it. You say what you made because maybe I'll be able to properly get the raycast collision point. Okay. Yeah, I might be able to. I didn't know how to set it up how I wanted. Okay. I wasn't sure because you said it doesn't work with like velocity or something, but all right, I'll check it out. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow this tutorial to a T. Screw it, I'll do it. Just to see if like it fits somehow with this project in some way. And then this has got maybe a couple minutes left. It says 5 minutes, but I've got it on 1.5 speed. So I'm going to see, and then, you know, so however long that takes me to set this up, and then we're going to see how that goes. And then I'll try that, and then I'll freaking try that. I'm sure you can't stay up much longer, though, so I probably should check it out soon if we're going to get some feedback from you. But who knows? Maybe I'll just experiment with it. I'll be back tomorrow, too. I'm feeling I'm going to be working on this still. You got to work with velocity, but the point isn't exact because I couldn't get the raycast to point to the wall that I made. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could just use our existing raycast. So then it might plug in pretty well. Of course, this project is available as a GitHub repo if you wanted to snag the raycast we already have set up, but I understand. That's a lot of effort. I don't blame you. Don't do that. Pick object. Cool. So now we're adding the raycast as a rigid body. Basically, I made a wall flat to the screen and was trying to point the raycast to the wall based on where the mouse was. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I've got something like that too, but that's not what I'm using for this use case. Wouldn't aim at the mouse. Yeah, I mean, you could. So I mean, look. You know, you can check out what this tutorial is going to have us do, and then, you know, where I set up my raycast that I've been using is using a GWiz tutorial. And that also, not that you're asking, but it's the same one that I have set up in code on here. There's that YouTube link. Again, not expecting you to look into it, but just in case you were curious and you wanted to, that's the raycast that I have set up. It is totally set up in code. It is not a node, which is what this tutorial is going to be having us do. So I'm going to give it, we'll do as much the same as possible. Make it a box. And we'll add in a collision for it. Make the collision a box. I'm glad it was fun. Let's go. All right, all right, all right. I'm glad it was inspiring to check out. It's unfortunately not an easy problem, but I'm definitely gonna check out what you did, whether you're here or not. I'm gonna be looking into it. I have a feeling I'm gonna still be working on this freaking tomorrow. I might be working on it freaking next year. I don't know. But it isn't gonna stop me, because this is like too important to the game. I must learn this. I must. Okay, so there's our rigid body. Great, it exists. Anything that's dissimilar, they're calling it box. We'll call it box. Box for box. Okay. So then we just have to make sure we put it in our scene. So let's add it to the scene. I need to save this, which I have just created. Let me close some of this stuff that's in the way. We're going to put this in... do we have a debug objects? Do we have a debug for this? Management? I don't know that I have a debug. Well, oh, maybe I've added one, but then I like didn't make the commit. Okay, so we're gonna say debug objects. And this is a box. Okay, cool. And then we'll come to the grass and we're gonna add this debug object on in. Just like that. If we could snap it to the floor, that would be great. Okay, there's our debug object. So all that we're checking now is to see if it sees it. So if we hover over it, it should print down here that it sees the rigid body, unless there's something else. This tutorial is going to be like, oh wait, I forgot to tell you to set this up. Okay, so it definitely doesn't see it. I don't know why it would. Why would it see it?
Says colliding with the rigid body, which means I'll click here. It's not gonna print anything. If I click here, colliding.
Oh, we have to click. I forgot about the clicking. And not only to click it, but it has to be right in front of us. So this is why this tutorial isn't going to work for us, because it's not going to be following the cursor position. It's just this line that's sticking out from the camera, man. Like, that's not helpful to me. If I was going to put it somewhere, you know where I should put it? I should have it coming out of the player, not the camera. So I should actually move this stuff to be a child of the player, the interaction and the hand. These should be on the player. Again, the game is just, our game just demands something different. And I'm even going to add a 3D or a node 3D on here, so we can just move it more easily. I do not feel good about this. This does not fit our use case, but maybe it can be adapted. So again, it has to be right, and it has to be something that can be bumped into by the player. So if it's not centered with the player, it's not going to see it, which is pretty garbage for our purposes. It's pretty trash. And then on the player, I'm going to need to update where the objects are located. This is really not relevant to our use case. Why am I continuing? I know I am continuing because I want something. Rogi has given us something. And just putting this together, I more and more feel like I should just check out what Rogi did and set this aside, but whatever. All right, so if I get close enough to this and I click, we should say something. It doesn't say. There it goes. Colliding with a rigid body. So you see how close I had to be? So I'm spamming click, 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 click. And look in the bottom left. When it starts printing it, there it starts printing it. But if I'm like over here and we spam it, not going to see it. It has to be right in the center. Totally not our use case. Like, because I need it to be able to move at different points. So, I mean, in some ways, you know, I could set up our existing raycast to go with this, but the problem is the hand. which we, well, you know, and maybe, you know what? You know what? How about this? What if we adapt it? What if we adapt it? So on the player right now, the script that, or the code that they were having us set up, it was based on that collider and if it was colliding. So let's hook it up with our collider. And I don't even need to put this on the player. I don't need to put this on the player. What if I snatch this off of here? We just snatch it right off. Just get it out of there. Get out of my freaking face. Right? Get this function out of here. Get out of my face. We come to the camera where our raycast is. I create the function here instead. I'm just going to put it at the top because I don't feel like it not being there. Paste it. Oh, it's not a function. Oh, these are the... Well, we do want to put this in the function. Func. They were calling it picked object. Let's make it fit with our use case. Now, it's not going to move based on the cursor, but it will at least get hit. I can't say, but I dropped in live chat how I would do it. Whoa! Whoa! The collaborators have been working. Okay, well, you know, I mean, at this point, we've got 2 project collaborators giving ideas. What am I doing faffing around with this? Dragonblade can't stay anyway, though. Whereas Procyon can. Thank you, Dragonblade. Enjoy the rest of your night, day, whatever it is for you. Dragonblade says, here's how I would do all that grabbing stuff. Somewhere, probably the camera node will have this. And then on the cow, it would have this. Wow, you really typed it up. You typed it the heck up. Whoa. And Rogi, if you're still here and you want to compare to what Dragonblade put together, long day tomorrow, so you need sleep. Good night. Good night. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for sharing this. I will do stuff with this. All right, guys. All right, guys. We got stuff to work with. We are not on Lisa's own. This is in the live text on the Discord. If you want to tinker with it, I'm going to. Good night, Dragonblade. I'm going to continue with this. I'm gonna play the music while I do this because I don't know when I'll go back to the tutorial. I will, but first I gotta set this up. I guess I'll stick with this. You can project rays entirely from code. Yeah. That's what this does. That's what we've got here. That's what. Yeah, that's what this is. That's what all this is. We've already done it. That's what we've been working with this entire time, is this raycast that's been made in code. That's what we've been doing. You didn't know that? Looks right here. Shoot ray. It gets the viewport mouse position. We define the length. We define the origin. We set the to and the from. Again, I dropped a link in the chat to a GWiz tutorial that taught me how to do this. And then Dragonblade is doing something very similar here. Creating the raycast, so we can compare side by side to see what the difference is between them and if they're similar. It looks exactly the same at this point. It looks like the same at this point. But yeah, absolutely. And actually, this tutorial that I'm following isn't doing that. But I'm gonna take the one that we've made and I'm gonna try to fold it in, potentially in vain. Yeah, the node is not... The node... Yeah, I wouldn't bother with that. I wouldn't bother with that, because then you can't, like, define it as being around the cursor, potentially. You might be able to. You moved it around, and it was terrible! Yeah. No, don't do that. So, you know, you guys might both have some methods that work, and it makes me want to not do this. I don't even know what to do now. Prokion, how much time do you have? Like, when do you have to go? I'm asking because I want to ascertain. If I should drop this. What I want to do is I need to get... Oh, I was going to put this script, the stuff the tutorial is having us do. Oh, it's like now. It's like now. You gotta go now. So I won't even bother. I'll just check it out. We're just gonna do this first, and then we'll check all that out later, and then we'll see if it works, and we won't have any input from anybody. I just have to survive. Hey, I'll take it. I'll be back tomorrow anyway. You're approaching the T-minus 8 hours, but I never get enough sleep until May. I hear you. I'm hearing you say you're willing to stay up. Is that what I'm hearing? Where did I put this code? Where did I even put this code? Oh, up here at the top. Oh, okay, okay. Well, in that case... You tend to sleep around 10 p.m.? Okay, so you usually have a couple hours. Maybe I'll finish this thought. So I don't actually need any of this. I don't need any of that because we already have the detection over here. And this is gonna see the cow. The difference is that this doesn't only see rigid bodies, this sees a lot of things. So what is it that the tutorial is going to have us do? Ultimately.
If you remember, we created a variable called picked object. And now what we have to do is say picked object equals to collider, which means this collider that we are colliding with currently is going to be our picked object. And then in our physics process section, we are going to need a couple of lines to actually pull that object to the position that we created, this 3D position that we created so that we can move it. Okay, what is happening here is basically we are checking if we have an object.
So it's just setting the object here, which we can already set the object. Is that salt? It is not salt. It is not salt. Well, kind of. This is just an old container that I put shredded wheat in. But I did season the container, which has some salty substances in it, and I may or may not be dumping the bottom of the container, which has those salty substances, and then eating them. So it's like a mix of shredded wheat pieces with seasoning. It's awesome. Dude, shredded wheat, seasoned, it's like chips. All the deliciousness, none of the guilt. Oh man, I'm kind of burned out on doing this. Let me see what you guys made. I'm honestly freaking burned out on this. Oh man, like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Okay, let me try to do it. Because I want to say that the, because they're setting it up so we detect the object on the raycast script. And here, we can set that, just set it like this. All you gotta do is do this right here. If grabbed object equals null, set the grabbed object to the grabbed target. Store the grabbed object right there. So there you go. Grabbed object equals grabbed target. Done. Perfect. Set. Up. You just need to put it all right here. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. And then we can wedge in here the code that they're giving us, which is, and I guess they're putting this in what?
This collider that we are colliding with currently is going to be our
in the input
object. And then in our physics process section,
physics
we are going to
process
need a couple of lines to actually.
So we do have to make sure this actually updates a global variable, which it looks like it is. So we'll be fine. So then we're going to come to the physics process up here.
Pull that object to the position that
so
we
much
created,
for
this
2
3D position that we created so that we can move it.
And this is pretty much the same code that we were already setting up before.
Okay, what is...
So the picked object, global transform origin. The biggest difference here is that the object isn't going to follow the cursor. That's the only difference, which is going to reduce the complexity considerably. And isn't really what I want. So why am I following this? I don't want to do this because all this is doing is this is reducing the complexity. This is taking it from being something that we can move to the cursor, and it's changing it to something that's fixed at one point. And in the tutorial, by the end of it, they have an object that you can grab and move around.
Okay.
But that's not following the cursor. That's following the first person player position and then the like fixed point that's in front. So it's kind of like, it's like doing this, like the player is moving it by the first person movement like this. But that's not what I want. No, you know what? No, I'm not doing this. I apologize, but like I don't think this makes any sense. I'm gonna undo all of this. It's so messy. This, I kind of want to just like I did last week, I don't think I want to commit this. This tutorial is too far gone. I mean, the tutorial is good if you want to have something being held right in front of your face. Sort of like, you know, like in, you know, a Bethesda RPG, right? When you pick up, or like in Skyrim or something, or, you know, you click in the, if you're playing on a PlayStation, you click in the R3 button or whatever, you grab it, and it's like right in front. It's basically that mechanic. But that's not the mechanic that we want. The mechanic that we want has us following the cursor, or a raycast that is more movable rather than just being right in front all the time. So it's not the right thing. I thought it could be the right thing, but I don't think it's the right thing. So let's go to Pierogion stuff, since we have Pierogion with us. Let's see what Pierogion put together. Now, I don't actually need to make many changes to this right now. So I'm just going to, I'm going to get rid of, I'm going to undo everything that I did. We're going to undo it all. A part of me kind of wants to just commit it and burn it down. Is that bad? Is that bad? I kind of just want to undo everything that we've done today. Which I hate to do it. I did that last week too. Everything that I did, I just undid it. Because to me, it's like we're just creating more mess. We're just adding so much more mess in here. For what? For what? I think that's bad, but it is good. I mean, you know, it's I don't know. I think it's good. I think it's good. And I think you're saying it's good too. Let me open up the project. We've got some, we added some stuff onto the character that I don't want anymore. We added some stuff on here. We can redo that. We can redo that on the hit points. Oh, right. So I added the grab position to the raycast. That was something that is kind of useful that I did, that I might want, and I might want to do that again. So that we'll have to probably redo, but it's not like it's that hard. I just have to go looking for it. We created this entire new object. We'll probably have to do that again. Wasn't that hard? I don't know. This wasn't the most useless update. I could actually use some of these things again, actually. Maybe I won't totally burn it down. I just have to pick and choose. I guess I could do that here as well. I could... no, I'm burning it down. I'm burning it down. I'm burning it down. I'm going to say... We can always revert... The thing is I can always revert back to it. Attempt again to add grabbing, committing to revert. Added a new cow as a rigid body. Added a debug block. Updated the oh, yeah. Description. I know. Updated the... It's again, this is like the third time I've done this. Okay. Updated the... What did we do on the copter? What? What does this even mean? I don't even know what this means. Added an animation length? I don't even understand what that means. Very strange. Don't remember doing that. Added guys rigid body, added a debug block, updated the grab target signal to include grab position. YouTube for any place is millennia ahead of Twitch for any face. Oh my god. It is. It's so sad. It's so sad. It actually conveys the emotion very effectively. A couple different tactics are set up on between... Oh, it is crying on Twitch. A couple different tactics are set up between the camera script and the cow/health script. And even briefly on the player script. Results are still not ideal. Far from ideal. Alright, I'm committing that. The only reason I'm committing it is to revert it. We commit to revert. I'm going to close all of this stuff so it doesn't try to recreate it when I open the project again. I'll close the project. We are going to revert that commit. You served us well for the time that you existed, and now you must die. Okay. So, in the meantime, let's check out what Rogi did. Let's check out what Rogi did. Oh, you got a download for me. You giving me a potentially dangerous download there, Rogi? Are you putting me in danger? Wow. That's messed up. I guess I can play the music again. Oh, it's loud. No. And are you using 4.2? Probably using 4.2. I will assume you're using 4.2. So I will open my Godot 4.2. Okay. No problem. We might have to make an adaptation or two, but probably not. It'll probably be fine. And I think I just loaded a second 4.2. Just one 4.2 will do. We're going to import that which Rogi has just shared with us. And let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Now, Rogi said that the raycast is not going to be all the way set up. So actually, why don't I pull up my other project so we can snatch that raycast and drop it in. I probably don't even need to open the project. We could just drop the file in there. It might be kind of good enough. Might be kind of good enough if I just get the script and add it in, you know? So I'm gonna have that at the ready so we can maybe adapt it. You completely deleted the raycast. Okay, so we definitely need a raycast. We very badly need it. You're not sure how much this will help? I mean, maybe I can learn from it and be inspired by it. Maybe. Okay, there's the camera 3D. Let's open up the 3D grab project. I assume when I imported it, it's all in the same... Yes. Okay. So right now, we're not going to have anything here at all, right? It's just going to be nothingness. What is it going to be? I can brag about how I write collapsible functions and add prints and comments at the end of each one. Okay. All right. All right, let's just see what we're working with here. So we've got a 3D scene. There's a yellow orb here. There's a world environment, kind of. No light, though. Let's add a light in. Yeah, what the heck, we'll give it a light. The camera is down there. And the object is flying off that way. Somehow. How is it flying off that way? Update object position. 1.8 times vector 3 mouse position. It's relative to your mouse. Really? Whoa! Hey, this is... Wait, this is nice. Look at that. I like this. It's supposed to follow the mouse, but it's off. It's not bad. Hey, Rio. Welcome. Good to see you. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I've been putting these poor people through my struggling to get this mechanic to work. The mechanic being an ability to grab things that are in the scene and move them around. And it follow the cursor. I am continuing to find this a very difficult task. But you know what? I'm sticking with it. I've got some help from Pierogigon and Dragonblade. Pierogigon made this project to potentially help me. I'm going to look into it and see how I can implement it. I've been suffering long enough. Now I'm going to enjoy some help from people in the chat. This is something that is set up separately from my project, and I'm going to see what I can glean from it. I'm already incredibly impressed with how well it follows the cursor. This looks awesome. This looks freaking great. You know, so then the only thing I would need was I need to be able to activate this and deactivate it at will. And it be able to be based on which object I click on versus the ones that I don't click on. So it'd be even nice if they were like multiple spheres. I click on one, move it, click on the other, move it, click on the other, move it, right? And just see them all move. So we might want to set that up to see how that goes. Rogi said there's not a raycast in here. So I'll need to get that adjusted somehow. We also have another example from Dragonblade that I might try to implement as well. So I'm not giving up yet. I've been working on this for so long. I worked on it in an 8-hour stream like 3 months ago. I worked on it in an 8-hour stream last week, and I've been doing this for about 5.5 hours, and I still haven't gotten it. But with some help from the chat, we might be able to get there. Thank you, yes! I forgot to remind anybody, if you're watching this, if you're still here, and you haven't hit that thumbs up button, y'all, what you waiting for? Hyper smash that thumbs up button. You might as well hit that thumbs up button. It means more people will see this live stream now and after the live stream ends. Thank you if you're able to do that. It means a lot. Hit that thumbs up button. You're already here. If you're watching on mobile, you can just slide the video down a little and then it'll pop up. It just kind of depends on where you're at, but like it's there. Thank you for doing it. I appreciate it, guys. Muhammad in the house. Welcome. Hello. How are you? Thanks for stopping in again. Rogi says, I'm just missing the ability to make it exact, so I need a point on the vertical wall I made. Oh, right, you have it on a wall. It's called Area 3D. Maybe if tomorrow isn't really demoralizing, I'll watch that tutorial. Yeah, you can watch it. Oh, yeah, the GWiz one is the one you'll want to watch. I can see that you were doing a good job. Working with this kind of mechanic is very hard work. It is! Oh my gosh. It is like, oh my gosh. This is the hardest thing that I've worked on for this entire game. So, yeah, I mean, so the only thing I think about, Rogi, is like, if I don't want it to follow the Z-axis. Because if it's tracking something, so if there's like something, so like, you know, I've got like an object, let's pretend the microphone is the object I want to grab. If you have like this here, and I go to grab this, it's gonna jump up to that position, right? It's gonna like move up to here, right? The Z is a set number. I made the Z 0. Oh, cool. So I guess we could just have Z be the position of the object in space. So if the object is the microphone, right, and we grab it, it can just ignore this Z position, and we can just keep it to here. Give the Z when you grab it instead of that. Oh, okay, very good. Good to know. All right, so in this script, we've got mouse collision point, effector 3, update object position. This is a custom function, just being called by the process, printing the rigid body global position. I'm gonna confess to you that I've gotten lazy with age. When I can't find a solution, I use GPT chat, but it's a little dumb. Honestly, similar have done that, and it didn't help me in this case. I actually did use ChatGPT to solve this the first time I tried doing it, and it was an inferior solution. It did not yield the results that I needed. I feel like the biggest challenge that I have with ChatGPTs is that it doesn't understand the context of my project. So like, you know, and yes, you can try to explain it to it, but there's really no way to really unless I could upload my entire project to ChatGPT and it could, like, you know, look at all the things and try to build it. But then it even still have to know what my goal is, you know? There's just like, there's too many vectors that it can't quite understand yet. It almost have to be something completely tailored, not just for Godot, but for game design. And whatever I want to do would have to be something within the parameters of what it understands. There any curation in Dreams? Oh. Dreams is a platform on the PlayStation 4 console where you can create games. And not too long ago, they announced that they were going to stop updating it, and they would keep doing curation. They never said how long they'd keep doing it. They're already stopping it. I bet they are. They fired everyone who did curation. Who was doing the curation? Someone who didn't want to do it. Yeah, I mean, Dreams will be dead soon. It's not funny, it's sad. But that's how I'm coping with that reality. So anyway, it updates the mouse position. Mouse position, it gets the viewport mouse on the X and the Y, and it just follows that. So we'd want this from the raycast, right, is where we'd want this. It's multiplying it by a little magic number. 100 pixels is 1 meter, so I multiply 0.01. Cool. Update linear velocity. Rigid body linear velocity, or you're not even setting it. You are, but you're doing it a little different. Object position minus global position. Object position minus global position. What is object position? 1.8 times vector 3. This is magic. Rogi, how am I going to implement this? It's very simple, which is really nice. You did make a floor? Let me see this floor. I'm gonna move this floor up. That's why I'm like, this won't work for you. But it's cool. It's very cool. And it gives me hope to see it. It gives me great deals of hope to see it. So I mean, if I were, it's fun just to poke around in something though. So if I were to say, don't even run this function unless I'm gonna say if input is action pressed, anything pressed. That's actually kind of interesting. If input is action pressed, we'll say UI select. Then update the object position, mouse position, all that. Then run all this. I'm just kind of curious to see how it jumps into that. Oh! Is it not set to collide? It's definitely possible to use vector math to make it do the thing. I just need to look into 3D space and Godot. Yeah. Too much of a noob to get the things you need. That's okay. So I guess I'm going to hang. I love what you've made. It's interesting to see, and I'm gonna hang on to it as inspiration. And I think we should try to see what Dragonblade did, since it probably will be more tailored to the project. With that said, I'm not giving up on this yet, but almost. Let's make this a different color so it just stands out a little better. Move the floor down. So I think it's not colliding with the floor. Where is the camera relative to the floor? Oh, I see. It's right on the same level. Me and my invisible walls. I was like, I can't see anything. They don't collide. So the rigid body has a collision. It's set to collide with layer 1. Oh, well, it's set to layer 1. Let's set it to mask 1. And then the floor, we need its collision layered to be 1, not 3. Why is it set to 3? So there it'll actually stop on there. And you got some snapping. Oh, snap, it snaps. Load, damn you, load. Don't ask, the answer is embarrassing. Okay. Okay, there it sits on there. Now, in theory, if I click on a button... Wow! So that's when I press the spacebar. Honestly, it works really well. It kind of works really well. So there it is sitting there. If I click this and move it and then let go, it falls down. It's totally responsive. Now it isn't basing it on the raycast position because there is no raycast. So it's definitely needs that to be added in. But it activates and deactivates very well. Which is awesome. This is good work. It's kind of hard to see the keyboard, but when I press spacebar, it'll float and we can catch it and stuff. Like, this is pretty nice. The difference is, of course, that it's not following the cursor exactly. So that would be a challenge there. All right, I'm gonna hang on to this. I'm gonna save this. This is interesting, worth looking into. Let's see what Dragon Blade put together and how we can get that implemented potentially in the project. So Dragon Blade's logic is probably gonna have a very, thank you, Rogi. Thank you, Rogi. We gotta come back to that, potentially, if this doesn't work. So here's our camera, here's the camera node stuff. If input is action pressed, grab. Raycast result, raycast get cow. And that plays this function. If raycast result has collider, add to group grabbed. I like this. It did help. It did help. And it was inspiring. For sure. 100%. It's revitalized me. Raycast get cow, because it's like, okay, we just got to figure out how to make it possible. We just got to make it work for us. Mouse position, we already have this, we already have this, we already have this, we already have this, we already have that. We have all this. We have all of this. Okay. But this is a little different than what I've been doing. So that'll be interesting. So this is the project before today. So this is where I started out at the start of this stream. Is where this is right now. So we don't have a rigid body. We don't have anything. So I'm going to create a new thing. An entirely new thing. A debug object, you might say. Not make it a node 3D, actually. Let's make it a rigid body at the top level. I'm gonna call it cow. I mean, we could even, you know, maybe I'll even duplicate the cow again. Let's do the cow dupe again. We're really starting over. Cow NPC right here. I'm going to duplicate this scene. I'm going to call it 01-02. Let's open up that. I'm going to rename the top level to 01-02. We want to say that collision mask value 1 is set to true. We want the top level, we want its type to be a rigid body. We need to update the area 3D to be a rigid body 3D. We want to detach the script from our old cow and only have this on the new cow. And we have to comment this out because that doesn't exist on a rigid body. All right, our cow is pretty well set up. I'm gonna open up the debug scene here. We have an old cow on there. I don't want the old cow. The old cow must go. So we're gonna remove it. The new cow actually is gonna need a different collision shape. So instead of a sphere, I am going to make it a box. Let's reset the transform. Rotation here. Shrink this collision down so it fits around the cow. Dragonblade has been one of the foremost collaborators on this project. If Dragonblade has a solution, I usually trust it's going to work. And if not completely work, then get darn close. Very lucky to have such brilliant folks come through here and be so generous to help. Very lucky. Because I'd be struggling. You already see what me struggling is like. I'd still come back here and keep doing it. But not without a struggle. It's a collaborative project. And you know, I feel like I learn too, because it's so much easier to learn when people are here chatting and talking, and I can implement their stuff directly, as opposed to even watching a tutorial. It feels more instructive, and I value that a lot. Alright, whatever. Looks good enough. Collision is set. And then I'm gonna hop into the script. I don't think I need to do anything here. We want to add the cow, actually. I'm gonna close the old cow. We're gonna add the cow to our debug area. The new cow. The one that is a rigid body. That's a house. I don't know why I dragged a house, but I did. Alright, there's the cow. We need to make sure the cow actually collides, which I believe it will. So we're gonna hit play. We hopefully will see the cow sitting there. We should be able to run into it. Smack these helicopters out of the sky. Get out of my face. The cow is sitting there. Indeed, I can knock it over and run into it, and it bumps it. It's kind of hard to see, but it is getting run over. Good. Cow is set up. Now, over on our camera, we want to add a few things that Dragonblade has instructed us. In the process function, we want to say if the grab button is pressed, then we want to update the raycast result to running a function. What? See, that, I never would have even thought to do that. If we press the grab button, update a variable called raycast result to the return of this function, which is its own thing. So this is kind of creating its own raycast. Screw it. Let it create its own raycast. Okay, so in the process function, I wouldn't mind getting rid of all this chaos, potentially, maybe. We'll see. Because some of it we already have. Okay, paste this in here. If input is action pressed, grab. Yes, Dragonblade, for real. For real. For super real. We have to create this function. So let's create that function then. Func raycast get cow. I like that function name. And then in this, I might have forgotten the line here. Did I? No. No, I did not. In here, this is just creating a raycast, basically. So it's really just getting... I feel like we don't really need this. I think I can, instead of using this, as much as I like it, I feel like all we actually have to do is I could just say grab ray. And then we just don't run grab ray here. I think that will work just fine if we just do that. I think that will work. If it has a collider, add to group grabbed. Cool, great. I think that will work. Because we already have all this rate. This is the same stuff. Get viewport, get mouse position, project ray origin, project ray normal, physics array query parameter 3D, query from, query to, space get world direct space state, space intersect array. I believe this is all exactly the same. There's a, yeah, space get direct space. Yeah, it's the same with some extra stuff that is relevant to our project. So I think we can keep that. All right, onto the cow itself. Export a velocity. And we want to have the camera. Whoa. Oh. So we're actually gonna look at the camera itself and get the viewport from the camera. Whoa. That I would not have thought of. I like that idea very much. Wow. Okay then. So we're gonna export the velocity and the camera 3D. I'm gonna need to set the camera to something. I wouldn't, I guess I didn't know you could do it either. I wouldn't have even thought to do it. So I'm probably gonna want to, I assume that I'm referring to the camera node. Right, so I think I'm gonna wanna say get tree. I use viewport a lot, but I use it in 2D. Get tree, get current scene. Let me see if I'm doing this right. Get current scene, get node. Yeah. Get node, and then we'll want to set the camera path relative to the main scene. I know. I think that'll be fine if we just say camera 3D. I think that'll work fine. Like that. Expanded end of statement. Oh, I guess we'll say camera 3D and then equals like that. There we go. Okay, cool. So that'll give us our camera. I assume this is the right camera. And then in the ready function, we want to get the viewport. Dragon Blade's ready function has all the void in there. I don't really know whether I need that. I don't think I do, but maybe I do. I never do the void thing. Should I do that? Should I do that? I don't know. Process delta float, go to void. Yeah, no, I don't actually fully understand what that does, if I'm being honest. If not input is action pressed, remove from group. Interesting. I don't think we're even doing a process function in here. So, all right, let's do it up. Function process. If not, remove it from the group. Wow. Wow. Smart. That is such a good way to do a flag. Screw booleans. Groups are so powerful. Like, I was wasting some time doing booleans. So much easier to set groups. I think the void just indicates that ready function returns nothing. Shouldn't be necessary. Oh. Oh, we're telling it to return nothing. Interesting. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. I might remember that. I might actually remember that. Maybe. There's a good chance. This is process delta float. If is in group grabbed. Oh, this is so smart. Oh my gosh. Godot groups. Godot groups are amazing. course. Of course. Joe, I feel like that was one of the early things that you helped me set up once before. Was it you or someone else who came through here so long ago? Groups, I underutilize groups. I only use them when somebody reminds me that they exist. All right, anyway. Isn't group grabbed, variable cursor position, get viewport, blah, blah, blah. Plain to move on. Plain vector. What? What? So it's creating another raycast? No. I think it is. I think it's creating another raycast. Or it's using the raycasts that were set up before on the camera. What? And it's setting that relative to the cursor position. Man. This is not my project. This is our project. Period. Like, was not gonna happen on my accord. Okay. And then it does self-linear velocity. Actually, Rogi did a similar thing with the way that Rogi used the linear velocity. Go to, oh, that's a variable. Go to plane to move on. Plane vector 3, 0. Dude, what? How are you this much of a genius? All right, I'm just gonna put it in there. I wanted to kind of glance at it and understand it. Wouldn't say that that's what happened. When it's indicated ahead of time what type the function returns, Godot can optimize it to faster code, similar to declaring the type of variables. Oh, when it's indicating ahead of time what type the function returns, Godot can optimize it to faster code, similar to declaring the type of. Oh, so if we know we never need to return it, then if you hit void, it won't prepare it for the possibility that it needs to be returned. Well, shoot, I should be voiding these things more often then. It's like just like an optimization habit. It's pretty awesome, even at a glance. They made two lines in 3D space intersect at the spot. Is that what's happening? Wow. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. If isn't group grabbed, it creates a variable cursor position, and it gets the viewport mouse position. It also is going to create a variable plane to move on. And I didn't even, what the heck is this? Plane? A plane in Hessian normal form. The frick does that mean? Represents a normalized plane equation. Normal is the normal of the plane, ABC normalized. And D is the distance from the origin to the plane in the direction of normal. Over or above the plane is considered the side of the plane towards where the normal is pointing. Properties X, Y, Z, and D. What? Fascinating. And then it's calling with a vector 3, 001. I don't even know how to appreciate what this is doing. Creates a plane from the normal. here. Creates a plane for the normal vector. The plane will intersect the oh, this is what Rogi was talking about. Creates a plane from the normal vector. The plane will intersect the origin. And it's 1 on the z-axis. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be explained that one. And I'm sorry, is that a comma? Oh no, this is the second. Oh no, it is using 2. And is that a float? Global position z. Oh, so it's saying create the plane on the z-axis. And then set it to the global position z. I mean, obviously, like, I have to even test this to see if it works. We don't even know if it's gonna work. But I'm just too fascinated not to check in on this. That's like how you made a wall. To define a plane, you just need a point and a normal. Just like with a line, you just need 2 points to define it. But you actually put a wall down. Oh, oh. Oh, wow. Point vector 3, d float, creates a plane from the normal vector and the plane's distance from the origin. So then this is the one that's being used here, right? Is the plane normal vector 3 and then d is a float. And so it's creating it from the z origin. Normal vector points perpendicular to the plane surface. Okay, so what's happening if I'm maybe understanding this? If I'm maybe understanding this. I don't know if I am. So there's like the origin, this line, and then a plane is being created at the position of the cow on the z-axis. So wherever the cow is on the z-axis, which, you know, whatever. I won't try to represent that in any meaningful way. We deserve better than that. That's too much. What can I say? I want to understand it. I demand to understand. Why isn't it letting me update this? Are you glitching on me? Paint. How dare you? How dare you glitch? Your paint! You don't glitch. Whatever. Shrink it down. I sent you a picture of the plane, the point and the vector 3. This isn't a cow and a capybara. It does look like a capybara. Oh my gosh, it does look like a capybara. The point of the vector 3, tell the plane where to be and where to face. Yes, let me see what you drew. Save me from my suffering. I can't stand not understanding it. Oh. Did that help me? Because the plane has x0, y0. Oh, so right. So that means it's okay. I think I do it. The arrow is the normal vector. It always faces outwards. Why did that just confuse me more? So these are at the origin. And the one is saying something, and then the origin is the global position of itself. So changing the vector turns the plane around. Oh no, I think I'm... Oh no! Oh no, I'm more confused! I'm more confused! Like, so I was wondering if it then creates a line. Oh, I don't freaking know. Just see if it works. Gosh, I want to understand it. I mean, is it? It's not done. It's not done, right? Like, that's not it. Okay, we already have a collapse. Probably an easy fix. Non-existent function has in base nil. If raycast result has collider. Oh, so we kind of want to say, wait. I might want to set this up here, like this. If raycast result is not empty. Let me try it like this, since we have gotten this to work in the past. Oh. I guess I usually don't run this. Something isn't right with the way this is being run. I wonder if I can just... It's weird because you would think it wouldn't even happen unless this condition was met. We also already have some of the stuff in here. Oh, maybe we want this in shoot ray, not grab ray. That may be what I'm doing wrong here. I don't think we do want this to do grab ray. Oh, but I see grab ray is running shoot ray. We gonna have some issues here. Okay, so actually I'm gonna say shoot ray, not grab ray. Shoot ray comes with mask as the call. What? Wait. Too few arguments for shoot ray call. Expected at least one, but received 0. But I gave you one, and then you said no. Alright, we'll just create a new raycast. That's what Dragon Blade's code had, so that's what we're gonna do. As much as I wanted to wedge that in there, I think arguably that was a mistake. So I'm gonna stop doing it. Let's just create a new one per Dragon Blade's instructions. To a T, to a T, to a T. Send a blend flyer that shows when you rotate a plane, its normal timeline also rotates. Thank you! I will definitely be checking this out. So I tried to run it, and then I had a problem. We'll create a brand new raycast. Although at some point I'd like to avoid that. But for now, let's just do it so we can see the thing if it works. And that should just be all self-contained, good to go. And then we'll say raycast get cat. We're just gonna keep it the same. We're not gonna try to wedge it into what we've already got. No reason to do that. Ray length not declared in the current scope. Oopsie. Oh, okay, we can do that. We will just create a ray length, no problem. Try to use print to see what's going on. Yeah, I could. Maybe I'll do that once I try to integrate it later. For now, I'm just gonna... We're just gonna... Because Dragon Blade gave us a fresh raycast we can create. So I'm just gonna create a fresh raycast. But yeah, that we could do that when I try to implement it more intricately. It might even be able to just get rid of the raycast we had before. Okay, let's see if we can grab this dang thing. It's not dropping! Okay, we've got some good things going here. We can grab it, and it moves, and it doesn't let go! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Total W, Dragon Blade. Look at that. I can't drop it. I'm trying to drop it. It ain't dropping. No more droppies. Let's freaking go. I'm only happy because Dragon Blade helped me. What can I say? I mean, look, I guess I could give myself credit for, like, showing Dragon Blade the context, right? But, like, Dragon Blade has the ability to parse that context, unlike ChatGPT, who can't do that. So Dragon Blade, of course, still gets 89% of the credit. Whoa. Now, of course, there's some funny stuff going on here with the way the velocity gets calculated. It do be slingshotting. So there's still some goofiness, but like one of the most important parts, like the most important parts are good to go here. I think if we implement what Pierogigon was talking about a while ago with like the velocity being set to 0 if we're not clicking, I feel like that should kind of resolve it. Look at that. Did it just not collide? I like how the collision just screws off. It's just like, you know what? We don't need to collide. Oh wait, now it is colliding. Oh, it might have been going so fast it like broke the collision. I mean, this is damn solid. It's so much more workable than I ever could have imagined. Well, actually, it is exactly what I imagined. But based on all the struggle we were having, this is better than I could have hoped for. Wow. It's really interesting, because it seems to be very consistent. I wonder, so let me just look at what Rogi sent. I wonder if that helps explain what's happening here, to some extent. Maybe, possibly. Rogi sent a blend file to help contextualize what may be going on with that plane and stuff. Dang, this works so well. I mean, except for the yeeting. The yeeting is concerning. I wonder if that happens if we're not... I don't really know. I'm not entirely sure. I kind of wonder what happens if I, like, bump it and I try to grab it. Like, if I knock it over. If it still grabs as easily. It's a little hard to tell because it's almost off the screen when it happens. Oh, wow. Whoa! Whoa! The game just crashed. Oh, shoot. Dang, I can't even check it now. That was interesting. I wonder what happened there. So it's got some quirks. It's got some quirks. But I'll be damned if it doesn't work better than ever. So if I like run into the cow, then it gets sucked into the screen. Oh, probably because it gets destroyed and it no longer sees anything that's being grabbed. Invalid operands nil and vector 3 in operator minus. It doesn't have a global, itself doesn't exist anymore, I guess, or doesn't have a global, it might have like gotten rid of its global position or something. So we might want to check to make sure it has a global position. Right. If self global position is none. If they'll say if not null, then do this. Maybe something like that. It's interesting that the offset gets messed up and it starts getting sucked into the camera too. So it happens if I grab it and I run into it. Kind of breaks it. Oh, that didn't help. That didn't help. So it might not be the global position. It might be even the self-linear velocity and stuff. I don't even know. We could even say if... I don't really know what happens, truth be told. I think you would need parentheses around that condition. Which condition? Oh, really? I don't think so. But maybe. I think as long as you just put the exclamation point somewhere, it should work that way. I think I just might not be checking for the right thing. Oops, I dropped it. Grab it. Bump it. I think there's like different ways to do it. It's not a big deal. It's just like a bug, right? It's just like a bug to sort out. I'm not exactly sure how to sort it out. Let's see what Rogi drew. Did you say you made an animation in here? This is also, I'm on an old version of Blender. I need to deal with that. That's a me problem. So sometimes everything doesn't convert over. Just rotate I around. Rotate it around. GDSphere can be quirky with the truthiness of vectors, I think. Ooh. You'll see that the red line completely determines the plane. Right. And this is similar to the logic. It's like, what would be what? What would be like the cow here versus the cursor or whatever. So the plane is what's being created by the code. At least. Could be a point on the cow and it would point at Z. And the code is the line. Oh. The line is the code. The plane is like the origin. I don't freaking know. I'm too dumb. I'm too dumb. The plane is made from the line. Wait, what's this? What's this? What's this? What you got over here? Oh, that's that the light or something? Yeah. Yeah, I see that now. Oh, what's this? Alright. What was the code that created the plane in your code? Isn't it plane normal point? Here. Right here. If it's in the group grabbed, it creates cursor position. It's pretty straightforward. Creates a plane to move on at 001. So this is that line that Rogi's talking about right here. This is the line. And then the origin of the line is set to the cow's position. The line is made from a point. Start at this point. And then normal, aim the line this way. Then it makes a plane through the point, perpendicular to the line. Looks like a plane horizontal to camera. Yeah, I don't really get it either. It starts the ray at the cursor position relative to the camera. So it creates a ray between the camera and the cursor position, with the direction being between the camera and the cursor position. So the raycast starts there, and it's aiming at the direction between the two, or whatever. And then it takes that direction and the start point, and it says that it intersects that with the plane that was created. The plane is at 001 points toward the camera, and self global position Z is the position of the cow. Yes, points towards the camera, so the cow be looking at the camera because of this plane that was created. So the X and the Y don't... Its normal vector is the Z direction, which makes sense. I always forget Z is forward. Right. Wait, not really the camera? Dragonblade, what have you created? What have you created? Perhaps tomorrow Dragonblade will be able to explain it to us. Oh! Let's see what ChatGPT can do for us. Hold on. Wait a minute. Maybe we can learn from ChatGPT. Look, ChatGPT may not understand how to tell us how to do things, but maybe it can at least tell us what something is doing. How is this GD script code functioning to move something at the cursor position in 3D space? I really like planes, they're handy. I'll explain it someday. Oh, this is a long description. Yeah, we'll get some GPT in here. When the object is in the grabbed group, this code calculates the cursor position, determines the intersection point with a specified plane, and adjusts the object's velocity to move it toward that point in 3D space. Adjustments at the velocity factor will control the speed of the movement. The provided code snippet aims to move an object in 3D space toward the cursor position. Let's break down how it functions. This is something ChatGPT is pretty good at. Cursor position is calculated using get viewport. It retrieves the 2D position. This position represents where the user clicked or moved the mouse. Plane for movement. Plane to move on defines a plane in 3D space. The plane is perpendicular to the z-axis with a normal vector of 0, 0, 1. And that's what Rogi drew. The plane is perpendicular to the z-axis. And to be clear, the plane is the arrow, or the line, right? I think that confuses me. ChatGPT 4 is better, but it's paid. That's what this is. Microsoft Copilot is supposed to be using ChatGPT 4. Yeah, this is ChatGPT 4. Line's the normal vector. How did I miss the fact that I never told you what a plane is? The plane is the rectangle. That's what I thought. That's what I thought, but like, I really wasn't sure. Like, I know, like, I do know. The reason why I know, okay, let's be clear. I know what a plane, I know what I thought a plane is, right? Yeah, ChatGPT, if you use Copilot, it's ChatGPT 4. I know that this is a plane because if I go to create a plane, it looks like that. So like, that's what I knew. But what I didn't know is if this line could also be considered a plane. That is what I did not know. But I assure you, I know what a plane is. Technically, a plane is an infinitely long rectangle. Insane Alpha Beta with the airplane. Ah, yes. So the plane is perpendicular to the z-axis. Okay, got you. So this is representing the z-axis. But see, I think that's what confused me. I think it's what confused me because here we're saying plane 0, 0, 1. And so I thought this was creating this line and that's the plane, which didn't really make sense to me. But what it's doing is it's creating a plane like this, and then this line is just representing what the plane is perpendicular to. So like, for example, what if I were to just change this like that? What kind of chaos would ensue? I put in the Y position a 1 instead of the Z on the plane being created. What is that gonna do? What is that gonna do? I mean, it's gone. I've ruined everything. If you do that, it won't collide. Oh, because they're not at the same positions, is what you're saying. Because, so like, how would I change this then? To look like that? Like, would the plane be like this or something? Yes. Okay. That's very helpful. That's how the plane looks in Godot. I just totally crashed there. If I do it on the x-axis, it would just be rotating in some other way. Maybe like this instead. Or whatever, like this. Okay. So it's just creating a plane that's position, its rotational position is relative to the origin, or the z-axis of the origin. Okay. So I'm still not sure I understand what this is doing, but so that Z, and then it's saying that that point, except Godot Y is up, but Blender is convention for axis name is different. Yeah, for sure. So like this would be the position of the cow. So the cow might be here. The cow might be here. The cow might be there. The cow might be there. Is that all? Am I? And so this Z is appearing depending on where the cow is. Is that accurate? The plane is cutting the cow in half. Poor cow! That's not what I thought was happening. There's the player. What? The plane is cutting the cow in half? You mean... So it doesn't look like this then. So you're saying it looks like this. Hey Sheik, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Sheik is a mod, not a member, despite what it says. Despite what it says. So you better watch out. Sheik's got their eyes on you. Hey now, what if the cow likes to be cut in half? You never know. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this is what it actually looks like then. It actually looks like this. And the cow is sitting right at that 3D cursor point in the middle. And this passes through that cow. So like if I were to come in here and add a sphere, not a circle. Not a circle. So something like that. And then this line is the cursor position, right? The line is the cursor position, and that moves around on these axes. The line is not the cursor position. I think you can ignore the line. The line doesn't actually exist. It's just how we conceptualize how the plane is oriented and placed. The line is in our imagination. The plane does not move. The plane does not move. Well, something has to move. Something must be moving. It's not the cow. What's the thing that moves? The line isn't moving. The line just helps us conceptualize the plane. So it can't move, but I guess it moves. Something has to be moving. It's a contradiction. Because, I mean, it's the cursor. Like, the cursor is what's moving, right? Like, because if I click over here, nothing happens. If I click over here, nothing happens. If I click over here, nothing happens. If I click on this, now something happens. Right? So something... Oh, we do actually have a problem in this code, though. I just realized. It's teleporting it to the other cow. Yikes. We actually do have a bit of an issue here. In the code plane, normal point. The point is the cow's global transform, right? Maybe. Trying to make it so she can grab a cow and move it without magically being pulled to the camera for some odd reason. At least. That's at least what I need to do. Even more than that. Actually, and at this point... Oh wait, look, it's getting yanked to the camera! It is doing it, though. There's actually some... There's a few more considerations that need to be made here. But normally it doesn't get sucked into the camera. It only gets sucked into the camera if we click on something else before it's been removed. And you can see it's going flying. But the idea is that I can grab this and move it around and put it back down again. Sometimes it'd be flying away. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it'll set back down. Sometimes it'll just fly away. But the idea is that I can grab it and move it. There's still a lot of refinement to be done here, truth be told. But like the movement itself is much better. So the other problem was that when I would drag quickly, it would let go of it ahead of time. But now it doesn't let go of it before I let go. The problem though is that letting go has very inconsistent results. I like to think of the plane as a giant wall and the cow is stuck to the wall. And the normal is the Z, is the positive Z. All right, well, look, I can't pretend I totally understand it. I love Godot. I love Godot. The problem I'm having today is because it's a difficult thing. It's why making a game in 3D, or rather having 3D movement in a game is a difficult thing to do as a beginner. So it's defining a play that the cow can move on. Oh, I like that explanation a lot. Wow. Wow. Oh. Interesting. So the plane doesn't exist until I click on it. And then when I click on the cow, in this case a sphere, I go click, the plane exists. And then I can move the cow on that plane because that plane was defined. Then I can move it on that plane. That is a really helpful explanation. So no plane exists. We're flying around. Boopity boop 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 doo. Flying around in the game. We're playing a game. And then I'm gonna come in here. And I'm gonna click on this. Boop. Plane created. And if I'm still clicking on it and I start moving or dragging around, it's gonna follow on that plane that's been created. Gotcha. That makes a lot more sense to me. First time I learned about planes and normal vectors was in Calculus 3, so you shouldn't feel bad for not getting it right. Okay. Thank you. Getting it right away, yeah. They save that stuff for the advanced. Why are you doing this to yourself, maths classes? For reference, to get a computer science degree, it is even required to learn Calculus 3 in some universities. Dang. I heard 3 variables and ran. It's blasphemy that you don't learn it. Every programmer should know Calc 3. Prove me wrong. Hey, I'm down to learn. Same way, Pierogi. It's what most people consider extremely difficult math. I studied it and still think it's super complicated. Wow. So many smart people here. Pierogi just canceled me. Oh, because you don't think that people should have to learn it if you're a programmer. Got you. So this is saying create a plane perpendicular to the z-axis at the z position of the thing that we click on. Or of the thing, which happens to be the same thing that we click on. Got it. That makes so much more sense. The cow is at this z position. That's where I want the plane's origin to be. Is at the cow's z position. And I want the plane to be perpendicular to the z-axis. Got it. Joe, you really said it the way I needed to hear it. Maybe you don't need to know Calc 3, but I think they should teach a class of basic 3D space. Still scarred from probability. I'll take Calc 3 over that probability class. That probability class was the only B I ever got. Dang. So, this is good. This is good. There are still some problems that interestingly come up. So I think we need to save the target differently. So that is to say what the object is. Because if this is an old problem that we've had, let me get it so we have 2 nearby each other. Okay. So if I click on this cow. Oh, I wish they wouldn't get flung. That's another problem, right? Is when I let go, they go flying. Okay, so we've clicked on one, it's behind the house. Or actually, it's probably falling into infinite space. And if I click on the other, you see how they're both there? It's not updating the target. Or rather, the updating that it's doing is not great. And then it messes up that Z position somehow. That plane must be getting like advanced or something, and it's just like constantly moving it forward somehow. Yeah, you all did help out a good bit. That's true. Very true. It was way too complicated and confusing for a 1000 level class. This tutor who taught probability and statistics kept asking me if it was a master's level class. I don't even understand how to appreciate that. You guys are talking university stuff. I'm not learned. So one thing I could try to fix is that velocity where it's flying off. We could try to fix that. That might be fixable here. So right now the velocity is set at the top of it, and it's just 100 all the time. I would kind of want to say that it's 0 by default. Lisa Smart, she thought she couldn't type code, and here she is. That's true. I did think I wouldn't ever be doing text code, and I prefer it now. That's a true statement. That's a true statement. I've grown a lot. But, you know, I'm not learned. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't have the ability to, I haven't had the opportunity or even the capacity to acquire degrees. I have a degree, but it's not a smart degree. It's not a learn a lot of stuff and study and prove you know it kind of degree. It's a just show up and turn things in kind of degree. So like that's what I mean when I say I'm not learned though. And you guys have those. What's my degree? My degree is in dramatic writing. Dramatic writing, which was playwriting and screenwriting. So how to write scripts for television, for stage, and for movies. That's the degree that I got, a Bachelor's of Fine Arts. You love to write? You're pretty good at it? Nice. I don't think I'm very good at it. I was like good enough, but, and this is for me the big difference between writing code and writing scripts. When you write a script, you don't get immediate feedback. When I write code, I can test it, you know, and I can see, did that work? Did what I just typed cause an effect? When I'm writing a play or a television script, or a novel or something like that, right? There's no feedback. There's nothing that tells you if it worked. Now, you can read it and see if it makes you like feel something, but that's so subjective, you know? And I found that deeply challenging, was to try to create something without that feedback. And so that's what I love about writing text code, is that I can actually get that feedback. Smart people degrees can be overrated. I have a smart person degree now, and I need to go and learn practical things on my own because they didn't teach me much good stuff. Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. In this age, there's so many free resources for learning. You don't need a degree to know stuff. I agree. I agree. That sounds true. That sounds true. That makes sense. I agree with that. I feel that. I'm with that. Not being able to learn things due to possible life and such circumstances and things. Me too, right there with you. Gives high five. Like 3D space. Even with my fancy math degree, I didn't really learn 3D space. Yeah. I just learned bits and pieces about it. Completely disjointed from reality. Yeah, I mean, I get that too. Yeah, insane alpha beta is clever. I get that too, and I agree with you guys completely. And you know, it's just we're all smart. We're all smart in our own special ways, and sometimes we bring that together, and it becomes something beautiful. No, I agree, and you know, I think it's still easier for some people to learn some things than others if they've perhaps had that education, right? It's easier to recognize, oh, that's what, you know, that will create a normalized perpendicular plane vector or whatever. Like you have some familiarity with that. Even if you don't have maybe the best familiarity with it. But I hear you. I hear what you're saying. I'm reading a free physics textbook and trying to use it for game dev. What? Physics for game dev? That sounds cool. Like real physics? Not like game physics, but like real physics. That sounds awesome. I want to play a real physics game. Like black holes and quantum physics. Writing is great. It is hard to know if it's working though. Hard to find ways to know. You gotta find critique groups or big friends to read it, or bug friends to read it. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. True that. we're going to have the velocity be 0. If is in group grabbed, then the velocity. Well, the velocity should be unsetting itself, shouldn't it, when we let go of it? Because then when we let go of it, it shouldn't be in that group anymore. I guess we could say else. Okay, here's what we'll say. We'll say set velocity to 100 if it's in the group grabbed. If it's not in the group grabbed, set the velocity to 0. That could work. I'd like to think I at least have a minor grasp on what I'm doing. Being nominated for excellence in narrative has to mean something. Oh, with dreams? Totally. Did you hear what Rogi just told me earlier? Rogi said that Dreams is gonna stop curating. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to get negative and dramatic. I just realized we have several ex-dreamers, or, you know, people who we've known through Dreams here. Yeah, Insane Alpha Beta is a great writer. Oh. I don't think that fixed it. I don't think that fixed it. Yeah, you saw that? I missed it until now. I just found out. Okay, that didn't fix. Nope. Velocity is... I mean, it's not worse. It's still yeeting pretty hard, though. It's still doing some serious yeetery. Which I'm a little surprised by. Well, I guess it's only gonna do the linear velocity. The velocity isn't like applying in any other context. So I'd kind of want to say... Could I just say set it to velocity? Like, is this isn't gonna work, right? This isn't gonna work. Where even is this? Axis velocity? A vector 3. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Plane to move on intersects ray. Self global position. So I guess I could just say self... I don't know what I'm doing. Completely guessing. Guessing my life away. Nothing but guesses. Pure guessery. Oh, interesting. It kind of works. Someone should write a math for game dev textbook. There's certainly a lot of great videos. Freya Holmer has some really good ones. Might even know where you could find something like that. Honestly, that definitely exists. That definitely exists. Honestly, this kind of works. It just falls very, very, very slowly. Although Freya's stuff is more Unity, C# geared. It's just like creeping so slowly. Oh my gosh. Maybe we could put it a little more than 0. Maybe 0's a bit low. It's not kind of working. Get this helicopter out of my face. Oh, nope, because then it's just gonna be 10 all the time. I mean, that might even be something I want to set, like, on the rigid body itself. You don't know enough of game dev. You don't know enough game dev to know what math topics you would focus on to write it yet. Oh, I mean, you're about to become a game dev professor for all intents and purposes. Mathforgamedevelopers.com. Whoa. What is that? What is that? Creative Commons by 4.0 open education resource. Nice. Buy a print copy or free digital copies. This is awesome. Wow. You're about to be qualified to teach game dev and never teach it. I'm just gonna dark mode this. And then make games instead. Hell yeah. This is pretty cool. Call us? Hi, can you help me? I'm trying to make a game. Do you know about what I can do? I'm trying to make it in a 3D, and I'm not smart. I mean, I am. My friends say that I am, but, you know, I just need some help. Okay, thank you. Good. All right, yes, I'll hold. Hi. Yeah, absolutely. So, basically, I want to click on something, and I want it to move where I click it. Godot. Yeah, GD script. No, not C#. Okay, yeah, I can hold. Okay. Hello. Yes, I'm trying to make a game in GD script in Godot, or I move something. Oh, is it a menu? Yes. Yes. No. 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 Oh. It hung up. Kelly. It does say Kelly. You make a plane on the object oriented towards plus C and imagine. Just like ChatGPT's it. Just like straight up ChatGPT's it. Just gives me everything I need to know. This is cool. This is a cool resource. And I'm gonna have to look into this. I don't really, it looks scary. It looks scary. How long is it? Like how long am I gonna be reading it? 33 pages? Is that a lot? I guess there's not a lot of text on these pages. Oh gosh, it's got freaking assignments. See, this is the kind of thing that makes me want to just like drown myself in a pool. Like, or do anything else. Things I saw said no calc, algebra, probability, and linear algebra. 33 is way shorter than every other textbook I've been assigned. Oh, and trig, don't forget the trig. Oh my gosh, I hate this. Everything about this makes my skin crawl. It looks so boring. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry for what I said about the pool. That was wrong of me. I didn't mean it. I shouldn't have said that. It just like PTSD triggered me back to school. brought up some old wounds. It's best to learn math in practical contexts. Right. I was terrible at math for the longest time. Still not great at it, but it's all just practice, basically. Oh, and then Joe Schmo said that they're making a physics-based game. That sounds cool. Practical. Get the phone back. We gotta order the audiobook version. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You know, that might be kind of interesting to listen to it. It'd be good sleeping material. Theory confuses me so much, but doing practice is way better. I mean, it's cool that this is here. It's cool that this is here. But it's making my brain just like melt out of my ears in a bad way. Not in a good way. Not in like a it feels kind of cool actually way. Traditional math is a beautiful language, but only when you can read it and when your entire brain thinks that way. Not mine. Non-traditional math is a useful tool. Oh yeah, I remember you telling me about some non-traditional math. A math theory. So if I change this rigid body's mass, what if I just like jack it up to like 20? I feel like that's gonna affect how much we can carry it. This can't have a positive result, can it? Oh no, it carries just fine. And it falls just as slowly. Okay. That did not help. That absolutely did not help. Does our cursor even lift? Obviously not. Maybe I need to do the gravity scale, but even that might mess something else up. Alright, I'll try it. I'll try it. Let's make it 5. Let's make it 5. Dragon Blade really made this at all possible. Oh, it falls way better now. I mean, it's still pretty silly, but it works. Let's see if I can turn it up without. Yeah. It's not bad. You know, it's a little silly looking, but I don't care. It doesn't have to be super realistic. This arrow is obnoxious. I'll probably use something 2D that faces the camera, but it's temporary. Where'd it go? What did I just do? I don't even know what just happened to that. Whoa! So I don't really know what to do about that. There's a lot of things to deal with here. People think calculus is scary too, but when you break it down, the concepts of acceleration and velocity are basically the essence of calculus. I mean, because of doing this stuff, I've learned about those things, and I wouldn't have learned about those things, acceleration and velocity, if I hadn't been doing game dev and having folks like you guys come and teach me stuff. The gravity scale is making it do that. It's kind of weird because like it like doesn't always happen. What if I kind of put it down in the middle of the ground? Oh man, there's kind of a lot to think about here. Like, how is this? Oh, if I run into it, then we knock it over, of course. Oh, I guess because when I bump it, it sends it into a direction. And it just starts flying in that direction. There's a lot of wild things going on here. Like, even with the perfect grab system, it raises a ton of questions. And a bunch of concerns. That's gonna take a long time to figure out. Like, this just isn't going to be easy. The plane follows the cow. It does move. It's not supposed to move, though. I would think it would move with the Z position of the cow, right? If the plane didn't move, the cow wouldn't mess up. Isn't that what, what this line is doing right here? It's setting it to the cow's global position, so it should update to the cow's global position, right? The cow's global position. Yeah, there's a lot to think about here. And I barely even know where to start with it. Whoa. Oh, and that's another thing where the target isn't updating correctly. It should get the cow Z, set the plane there, and keep it there. Well, I guess if I let go of it, if I let go of the cow, it probably removes the plane, and then if I click on it again, it creates it again? It's updating the cow Z, which is how it gets bumped forwards. It just keeps going. Oh. I see what you're saying. There's a lot of complicated things here. We could also say that, like, the player can't collide with it. Like, that would help. Or just say the only thing it can collide with is the ground. But look, now it's getting sucked in all the time. The Z should never update after it is first grabbed. Wait, something has broken. Something has broken. I might have added a WASD into the code. Okay, here we go. Click on it. Everything is fine. No problems. Pick it up. Put it back down. Almost no issues. But then if we collide into it, chaos. Almost, kind of. But if we just say that it doesn't collide with anything besides the ground, that should help. We'd also kind of want to be able to say it can't go through the ground. Sort of. It's sort of like letting go of it on its own. When I bring it too low, I'm not actually letting go of it. It's like actually doing that on its own. Unless I go really fast. Then I can clip through the ground. Oh, and now it's getting all tumbled. And there it goes. There it is. Oh, there's some problems. Man, this is concerning. Might be vulnerable to bugs in that state, but it might completely fix it. Wait, what might completely fix it? Oh, the collision? Yeah. But then it can still collide with the ground. See, that was the ground. That was just me dragging it on the ground. Made it do that. This is concerning. This is a little concerning. You know, maybe we might want to try what was it Joe Schmo talking about it the other day? Even Storm Run a little bit? We might want to try having a character body and it checking to see if it's on the floor or not. Yeah, you have access to Dragon Blade's code. It's in the live text channel on the Discord. Live text right there, yeah. Yes, indeed. And then, I mean, I'm definitely going to push this commit. Like, this is a great thing to work with. Tomorrow I might mess around with it. I'm so sad that my work laptop can't run Godot. Wait, it can't? Godot cannot run on something? Is it like because of like the graphics or whatever? Graphics card? Yeah. Dang. Dang. It needs like Vulkan or something like that at a minimum. Cheap laptop, I didn't look into it. I'm sorry. I think the cow can explode the helicopter. Nah. That cannot be what happened. How does your character know to land on the ground? Does it use a raycast? That might be one way. So actually, the character... I don't know what happened with the helicopter there. It really looked like we ran the cow into the... Oh, wait, if I'm moving, does that mess it up? So the character is actually not moving at all. But actually, I hear what you're saying. So yeah, the character has a character body. The cow still be moving. So actually, so that's kind of what I mean, Azal, is... So, okay, let me just check this. So there's the cow in my cursor. I'm gonna start moving again. And look, then it starts sucking at the screen, which actually makes sense, because we would be holding this. That kind of makes a lot of sense. Oh, wait, but now this one is moving. Wow, so they all are now moving forward. Oh, the plane is moving. This is confusing. I'd kind of want the cow to stay in the same place if you move forward. Like, the cow doesn't move. Man, dude, this is complicated. Even with some good code, it's still complicated. Dude, I'm gonna be working on this for the rest of my life. Okay. All right. So here's how the player character works. It's this character body script. Or character body node that has a default character body script on it. So here's the player. It's a character body node. Character body 3D. And it is actually colliding with the ground. It is actually colliding with the ground. And character body has built in a function or a method for checking if or not it's on the floor. If it's not on the floor, then it will let the jump do jump stuff. So if we're on the floor and we press jump, then it's going to adjust the Y velocity to the jump velocity. If we're not on the floor, it's going to subtract the Y velocity from the gravity times delta until it falls to the ground. So the only way we can get this is on floor thing is if we use a character body. So that would mean instead of having a rigid body here, I would want to change the cow type to a character body 3D. I'd also need to update this to character body 3D. And then I think, velocity, so it already has a velocity. So we don't need to set the velocity here. Cannot assign a value of type int as vector 3. So we would need to define velocity a little differently here. I would need to say what, 100, 100, 0? Like this? This kind of causes some interesting things. And then for is on floor to work, I would need move and slide, which actually seems like it would make a lot of sense, right? Can you just check the Z value of rigid body greater than 0 to see if it's not on the floor? Interesting. Oh yeah, it does work on your phone. Or the Y value. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. That's a good idea. I should try that. Move and slide. I mean, now that I'm doing this, I'm gonna try it at least. And then what is this for? To say that if it's on the floor, what happens? I don't even remember what I want to have happen when it hits the floor. First of all, is this broken? Would be my first question. Oh, it sure is. Oh, you bet. You betcha. Invalid set index linear. Oh, it doesn't have a linear velocity. So it kind of breaks everything if I try to set this to a character body. But let's see what Joe Schmo made a good point here. So let's see if I can at least do that so we're not just committing crimes against logic. I'm gonna say rigid body. It's a great idea. Now the rigid body, we'd have to do the position of it, right? The Z value of the rigid body position. Yeah, or the Y one. Yeah. But then I'm still trying to remember why didn't I want that? To say that it's not grabbable anymore? Like when it's on the floor? I don't even remember what I wanted it for. Do a better routine. Yeah, absolutely, Rogi. I'm here Wednesdays and Thursdays tinkering. You're always welcome. You're always welcome. And remember, this project is public, free, open source to download on GitHub. If you ever want to tinker around with it, you're welcome to. You can even do merge requests. We can get that serious with it. We can practice it down to that T if you ever want to. It's up to you though. No pressure, ever. Thank you so much for your help, for your company. It's been a pleasure. It's so nice to have you here again, Rogi. Take care, get some sleep. I should get some sleep too soon. But not just yet. Not just yet. Oh, I reset the gravity. I was like, why is it moving so slowly? Because we reset the gravity scale. So what was it that I was trying to... What is it I was trying to do? Like keep it from going into the floor. So like we can drop it. All is well. But I don't want to be able to... Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. It's creeping forward. Because that plane is moving forward. And we somehow need to tell that plane not to update. No idea how to do that. Not a clue. Not a clue. Don't know. Don't know how to do that. I wonder, like, what if we took that out of the physics process? Like, what if that isn't getting set in the physics process? What if that just gets set one time when it's grabbed? But then I would need a signal. And we could do that. We could do that in is grabbed. Then maybe it won't constantly update the plane position, right? I want to do what you said, Joe. I just like forgot why I wanted the is on floor thing. I totally forgot. The only thing is then I have to make these global variables, which is a little irritating. That's what Pierogi was saying to do? Wow, I missed it. Alright. Yeah, let's try it. And I guess I could just do it for this one thing. How did I miss that? Let's pull this out. Put it into is grabbed. So if self is the grab target, and plane to move on, we'll create that. We're gonna set this up as a global variable. What is this supposed to be? I don't know. A plane? I guess that's a plane. Is its type? You know, a plane. I didn't even know that was a thing you could create. Oh, Insane Alpha Beta, did one of your messages get, like, moderated? Sometimes it moderates things that don't deserve to be moderated. And you won't even know that it got moderated. So here's what I've seen from you. Unless I just missed a message. That's part of what the live text channel can help with on the Discord. Or you can try to figure out what it was. Okay. Okay, so will this work like this? Oh. I see functionality. Alright, so let's do something that would otherwise agitate it. Like moving. Oh, it's different. It's definitely behaving differently. Oh, here it comes. Oh, there it goes. Wait. Well, to be fair, is grabbed is being called very frequently. If I select all messages versus top, I can see it. Top chat is silly. Weird. Wow, I didn't know that. Wow. I mean, I knew that that existed, but I didn't know that that was literally gonna filter out messages like that. So it's not top chat if it's got a bad word in it. Is that what I'm understanding here? Yeah, because my chat app will censor it for us. Just wait until we can code like this. Plain, if you move, I swear to the Godot devs, I will make your thin ASS go from 2D to no D. Now stay still, you flat B word. From 2D to no D. That's pretty funny. I can see why YouTube moderated it. Hey, you know, to me, like I don't find that threatening. To me, I'm not trying to per se learn programming. I'm trying to learn how to make games. That's what I want to learn how to do, how to make games. And if that means dictating to an AI to do it for me, whatever. If that's what it has to come down to, I'm okay with that. Honestly, this is still gonna get called, because this gets called every single time it detects that we're hovering over the cow. So that's still gonna be pretty often. I'd need somehow for it to stop updating constantly. Probably would be easier to set. It's a little tricky, actually. to not have it called too often. We need, like, at that moment that it sees it, then it does it. And only then. Only in that first moment, and not all the time. So I could emit, like, a signal, but I'd have to know when to emit it. I'd have to emit it at a certain, you know, under certain conditions. Over on the camera scene, we have this function, but this function is running in the process. So this is running all the time. It's a little tricky to find a singular moment. At least to me, it's tricky. I wish there was a way to, like, tell it to, like, just do a thing once. Is there? GD script process do once. I don't know. Use a trigger once while true condition after other conditions to make an event only run once when it first becomes true. This condition must be the last condition in an event. For example, you can make the previous example only play a sound once, the first time your lives reaches 0. An idea? That's an idea? I hate when generative AI finds something that was a suggestion and says that this is a thing. If it has been called, if it has not been called, one call function. I'm thinking you would need some kind of flag like is grabbed. I can't remember the exact structure of your code, so maybe not helpful. We do have that. So the way that Dragon Blade set this up is that in the process of the camera, the raycast script, when the grab button is pressed, then it's going to add the object or the cow to the group grabbed. And then on the cow itself, the cow checks to see if it's in the group grabbed. But this is running, it's checking it every single, you know, frame. So I would somehow need to tell it to only check it that one time. So we do have, like, a flag. I just don't know how to get it to only check it once. Maybe ChatGPT could help with this, actually. Set a flag when the function is called for the first time, and then not call it anymore. On the surface, that sounds like a better match for calling the function from ready. If the variable is false, run the one call function. Oh. And then it immediately turns it to true. Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. So we're gonna come back to the cow. I get it. We need another flag. Right? So we need the flag has been grabbed. Set it to false. Create a new function. Func, I'm just gonna call it has been grabbed. Not a great name, considering that's the name of the variable, but that's okay. So I want to say, within if is in group grabbed, if it's in group grabbed, and if has been grabbed is false, if it hasn't been grabbed yet, then run has been grabbed. And then immediately set has been grabbed to be true. So that way it's no longer false. And then in here, we say the plane to move on thing. Here. That might work. Whoa. Or it might not as well. Invalid operands nil and vector 3 and operator minus. I see. I should probably put this before then. Would probably be a good idea. So that way it can be set before it runs that code, at least, to say the least. Okay. Because otherwise, the plane hasn't been created. Oh, still not good enough. Invalid set index, linear velocity. Yes, I can see how linear velocity would be wrong. That seems incorrect. Yeah, that seems incorrect. I'm not entirely convinced that that was the reason that didn't work just there. Oh, okay, we're good. Okay, so it's working. Good. Silly mistakes aside. Oh, it's staying put! Kind of. Until it destroyed itself. It's got some quirks. It's got a couple quirks there. Whoa. I guess because we need to set it, I mean, a couple things. We need to change it again. It needs to become true again, or false again, for some reason. Nothing is making it false again. So I guess I'd want to say... Oh, that gets a little complicated, right? Oh, we could say... Wait, maybe... Maybe we could say that when we release the click, then change has been grabbed to false. It's complicated. It's some messy, complicated stuff. It's just like messy, complicated stuff. I had no idea. Okay, let's try to grab another one. Oh, it's tumbling. It's tumbling. So if we start moving, it just... Oh, I know why it disappears. The reason why it disappears... Okay, so the reason why it disappears is because the tile that it spawned in on gets removed when the player moves past it. Therefore, that's going to get rid of the cow. So that actually makes a lot of sense that it's deleting the cow. I think it might kind of be working. For all intents and purposes. At least that much. It seems like there's a lot of little things that we need to smooth over to get this to work quite right. And this is just one of them. So as you can see, it's not clearing what was grabbed either. So all the cows are sharing the same like grab data. So that's another issue, is that it needs to be unique on a per cow basis. Which, really don't know. I can parse that one out in my head. Actually, you know what might make it work is if we instantiate, if we actually spawn the cows instead of duplicating them, that might help. Needs to be unique on a per cow basis. Yes, that's the quote. That's what we're saying. I would think that if I instantiate a separate cow, that is to say, if I spawn them like we spawn the helicopters, they might behave more uniquely. The only thing is, I haven't set up a spawner of any kind yet for things other than the helicopters. The helicopters spawn in way in the distance, and then they fly forward. The cows... I mean, there's just, I don't have anything in place. So I kind of would need to set up some way for the cows to spawn in so they're unique. I could say I could put a spawner like on here. Not that I've really ever done that. I feel like I need like a special cow spawner scene. I need a special cow spawner scene, which is really just a whole thing that I haven't set up. Actually, Dragon Blade helped me set up something kind of like this on my Game Jam template, on our Game Jam template that I use. Unfortunately, that is Godot 4.2, so it might be a little hard to just drag and drop it. But you know, like spawning stuff might be a little complicated. Because that gets into a whole thing, like how is the procedural generation gonna work? I don't know. But if we could just get, let me just try this. Let me just see if I can do a stupid simple spawner. I'm gonna create a new scene. I guess I want it to be 3D? I don't know. Add a script. Where do I want this script to live? I guess in scripts. And then we'll get the instantiate logic. I don't know if this would actually fix it. But it would do something. Grab this. I also think that the names might not be unique on a per terrain basis. Because it's just the first one that it spawns is gonna have the same name. It's like the subsequent ones that change the name, if that makes sense. It might work. I'm not sure. I'm not actually that sure. Truth be told. Spawner thing. So come in here. We'll say on the ready function. Spawns a cow. And then we want to make sure we set this to the cow scene. I'm really just testing this. The quote of the stream needs to be unique on a per cow basis. Certainly quite a strange thing to say out of context. Very unusual. Very unusual. I guess I'll create a spawners folder. I don't even know what to do with this. Spawner 1? I don't know. And then... really, I should probably put this in NPCs. I don't know. It kind of depends. Anyway, so I'm going to come to here. And let's drag in a spawner. Hey, thank you. I will have fun with my cows. Thanks for stopping in, Percy. I appreciate it. Take care. Good luck with everything. Goodbye, Percy. It's so nice to have people stopping in. I'm just gonna put this in here. No idea if this is gonna work. I'm gonna get rid of the cow here. Not a clue if this is gonna work. Not a clue. Whoa. I mean, there's cows. I didn't set a position for the cows, so you know what? Makes sense. Right, if I want it to be the position, I have to tell it what its position is. Makes sense. Makes some sense there. I'm trying to remember what that is. I think Rogi sent it to me recently. What the position does. There you go. Node set position. Spawn point. Okay. So you want to say cow set position. Get owner. Global position? I don't know if that's gonna work. Hell no. Who knows where they're spawning? Who knows where they're spawning? What about just like itself? I mean, I feel like get owner should have probably been that. Yeah, I think this is like a whole thing. So maybe I just need to be okay. Or we could just say... I'd like it to set it to its own position. This is something... Let me pull up the other project. It was kind of complicated. Dragonblade actually helped me set this up for the jam template. The jam template, which is also free open source, if you wanted to ever check it out. If you just go to my GitHub, which you can find the GitHub repo in the link to this game that I'm working on. And then if you check out my profile, you'll find this template there as well. But it's a timer. And Dragonblade helped me set this up, so who knows how. It probably isn't uncomplicated. Spawn at points. Oh, so like spawn points inside of here. It gets the children, it sets up a for loop, and it checks each of these points. I would try cow.global transform origin equals parent global transform origin. Ooh, that's a good idea. So just do this. Global transform origin equals parent global transform origin. Identifier parent not declared. Oh. Does that work for parent? Oh, maybe get parent? Like that? You fixed the Discord thing temporarily. I have questions after stream about roles. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Nice, cool. Thank you for looking into that. That's awesome. Yeah, Killa was just like, I can't post images. And I was like, let me ask the mods. Good to know. Don't write parent, just global transform origin. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Alright, let me see what it's done. Let's see what it's done. Where's the cow? The cow is missing. Worth a shot, but the cow is missing. It's a little complicated over here. Spawn get global position, self global position. Oh. Set global position, self global position. Let's try that. Maybe that's what we need. I mean, it seems like we're typing like the same things over and over again. Well, that didn't do it. Surprising. Because it is here. The spawner position is like, you know, right here or whatever. Unless I had it under the ground and I didn't realize I did. I don't think I did. Yeah, I don't really get it either. Actually. I actually also don't get it. As it happens. Is it a mistake to put it in the ready function? Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Don't make it that large. You know that's not what I wanted. There we go. Did I do anything? I don't think I did anything. I like how I'm trying it, but I don't think I did anything. Oh, and then we could try... Oh, I changed preload to load. Yeah, I don't get it either. I mean, we could experiment with the ones that were spawning in the corner. Yeah, I do find this very confusing. So if I don't set a position, if we just don't set a position, they'll just all pile up in the corner. Which doesn't give us the best start here. It's not even fixing it anyway. They're all still moving together as a singular unit, unfortunately. Whoa! Whoa! We got cheats! We got cheats! You can jump over the whole level! With the cow ground. It's the cow floor. Wow. That's freaking silly. That's so silly. Oh my gosh. It's so very silly. I kind of enjoy it though. Something very satisfying about it. I was still like dancing on the cows in the sky. Dancing on the cows in the sky. Dancing on the cows in the sky. Wow, so now they don't unload. And they just pile up. Dancing on the cows on the sky. Dancing on the cows in the sky or on the sky, but mostly in the sky. Dancing on the cows in the sky. Well, I think I think I gotta stop. Man, this is not easy. I will call it. I'm just about at time. I think I should call it. Look, this has been absurdly challenging. If it wasn't for Dragonblade coming in here saving the day, folks like Joe Schmo, Pierogigon, helping me understand concepts I don't understand, this would not be get those cows. I would not be able to at least grab the cow. But even just grabbing the cow just raises a bunch of extra things. At the very least, the thing can be grabbed and moved around. But there are so many more considerations left. And this, my friends, is why starting out with 3D movement in a game as a beginner game dev is ill-advised. This is why. But like, look, I'm here for it. I'm having fun with it. It's frustrating sometimes, but I'm totally here for it. And it's great when folks in the chat can help me. If it wasn't for that, it would make it harder. I gotta keep it real. Cow grab plus we plus equals profit? Yeah, that's the idea. That's pretty much the idea. There is, I know, right? It's like, that's a game. Wait, is the game smacking around our character with cows? I honestly encounter this very frequently, is that the bugs end up revealing something that's potentially quite fun. Look at this. It's like shadow helicopter cows. And that makes me, honestly, it makes me want to play around more. Like, just get in here and just slap things together and see what happens without a plan. Moments like this do make me want to play around more. But tonight, I gotta stop, because all I'm doing is playing. All I'm doing is playing. That's all I'm doing, is playing. I gotta do a little more than that, don't you know? I gotta give a big shout out to the patrons for supporting this channel. Besides all of y'all who come through here, I appreciate you for those who support with their monies. It goes a long way. It means a lot to me. You can join the Patreon for free at patreon.com/hypergamedev. If you join, I'll have your email and I'll send you a newsletter every Friday about everything that happened in the past week. Again, that's for free, and it will come with a special live stream that is easiest accessed through those newsletters that I send. These are the YouTube members. It's actually not quite up to date. It's a little out of date, but it's close enough. You can join on YouTube as well. You don't even have to go to Patreon if you want to share some monies with the channel. Whether you join on Patreon or YouTube, you can get a full live stream I do every Monday, just like this one, except usually I'm focusing on Blender, but this past Monday, I didn't. I did Godot. So check that out. You'll get emotes. I'll sing you a song every time you join. Whichever one you sign up with works for me. The idea of launching cows at aliens sounds like quite the concept. I agree, it does. It does. I am going to continue working on this tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. I gotta keep going. What can I say? If you're watching this after the live stream, have you hit subscribe yet? Like, you've been watching this, or you skipped till the end. This is for, I'm talking to those who watched after the live stream. Y'all, you might as well hit subscribe. Thank you if you do, I appreciate it. This is also for you guys who are watching after. Tap or click in the bottom left to see the last devlog that I did working on this game. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next devlog, which I'm gonna do tomorrow. Everyone else, remember to hit a thumbs up. I'll see you guys later. Goodbye. Thank you so much. Goodbye, Joe.